Chapter 3:13. Melisandre stared at Dany and said, "It's very likely that you're the wife of the child of prophecy. Melisandre, you're the third Shadowbinder I've met. You're the most powerful sorceress, but you're also the most conceited prophet." Dany had a strange expression. She wanted to say the stupidest, but the Shadowbinder was too powerful. What if she attacked her? Through her red eyes, Dany observed the foundation of her meditation technique. Dany had a feeling that she was shrouded in a world where flames were the sky and shadows were the ground. Her wizard power was 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than her own. This was terrifying. This red-robed priestess was most likely a demigod. However, the demigods of this world were a little weak. Dany did not back down. She mocked. "Do you think a true dragon would marry a grasshopper from the ground? King Stannis is a true dragon, not a grasshopper." Melisandre frowned. "He's a grasshopper after autumn. He won't be able to live for long. Actually, from the moment he killed Renly, he had no chance of ascending to the Iron Throne. In the Kingdom of Knights, no Westeros would accept a kinslayer as their king. Look at the history of the Seven Kingdoms. Targaryen was the rightful ruler. His family believed in the seven gods, and he had several megalosaurus as his military force. However, the marriage between a brother and a sister caused a rebellion that lasted for more than a decade. Even when Meg rode Balerion and burned the Great September of King's Landing, the Church and the Knights did not submit. Stannis is not popular, and he converted to the Light King. He doesn't have a dragon, and his kinslaying is 10 times worse than the marriage between a brother and a sister. Who in the Seven Kingdoms would support him as king?" The red-robed priestess hesitated and said, "Stannis is not a kinslayer." "Ah, the news has spread." Lady Catelyn saw Stannis's shadow slit Renly's throat open with her own eyes. Dany waved her hand and said with certainty, "That kind of magical scene is very mysterious to most Westerosi, but I have a few Shadowbinder friends who have seen them use blood witchcraft to control their shadows. I'm not the only one who knows. Many people in Essos have guessed the truth. There is only one truth, and everyone will see it," the red-robed woman said calmly. "The night is coming, and only Stannis can save the world. Do you believe your own words? In this world, individual strength is limited. No one can save the world alone." Dany sneered. If he hadn't ambushed the barbarians' camp this morning, he might have been the savior of the world. But now, he has ruined his last hope. "Why do you say that?" Melisandre frowned and asked doubtfully. "Melisandre, you're just a mage, you don't understand politics. Stannis is a good general, but not a true strategist." Dany sighed and slowly explained, "You should know about the agreement between me and the Savages, right? At least you know that I'm negotiating with the Savages, right?" After hesitating for a moment, the red-robed woman nodded in agreement. "My guess is that Stannis doesn't want the negotiations to succeed, lest I obtain the power of the barbarians." This time, the red-robed woman didn't make a sound or move. She didn't admit or deny it. "But you've forgotten one thing. The barbarians can help me, but you can also take them for your own use. According to the lease agreement, the barbarians only have 2 choices. One is to follow me to the other side of the narrow sea and take down a piece of land for farming, and the other is to stay in the north and guard the Great Wall. The risk of going out to sea is too high. There are many who desire the warmth of the south, but there are very few who can make the decision to leave with me. If Stannis can join the agreement as the second king, he can get a large number of soldiers to help him conquer the south." "You'll allow him to take away your men?" the red-robed woman asked doubtfully. "This is the difference between Stannis and me." Dany sneered and asked, "If Stannis is the one who has 2 dragons, what would he do?" "First of all, he won't come to the Great Wall again. Taking down the Iron Throne is his primary goal. Second, even if he comes to the Great Wall, he won't negotiate with the barbarians. He'll ride his dragon and burn the camp. Finally, when I bring 1,000 men to disrupt his plans, he won't hesitate. He'll ride his dragon and burn the 1,000 men who don't carry heavy crossbows. You and he are still looking at the problem from the perspective of the warlords of the 7 kingdoms, but I'm thinking of integrating all the forces at my disposal to solve the other ghost crisis. Of course, I have the dragons, so I'm confident. But even if they know that the other ghosts are real, Roose Bolton, Waldfry, and the others won't put any effort into the Great Wall. If Stannis can bring the barbarians down south and unite the north, I'll be happy to see it happen. At least, he's always thought of himself as the savior who dispelled the long night. If the north falls into his hands, the strength of the Ghost Resistance Alliance will increase. Melisandre sighed inwardly. She began to regret and feel a little depressed. She didn't foresee this possibility in the flames. It's not too late now. Stannis has defeated the barbarians and captured the king of the barbarians. As long as Mansred submits to him, it's too late. Dany interrupted her rudely. I have the dragons, but I didn't burn the barbarians' camp. Therefore, the rational barbarians will always have some trust in me. Now that Stannis has messed with me, even my trust has been reduced by more than half. Will the barbarians be convinced by him? As for Mansred, the king beyond the Great Wall, you don't understand the customs of the barbarians. Their king is elected, similar to the Archon of Volantis, but his power is far less than that of the king. The red-robed woman indeed didn't understand the customs of the barbarians, but she didn't value the power of the mortals. Therefore, she only regretted for a moment, and then returned to the main topic. Dany Rise, you're a woman, and you'll have to marry. Marry Stannis and fulfill the ancient prophecy. It's the best choice for you and for this world. He has a wife. Queen Celis is a loyal follower of the Lord of Light. In order to fulfill the Savior's prophecy, she will be willing to dissolve her marriage with Stannis. Does Stannis know about your plan? Dany asked calmly. I'll persuade him. In order to save the world, he's willing to make any sacrifice, Melisandre said seriously. You're doing something more difficult than ending the long night, Dany said unhappily. Didn't you leave Slaves Bay and come all the way to the wall to stop the other ghosts? First of all, he may not be the child of the prophecy. Second, I don't think the reincarnation of Yazuir and Ahai can really save the world. If the world has fallen to the point where it needs to be saved by ghosts from thousands of years ago, then let the other ghosts destroy it. Finally, destroying the other ghosts and ending the long night is for a better life. But marrying Stannis is more disgusting than dying at the hands of the other ghosts. These words were so vicious that even Melisandre, who had been calm all this time, had an unpleasant expression. You can't change your own fate, Dany Lilith. Two flames rose in the red-robed woman's crimson eyes, as if she could see through a person's soul and fate. The claws of the ES god have already targeted you. Your dragons can't help you, your witchcraft can't help you, you're unsullied, and the guards of the Mother of Dragons can't help you. What do you mean? Dany felt her hair stand on end. A bone-piercing coldness was about to wake her up, and she immediately felt like she was shrouded in fog. Reciting the name of the Lord of Light might be of some help to you. The red-robed woman sized her up with a strange gaze, stood up, flicked her sleeves, and elegantly walked out of the hall and left. Dany had an idea. She went back to her room to pick up her backpack, walked out of the door, rode on Big Black, and called out to Little White. Amidst the cries of the knights, Big Black jumped up and flew toward the south. The sun moved west, and the sky was gradually dyed red. Shadow Leopard's fur cloak was like a flag, flapping in the wind. After flying for more than an hour, Dany patted Big Black's back, and her body changed from crawling to sitting up straight. The black dragon was connected to her mind, and it slowly circled above a pine forest. The sunset left a layer of golden powder on Dany's white cheek. Taking out a glass candle from her backpack, Dany's witchcraft power surged, and a silver-gray ball of light started to flicker at the top of the candle. She was activating Kashi's soul coordinates. However, Kashi did not respond. Dany was not discouraged. It was very likely that it was early in the morning on Lightning Island, and the shadow-binding knight was most likely sleeping. After trying for more than 10 times, finally, 15 minutes later, Danny's consciousness entered a silver-twisted tunnel. In a trance, she arrived at a spacious and dark underground palace. It was even darker than the underground palace she saw last time, and the space was also much narrower. She could see a low and rough rock ceiling. 3 meters away was the wall, and there were ancient and abstract murals carved on it. Kashi sat cross-legged on a soft wooden couch, staring at her with its eyes. "I've looked for you at least 30 times in the past half a month. Why didn't you respond?" 30 times? I didn't receive any mental waves from you. Danny was confused. Half a month. Has it been half a month since we last met? Kashi's tone changed, and it asked anxiously, "Where are you?" "Westeros. The last time I contacted you in the Old Town, your memory has deteriorated. Have you forgotten?" Danny was confused. "Someone blocked our connection," Kashi said in a gloomy voice. What are we doing now?" "You're different. The dragon is with you, right?" "No one can block your witchcraft, but I was blocked by that person," Kashi said seriously. "I'm not kidding. I've been trying to contact you for the past few days." Danny stopped smiling and said in surprise, "This? Who blocked you?" "A great wizard who's 10 times, no, 100 times more powerful than you and me." "Melisandre," Danny blurted out, gritting her teeth. "I finally met her face to face. As you expected, her magic power is 10 times more powerful than mine. I'm almost sure that she's a demigod. Just a moment ago, she even threatened me. That's why I left the Great Wall and contacted you a few hundred kilometers away, asking for your help online. Other than the prophecy, I can't help you." After a moment of hesitation, Kashi advised, "The best way is to leave the Westeros immediately. If you're far enough away, even the gods can't hurt you." "Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill them, ha-ha, kill them, ha-ha, kill them, ha-ha, kill them, ha-ha, kill them." Suddenly, a low, misty voice sounded in the room. Hundreds of people were speaking at the same time. There was the dignity of an old man, the cowardice of a woman, the crispness of a girl, the voice of a man going through puberty, the whispers of a lover, the roars of fury, the curses of hatred. "Kill him, kill them, peel off their skin, cut off their testicles, cut open their bellies." Then there was the sound of chewing. A heart that's still beating is the best." The voice was like a flexible steel wire, twining around Danny's heart and drilling into her soul. Chapter 3:14. 7 Layers of Hell. When the strange voice came into contact with the 9-colored whirlpool in her sea of consciousness, Danny suddenly woke up. She looked around nervously and asked anxiously, "Kueishi, what is this?" Kueishi sat cross-legged and didn't say anything. "Hey Kueishi!" The shadow-binding soldier didn't respond at all, as if it was dead. Suddenly, Danny had an epiphany, and the main consciousness left in her body immediately entered the dragon spirit state. Soul attack. Scram! An invisible wave of air spread out from Danny's body on the dragon's back. The spiritual projection on the Thunder Island also opened her mouth, causing ripples on Kueishi's wide crimson robe. Kueishi left a soul fragment on Danny's right wrist, and the soul attack fell on the soul in her body through this fragment. The shadow-binding soldier's body trembled slightly, and wisps of visible black fog drilled out from under the red lacquer mask. The black fog twisted into various half-human, half-beast forms in the air, and finally, with a pop sound, it exploded and disappeared in the grotto. "You now understand the drawbacks of the forbidden spell, soul coordinates, right?" Kueishi gasped and said intermittently. Danny nodded with a complicated expression. "I can attack your body through the soul fragment on my wrist." Witchcraft that played with souls was really dangerous, especially when it played with one's own soul. Since Danny could attack Kueishi with the soul fragment on her wrist, Barristan, Darkstar, and Faceless could also attack her with it if they mastered the soul attack technique. It can also help me drive away the curse of the evil god. Kuei-shi stared at Danny with a complicated expression and sighed. Megalosaurus is really the pinnacle of the material world, so powerful. Usually, when the curse breaks out, I have to spend half a day to suppress it. But now, your Megalosaurus only roared once, and the evil god's power in your soul was completely expelled. It's not just the roar of Megalosaurus, it's the dragon roar witchcraft that Blackie and I combined our souls. After explaining, Danny was worried again. You were targeted by the evil god in the underground palace of the Thunder Island? I just touched the edge of the evil god's whisper, and my soul was captured. One night a week ago, the queen of the Thunder Island killed Countess Rose, who was sleeping beside her, without warning. She even used her nails to cut open her stomach and ate half of her internal organs while lying in a pool of blood. Regarding this, King Bogan was worried. I had no choice but to speed up my exploration of the underground palace. In the past few days, I've already sent 100 or 200 palace guards to the underground palace into a frenzy. Danny's attention was diverted. She asked curiously, "A countess is sleeping beside the empress? Doesn't your centaur maid sleep with you too?" Kuei-shi said calmly. "It's not the same. A countess isn't a maid. She doesn't need to serve the queen. I didn't do anything strange to Eri or Jisai." Danny hurriedly refuted. "Who knows? All right, let's stop talking. How is your situation now? Are you in danger?" Danny asked seriously. "The favor of the royal family is very important, but I won't joke about my own life." Danny tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she said, "How about this? Every night from now on, I'll roar at you from time to time. You don't have to light the glass candle to project your spirit. You just need to use the soul fragment on my wrist to cleanse your soul." Kuei-shi frowned and looked at her sincere face. She had mixed feelings. She nodded gently and said, "Thank you." Danny was also very happy to be able to help the big boss that she could only look up to in the past. She put on a serious face and warned her, "You have to take it easy. Even the dragon's aura has its limits. You'd better solve your own problem first." Kuei-shi also noticed the change in her tone. She rolled her eyes and said angrily, "I predicted that you may be in great danger. The red crow fell between your eyebrows, your mother's vision was blocked, and her child was quietly taken away by a white wolf. I don't know what it means, but it obviously indicates that something bad will happen to you." The child was taken away by a wolf? Danny frowned and pondered. Could it be that her cheap son was taken away by a wild wolf? No, the child was taken away because the mother's vision was blocked. If I'm the mother in the prophecy, I can't see the child, and it doesn't matter if my vision is blocked. But the thing that blocked my vision is the red crow, and the crow fell between my eyebrows. Danny suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. "Why did I forget this?" she muttered with a pale face. What did you think?" Kuei-shi asked hastily. "The red crow. Someone once warned me that it was a forest witch who was proficient in prophecies. She also said that the red crow fell between my eyebrows, but I didn't notice it," Danny said with an unpleasant expression. "Then do you know what the red crow represents?" Kuei-shi asked again. "I'm not sure, but—" Danny raised her head and looked at Kuei-shi. She asked, "Do you know about the three-eyed crow?" "I don't know." "A green prophet," Kuei-shi exclaimed, "the strongest shape-shifting person?" "Yes. The green prophet is the person with the strongest soul talent in the transcendent world." "Damn it. I understand now." Kuei-shi's expression changed. She suddenly understood and was worried. She said anxiously, "A green prophet with the codename Red Crow has his eyes on you. A trace of his spiritual will sneaked into your soul realm and is subtly influencing you. Where are you now?" "Exact location. At the Great Wall of the Northern Region. I plan to catch deviant ghosts," Danny said hesitantly. "I remember clearly that you didn't plan to go to the Great Wall," Kuei-shi said coldly. "Indeed I didn't. But I saw news about deviant ghosts in the City of Knowledge. Do you know about deviant ghosts? Kuei, she said seriously, what does that have to do with you? You have always been steady. Why are you so reckless this time? It's possible that your will has been distorted. But you said that the great wizard Valeglia is the strongest transcendent in the world. Even the gods stay away from them. Danny did not want to admit that she was being manipulated like a puppet. What you have is only the basic meditation technique. You don't know any of the secret techniques of the great wizard, Kuei, she reminded her. I have a dragon. A dragon can protect me from magic damage. A dragon is not a god. Danny, no matter if my guess is correct or not, it is not wrong to be more vigilant. Kuei-shi's tone was unprecedentedly serious. After a long silence, Danny asked in a muffled voice, "What should I do? Leave the Westeros immediately?" No. If her will was really influenced by the Green Prophet, she might change her mind before leaving the Westeros completely. Or worse, I'll teach you a spell to sacrifice Lalo. As Kuei-shi spoke, she quickly pulled out a wooden box from under the soft couch and took out a roll of smooth black parchment. Sacrifice to the Light King? The parchment was 1/2 meter wide and 2 meters long when it was opened on the couch. It revealed a strange pattern that looked like a shadow drawn by light gray ink. Both sides of the pattern were densely packed ancient Asiatic characters. Lalo, the Shadow Devil. Use sacrifices to please him, and you will be temporarily blessed with divine power. As long as there are enough sacrifices, you will be able to dispel the will of the Green Prophet in your soul realm. Kuei-shi pointed at the pattern on the scroll and quickly explained, "This is the layout of the altar. You don't have enough time to master all the sacrificial witchcraft. However, Lalo is very greedy. As long as you follow the layout of the altar and offer enough sacrifices, he will definitely respond to you." Here, the shadow-binding sorcerer consecutively marked 17 or 18 locations on the map. Place a couple in each of these locations. It doesn't matter how old they are, as long as they love each other. Find a few more villages. Wait. Danny interrupted her. Her expression was unpleasant. You want me to sacrifice living people? If not living people, then livestock? That is Lalo we are talking about. He is not interested in livestock. I won't sacrifice. I won't sacrifice even a chicken to any evil god, Danny said firmly. Kuei, she slowly moved her right hand away from the parchment and said with a complicated tone, "Then do you have any good ideas? If the Green Prophet really can't deal with one dragon, then 2 or 3. I have a similar experience before. Let's call it a day. I will try it now." Before Kuei-shi could say anything else, Danny's spiritual projection suddenly faded and disappeared. After a long time, Kuei-shi muttered to herself in a low voice, "This guy is growing fast, and there are more and more troubles. I hope we can be safe this time." The black dragon circled above the snowy mountains and forests at a low speed. The afterglow of the setting sun appeared on Danny's uncertain face from time to time. Beside her, Little White slid across the top of the cedar tree in boredom, hoping to find 1 or 2 prey to eat. After a while, Danny came back to her senses and put away the glass candle. She smiled at the black dragon and said, "Blackie, after learning meditation, your hunger resistance has increased a lot." Squawk Blackie's voice was obviously proud of itself. "Yes, your brain is smarter too." Squawk Blackie screamed at that idiot Whitey and flew towards the southeast, according to Danny's instructions. Hogwan Town was an abandoned village south of the Great Wall and west of the King's Road. The kind Elisa once rested in the watchtower in the lake beside the village for a night, so it was renamed Hogwan Town. It was a famous place. Bran had stayed here when he went north, and the barbarians had also stayed here before they attacked the Dark Castle. At this time, Danny and her 2 dragons landed in an apple forest outside the village. Withered yellow leaves were spread on the ground, and there were only a few fist-sized brown shriveled apples hanging on the branches. Danny found a dry ground and sat down. Blackie and Whitey crawled on her left and right side. She put her hands on the foreheads of the two dragons and murmured, "Blackie, little white, and little green, little gold, now Mom is in big trouble. Bran, that bastard, is crossing the time line and distorting my will. Blackie and my dragon spirit state can't detect his spiritual fluctuations. Now we have to deal with the old Dragon King in the Dragon's Horn. 3 dragons, no, 4 dragons, enter my spirit realm together. 4 dragon spirits will definitely make Bran vomit blood. Come in, Blackie, you go first. Very good. Little White, you take it. Little White, hey, Little White?" After calling for a long time, she still couldn't enter the dragon spirit state with Little White. Danny opened her eyes and stared at him. Little White stared back innocently with his golden eyes. Clap, clap, clap. After slapping Little White's forehead 3 times, Mother of Dragons scolded loudly, "We are in a crisis now. Why are you still so stubborn? Last time, in order to save you 2 little bastards, you immediately joined forces. Now, in order to save me, you have no reaction at all?" Little White's eyes were blank. On the other hand, Blackie's blood lake-like eyes flashed as if he had made a difficult decision. Boom! Danny, who was scolding Little White, suddenly froze, and a bloody flame rose from her body. Chapter 3:15. While Danny was angrily scolding Whitey for being unfilial, Dahe, who had entered the dragon spirit state, seemed to understand her current dangerous situation. Its blood-red eyes flashed with a very human-like look of determination. Its head was completely on the ground as it closed its eyes. The next moment, Danny's screams stopped abruptly. In the blue soul space, a 9-colored sun suddenly flew in from the sky, like a meteor the size of the sun smashing into the Earth's atmosphere. Logically, such a huge star should not be able to enter Danny's sea of consciousness, just like a 1-liter bottle of mineral water could not hold 2 liters of water. If it was forcefully stuffed in, the small bottle would definitely crack. However, Danny did not feel like she was being torn apart at all. Instead, she felt as comfortable and warm as lying on a garden lawn in spring, sunbathing. Then, she realized that the 9-colored sun was Dahe's 9-colored wizard power vortex. Dahe took the initiative to send its wizard power vortex into Danny's sea of consciousness and quickly approached her own 9-colored meditation runes. It was as natural as a traveler returning home. It was as natural as Danny's meditation vortex spitting out Dahe's illusory vortex. The huge 9-colored vortex that covered the sky merged into the small vortex without any hindrance. One big and one small. The wizard power foundation of Dahe and Danny was like the soul of the dragon spirit state, perfectly combining together. In an instant, terrifying wizard power spread out from Danny's body. She was like a fire elemental black hole. The fire elemental in the universe automatically drew close to her, so much so that a layer of blood-red flame-like fire elemental coat appeared around her wizard power materialization. Danny looked down at her hands covered by the blood-red elemental coat. She clenched her fists and murmured, "I can ignite this world." Boom! 2 meters away, an apple tree with many branches suddenly burst into flames, as if a barrel of gasoline had been poured on it and ignited by a lighter. The second level of fire control was to gather fire elemental to ignite natural substances. Once, Lisbon had exhausted all his wizard power and was sweating profusely. However, he could only ignite a small flame on Tyrion's beard. Even half a day ago, Danny could only light candles, kerosene lamps, and firewood remotely. At this moment, just like Melisandre, he could ignite a 4 to 5 meter tall apple tree with just a glance. "I'm actually this strong? Benevolence, responsibility, glory, faith. Benevolence, responsibility, glory, faith. Benevolence, responsibility, glory, faith." The blood rushing up from the terrifying increase in strength calmed down a little, and Danny heard the low chanting in her ears. It was like a chorus. A man with a loud voice was leading dozens, or even hundreds, or even thousands of young boys and girls. They were singing along with the man with their childish and crisp voices, singing a holy song deep inside Danny's soul. Go to the north, go to the Great Wall. You have responsibilities there. Go to the north, go to the Great Wall. Help the people there and show them your kindness. Go to the north, go to the Great Wall. Glory will be with you. Stay in the north, stay in the Great Wall. The people need you. Protecting the people of the 7 nations is the Queen's only faith. The low chanting in her ears kept repeating. It was like a recorder, like brainwashing a prisoner. It was like thin and tough silk, winding in circles around her heart, forming a thick cocoon. The whispers of the ancient gods? Not bad. I fell for it unknowingly. Danny lowered her head and laughed softly. The blood-red fire element coat around her rose with raging flames, twisting into the appearance of a roaring megalosaurus above her head. Scram wizard power suddenly exploded, and a circle of scarlet air waves spread out in all directions with Danny as the center. Crash! The broken branches and withered leaves of the apple tree seemed to have been kicked at the root. It shook violently, and the fallen leaves on the ground flew outwards. Boom, boom, boom! There were even a few withered fruit trees that rose with orange-yellow flames, burning with popping sounds. Caw, 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 caw. Danny's silver hair was scattered, and continuous black and red shadows flashed through her bright red eyes. A crow with blood-red pupils and black feathers struggled to fly out of her eyes, like a cormorant flying out of a calm lake. Caw, caw, caw. One after another, her pair of pupils seemed to be connected to another world. Crows the size of ducks flew out of Danny's eyes in a flock, forming a line. Caw, 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 caw. Superman's eyes shot out red-hot lasers, and Danny's eyes shot out a black line formed by crows. In just a few blinks of an eye, hundreds of crows flapped their wings and flew in circles in the dusk-gray sky. Caw, caw. Whitey raised its head and screamed angrily. As the crows flew out of her eyes one by one, the whispers in her ears became fewer and fewer. It was like thousands of lit candles on a dark and vast land. Although the fire was small, it had always been incompatible with the land. At this time, the candles were extinguished one by one, and the world returned to its dark and deep state. Danny felt an unprecedented peace and freedom. Huff, huff! She gasped for air, and tiredness was like a tide, attacking her body and mind in waves. Caw, caw, caw. Before Danny could make her next move, the crows that were circling in the air suddenly exploded one by one. Like illusions, the black crows silently exploded into a cloud of thick smoke, like a blob of ink dripping into a basin of clear water. Gradually, more than 2,000 crows exploded, and the gray sky was dyed black into a huge face. The face mask was as big as a football field, with a nose, a mouth, and eyes. What caught Danny's attention was that it only had one right eye that was flashing blood-red light. Danny, rise. The black masked face spoke, and it was exactly the same as the voice of the leader in the whispers. Without a doubt, Danny immediately believed that this guy was the mastermind behind the scenes. But when did Bran become blind in one eye? Could it be that she would blind his left eye in the future? That's not right. When did she, the Dragon Queen, become so easy to talk to? Based on what he did today, when she had the ability to take revenge in the future, she would definitely tear him apart. How could she just blind one eye? Or, Bran would be evenly matched with her in the future? What state are you in? Even if he was curious, the one-eyed black face's voice was as cold as the cold stream outside the Great Wall. Never seen a pay-to-win player before? I'm in a cheat state. Danny sneered and retorted, Who are you? The Green Prophet? Cheat. What state is that? Your wizard power suddenly increased by 100 times, and you even have a trace of divinity. It's very strange. A trace of confusion flashed across the black face. Then he said, I am the Green Prophet, and also the guardian of this continent. When did the Westeros have a guardian? Danny was puzzled. Could it be that the Green Prophet has always been protecting the 7 kingdoms? The Green Prophet is not necessarily a guardian, but I am willing to dedicate my life to protect the peace of the Seven Kingdoms. Thus, I am a guardian. Danny Rise, I have no ill intentions towards you, I only hope to help you walk the right path and become the next guardian of the Seven Kingdoms. Distorting a person's will is the greatest evil towards them, Danny sneered. Protect the Seven Kingdoms? Look at the current chaotic situation of the Seven Kingdoms. The disasters of war continue for years. The people are in a terrible situation. The winter is coming, but there is no food. Etiquette, justice, honor, and morality have all been abandoned. Is this the result of your protection? Other than you, I have not interfered with anyone's choice. I am a guardian, not a nanny. Most of the time, I only observe and do not make decisions. But you are different. Your thoughts, your stand, and your decisions can easily affect countless people. Danny Rise, I have no selfish motives. I only hope to help you become a good person, a better person, and at the same time, make this rotten world better. If he did not say this, Danny could still suppress the anger in her heart and communicate with him. Now that she heard this bastard sincerely preaching to her to be a good person, Danny could not hold it in any longer, her anger causing her wizard power to soar into the air, the fire elements turning into a cloud of fire that covered the black mask. At the same time, she roared into the sky, unleashing a soul attack in her strongest state. Demon die. Ugh, even at a time like this, she still habitually put the blame on the enemy. Whoosh. Hiss. Under the dusky sky, a blood-red waterfall of flames suddenly rose, mixed with a powerful soul attack, upstream for 3,000 feet. The black mask's face was like the surface of a lake that had encountered a hurricane, rippling black waves rolling. Caw! The huge black face let out a crow's caw, the red right eye sunk into light gray spiral ripples, almost exactly the same as Abito's. Under Danny's shocked gaze, the black smoke was sucked into the bloody eye at the center of the whirlpool. Slowly, the color of the black mask became lighter and lighter. It turned from black to light gray. Finally, it completely disappeared. The only thing left in the sky was crow. Danny exclaimed, "It's just a crow." There was only a red-eyed crow flapping its wings left in the sky. Caw, caw, caw. A mental wave passed into the apple forest below. Danny could clearly hear the black-faced man's voice. Danny Rise, one day you will understand the great spirit of sacrificing yourself for righteousness. I will wait for you. This green prophet was unexpectedly Chunibu. Danny's beautiful face was almost twisted out of shape. Damn it, sacrificing one's life for a righteous cause, how scary is that? Just you wait, I won't look for you even when the deviants destroy the human race. Big Black, Little White, go and kill that bald crow, Danny ordered loudly. Caw. Little White, who had been ready for a long time, jumped, accelerated quickly, and rushed toward the red-eyed crow, but Big Black didn't react at all, lying there motionless and silent. Big Black. Only then did Danny realize that Big Black's condition was not right. Although he was still in the dragon spirit state, she couldn't feel his soul. Roar! Just as she came to Big Black's side and anxiously patted his head, Little White, who was in midair, wailed. His wings and tail twisted into a ball as if he had cramps, and struggled to dive down. The next moment, there was another soul in Danny's sea of consciousness, Little White. Previously, he couldn't get it, but now he came uninvited. In the blue soul realm, Danny looked at the panicked white dragon with a wooden face. You idiot, your body was controlled by someone again? You need my help? Caw. Little White cried out in grievance. Without saying anything, she transmitted her mental power in the dragon spirit state. Little White understood what she meant, and she also understood Little White's current state. The Green Prophet's soul had entered Little White's sea of consciousness, intending to subdue the white dragon like a shapeshifter controlling an animal companion. Chapter 3:16. In the orchard, Little White screamed crazily and rolled around in the mud. It bent the apple tree and broke the brittle branches. It unconsciously spat out dragon flames from its mouth. igniting the rotten leaves and branches on the ground. Crow landed on the top of an apple tree beside Whitey, its red eyes flickering with a flickering light. Danny, on the other hand, was standing tens of meters away. She seemed to be in a daze and did not react at all. Blackie was lying beside her and did not move at all. Suddenly, Little White's body stiffened, no longer struggling, opened its mouth wide, and let out a long and loud dragon cry. "Ong! You're courting death!" At the same time, in the spirit realm, Danny rode on Little White's neck, roaring angrily at the giant blood-eyed crow opposite her. With the experience of the three dragons working together to deal with the old Dragon King in the Dragon's Horn, Danny easily combined the power of Blackie and Little White, entered Little White's sea of consciousness, and attacked the Green Prophet's will. Oh, it was strange, Blackie was not there, but he did participate in the second-level dragon spirit this time. It seemed that he had completely merged with Danny's soul, and was one step further than when he was in the dragon spirit state. Caw-caw once again out of Danny's expectations, the crow was like an eagle in the eye of a storm, facing the soul attack of the second-level dragon spirit state. Although its wings were messy, its body was stable, and it was still soaring. Damn it, the Green Prophet's soul is even more tenacious than the old Dragon King in the Dragon's Horn. Danny's face was pale, and she patted Little White's neck, shouting, "We are true dragons are invincible. Rush up and tear it apart." Caw-caw, Little White howled, and quickly flew towards the red-eyed black crow. Pring, what surprised Danny was that she originally thought that the two giant beasts, one dragon and one crow, would pounce on each other and kill each other. Who would have thought that when she and Little White crashed into it, the red-eyed black crow was sent flying backwards with its feathers flying all over the place. The two were not on the same level at all. The crow was crushed. Ah, his soul is tough and his will is strong, but his body is not big, and his attack power is far inferior to the Megalosaurus. Danny suddenly realized and was very surprised. Shapeshifters specialized in the Tao of the soul and had high resistance to soul attack. That was why they were immune to her soul attacks. They even sneaked into her soul realm and used the whispers of the ancient gods to distort her will. However, the combat style of shapeshifters was not suited for close-quarters combat, and they did not have any complicated spells. In just a short while, Little White had bitten the crows until their black feathers flew everywhere. Blood splattered all over the sky as they cried out repeatedly. Danny was also constantly using fire control techniques, turning the battlefield into a fiery hell, burning the crow's feathers and limbs. Of course, the black crow also retaliated. Its claws and long beak continuously scratched out bloody scales on Whitey's body, creating bloody holes. However, blood and fire came from the same source. Blood contained fire, and fire gave birth to life. The fiery hell that Danny summoned was very destructive to the crows, but it was a holy treatment for Little White. The dragon's blood, scales, and flesh were burned in the flames, turning into energy to replenish the white dragon's deficit. On the other hand, the crow's torn feathers, flesh, and limbs turned into black smoke in the flames, disappearing into Little White's soul space. The battle was obviously developing in the direction that Danny was going to benefit. Caw-caw, the black crow cried out miserably, and a man's voice came out, "We don't have to fight to the death, Danny Liz. Dragons have 3 heads, you are only one of them. No, they are my children, no one can take them away." Danny roared. "A dragon only has 1 dragon knight, and a dragon knight cannot control more than 1 dragon. You should know this better than I do. The gods asked you to bring the 3 dragons back to the human world, and each dragon is not superfluous. Fate has its own plans for them, let go. Not even the gods can take what is mine. If a human dares to reach out, I will kill. If a god dares to reach out, I can kill a god." Danny looked up to the sky and laughed. "Anyway, I have killed more than 1 or 2 gods. You are too greedy. Dragons belong to Targaryen, not just you." The crow cried out. Danny sneered. "Valeglia's ancestor Bellerus once said the same thing to me. Therefore, he is lucky enough to be at the top of my must-kill list. I swear that one day, when I have mastered my magic, I will go to the ruins of Valeglia and kill that bastard." At this time, the crow's torso was almost completely torn apart, and the remains of its body were annihilated in the fiery clouds, leaving only the head under Little White's foot. "You can't kill me!" the crow cried out. "You are about to die," Danny said coldly. Bang! The crow's head exploded into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared under Little White's claws. But in the next moment, the crow's voice sounded again in Little White's magma-like soul space. "You don't understand. When you meet my original body, even 1,000 of me will not be a match for you and your dragon. But in the realm of the soul, I will never be destroyed." Outside the fiery clouds created by Danny, a cloud of black smoke turned from light to thick and slowly formed into a red-eyed crow as large as a hill. "Shit!" Danny was stunned. The Green Prophet's soul was so strong and indestructible? "I really mean you no harm," the crow said in a complicated tone. "There is nothing more vicious than twisting a person's will. Benevolence, responsibility, glory, faith," the crow said softly. "Which one of them does not belong to the glory of humanity? You already have all of these qualities. I am only helping you to strengthen your faith and make you more determined and perfect." Danny pointed at the crow and said, "I am the king. The king accepts advice, but refuses to accept the control of the king. Don't talk nonsense. You are going to die today." Squawk! Little White roared again and rushed over. He waved his claws and spat out dragon flames. The crow was badly mutilated and its limbs flew everywhere. Danny continued to summon balls of flames to burn the crow's limbs and feathers to ashes. The crow cried, "It's useless. My soul is indestructible." Ah! The Green Prophet howled in pain as if his balls had been crushed. "What did you do? My soul origin has been destroyed." "Stop, Danny, Liz, ha ha. You dare to say that your soul is indestructible in front of the Mother of Dragons. Do you know what the Mother of Dragons is?" Danny laughed excitedly as her guess was confirmed. In Little White's consciousness, the crow's body was burning in flames. In the sky above Danny's soul realm, green spiritual rain fell continuously. Every time the crow lost a piece of flesh, it would immediately be cleansed into a pure spiritual quality. The Green Prophet had completely lost a part of its soul origin. However, unlike the colorful spiritual quality in the past, the spiritual quality transformed by the Green Prophet's soul origin was crystal green. Moreover, it did not immediately fuse into the soul realm. Instead, it gathered into a small lake of crimson green. However, Danny did not have the energy to study the Green Prophet's unique spiritual quality. Right now, the most important thing was to kill the three-eyed crow. She could leave the matter of checking her spoils of war for later. "What did you do? I'm not telling you. Just be a confused ghost." Danny continued to enter the spiritual bestowment state of the Mother of Dragons. She focused her energy and burned the crow's spiritual body while cleansing the soul power that was stripped out of it into spiritual quality. The Green Prophet and the dragon's horn had the same goal, to seize control of her dragon. However, the method to expel them was slightly different. The dragon's horn controlled the dragon completely by relying on the superior Dragon King's soul pressure. When the young dragon faced the old Dragon King, it was like a lamb facing the might of a tiger. As long as Danny entered the triple dragon spirit state, the three dragons would work together. The quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change, and their soul pressure would surpass the old Dragon King's. Then, the dragon's horn's dragon-controlling wizard spell would naturally lose its effect. The Green Prophet's soul pressure was not even comparable to a single megalosaurus. However, just like how humans tamed beasts with their intelligence and skills, shapeshifters had a unique talent for seizing. They could use their own will to replace the will of their animal companion. It was equivalent to temporarily seizing the body of a beast. Look at Valamir. He was a short and old middle-aged man. His body was weak, but he managed to use his shapeshifter's talent to seize the legendary creature Shadow Lynx. Valimir was definitely not a Shadow Lynx that was subdued by soul pressure. This was why Danny's old method soul pressure was almost ineffective against the Green Prophet. To be honest, Danny could not find a way to resist the Green Prophet's forceful seizing ability. Burning, tearing, and devouring by the Megalosaurus could not harm the Green Prophet's soul. She was almost at her wits' end. Fortunately, Danny remembered that she still had a bug-like spiritual bestowment skill. Through burning with fire, she could convert the essence of nature into spiritual substance and give it to a dragon egg or a Megalosaurus. No matter how tough and immortal the Green Prophet's soul was, the fact that the soul was made up of spiritual substance could not be changed. Before you recover, I'll burn the soul into spiritual substance. The effect was unexpectedly good. When it came to killing, crows were far inferior to the Megalosaurus. Every piece of the body that was torn apart by Whitey represented a piece of the soul. Danny burned the pieces and turned them into spiritual substance. In the end, Danny rise, the crow's head exploded into a cloud of smoke in the flames. Then, it turned into a rain of spiritual substance that fell into Danny's sea of consciousness. Huff, 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 it's finally over. Even though she was a spiritual body, Danny could not help but gasp for breath due to exhaustion. But this guy doesn't seem to be Bran. The current Bran should not be this strong, nor should he be this old, unless he crossed the river of time and stood in the future to talk to her in the present. However, this guess was too exaggerated. If he could cross the river of time and distort her will, he would rather save Robb and Ide. It was obvious that the difficulty of changing the Dragon Queen's will and the resulting karma far exceeded that of changing Robb and Ide's decision. He was most likely the Bran's white-bearded grandpa. In the future, he would pass down his lifetime's worth of skills to the lame little Bran, making the poor little boy the strongest shapeshifter in the world. Of course, at the same time, he would also pass on the white-bearded grandpa to Bran. This was not a common plot in fantasy novels where he would leave a cute and beautiful granddaughter to Bran. Instead, it was faith and will. Perhaps it could not be considered a possession, but his personality and worldview would be completely reconstructed. Squawk Whitey intimately came over and rubbed Danny's stomach with his head. Hurry up, this is a rare opportunity. Before the dragon spirit state ends, hurry up and follow me to learn the meditation technique. Danny pulled Whitey away from the Megalosaurus's magma-like soul space in an instant and came to her own soul space in the serene blue planet. Big Black, it's over. Just as Danny was about to separate Big Black's meditation vortex, a thought came to her mind. If I send Whitey into this huge 9-colored vortex now, then the meditation technique of me, Big Black, and Whitey, will we be able to achieve a perfect three-way fusion in the future? Just Big Black alone is already close to becoming a super god. If we add Whitey and even 5 dragons working together, then, Whitey, hurry up and go in. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Danny immediately urged Whitey. Squawk Whitey hesitantly approached the 9-colored vortex. Then, it was swallowed bit by bit. The vortex suddenly expanded by almost twice its original size. The vortex spun faster and faster, and the clear 9-colored vortex turned into a bright white ball of light. Pop! Pop! One was illusory while the other was solid. 2 huge 9-colored vortexes were spat out from the white ball. The illusory one flew into Whitey's soul space, and the solid one belonged to Big Black. Danny did not care about Whitey, who was condensing the meditation technique runes, and immediately entered Big Black's soul space. Oh my god, the side effects are so big! Looking at Big Black's meditation vortex that was full of holes, Danny was extremely shocked. Chapter 317. Blackie was in a very bad state. Not only did the meditation vortex in its soul space slow down, but there were also many illusory holes. In reality, its body was also severely injured. Although it was not injured, it was bleeding from its 7 orifices. Its body was also much weaker. Its blood-red dragon eyes that were as big as wine cups lost their divine light. Its broad wings and strong hind legs could not even support its body. It was a bit like a drunkard whose spirit had been emptied. Blackie, lie on the ground for a while. Blackie stumbled and stood up. Its body tilted and broke an apple tree. Danny hurriedly went to support Blackie's big head. Squeak! Blackie weakly squeaked and then closed its eyes to meditate on the rotten leaf. The sky was dark green. Danny exhaled a mouthful of white air. Stepping on the rotten soft ground, she carefully searched the forest. Finally, she found a dead crow on a branch with 2 rotten apples hanging on it. What a big crow! I wonder if the Green Prophet is dead. She held the crow and looked around. It was as big as a wild duck. It was slightly warm to the touch. Its mouth, nose, and eyes were bleeding. There were no 3 eyes on its forehead. Even the 6 forms people had 5 pet. Danny did not believe that the Green Prophet only had 1 crow. According to the plot of the last season of Game of Thrones, Bran seemed to have inherited the white-bearded grandpa's thousands of crows. How did such a big crow get into my sea of consciousness? Danny was puzzled. She put the crow close to her eyebrows. She could smell the smell of bird feces like a chicken coop. It was definitely real. A real crow that needed to eat, drink, and defecate. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, Whitey put its head over and squeaked anxiously. What's wrong? Can't get used to the new wizard vortex? Danny threw the crow aside and held his forehead as she asked concernedly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Whitey put its head on her forehead and touched her nose. It was so sour that tears came out. Danny hurriedly dodged to the side and covered her nose. Softer, softer. What do you want to say? Hiss. Boom. Little White's head twisted from side to side, and it was unusually irritable. It even spat out a mouthful of dragon flames at the fruit tree beside it. This time Danny panicked. She knew that there was an 80% chance that something had happened to Little White. Sigh, let's try the dragon spirit. As soon as the thought came to her mind, she instantly contacted Little White. A huge 9-colored vortex came crashing into her soul space, as if it had been waiting at the door for Danny and her dragon spirit. Don't be agitated, don't fuse too deeply with me. Danny was shocked and hurriedly tried to dissuade it. She didn't want Little White to become as weak as Big Black. Her worries were unnecessary. Little White's 9-colored whirlpool was not condensed at all. Only 1/3 of it was solid, and the remaining 2/3 was in an illusory state. The way Danny looked at Xiaobai changed. She said in disappointment, "Why are you so stupid? You don't even know how to copy homework from the answers." Hiss. In the soul space, Little White's golden eyes were full of grievance. Danny's heart skipped a beat. Little White's cry sent a mental wave to her. Go to my mindscape. In the next moment, Danny and Little White arrived at a dark red magma space at the same time. Wisps of light gray smoke came from the sky, the ground, and all directions like snakes. In the center of the space, they formed a crow that spread its wings and flew high in the sky. Oh, 7 gods, the Green Prophet is not completely dead yet? Danny shouted. She immediately jumped on Little White's back vigilantly and prepared to fight together again. However, when she rode closer on Little White, she was shocked to find that the crow was not a soul. It was a witchcraft rune. For example, the meditation rune of the Valyrian Grand Magus manifested as a 9-colored spiral vortex, the meditation rune of the Fire Magus manifested as a ball of flame, the Moon Chanter manifested as a clear silver moon, the Shadow Binder manifested as a bonfire of shadows. The light-colored crow in Little White's soul space was also the manifestation of a type of meditation spell. Shit, this is the Green Prophet's meditation spell foundation, Danny exclaimed in realization. No wonder Little White went crazy. He already had an incomplete meditation technique in his sea of consciousness, but he just had to copy another meditation technique from me. Meditation spells are the foundation of witchcraft. A house can only have one foundation. No wonder the Green Prophet's soul is immortal. No wonder he can control the Megalosaurus. Danny rubbed her chin and fell into deep thought. A normal person's meditation rune can only be a stable combination. Just like the 9-colored whirlpool, it can only appear as a whole. It can't be split into 9 different colored whirlpools. If it breaks, the witchcraft power will be wasted. However, the Green Prophet's meditation spell is very special. Not only can it gather and disperse at will, but the individual runes can also perfectly fuse with the soul. The runes and the soul are interdependent. As long as the runes are not destroyed, the soul can gather and disperse at will like the runes. It's almost immortal. What's even more terrifying is that the Green Prophet's meditation runes can not only fuse with his own soul, but also accept the souls of his animal companions without any resistance. Previously, these runes had been hidden in Little White's soul realm. Thinking of this, Danny could not help but feel a lingering fear. The Green Prophet's soul was too strong. If not for the fact that she had never given up on researching the spirit bestowment skill, she might have, after thinking about it carefully, she sighed in relief. As long as she could enter the dragon spirit state, the Green Prophet would never be able to control Little White. Now that the Green Prophet's soul has been transformed into a spiritual substance, only an empty shell of a meditation rune is left. How should I deal with this meditation corpse? If Little White did not have the 9-colored whirlpool, this matter would have passed without her knowing. She might not even have had the chance to find out. Learning the meditation technique also required talent. Otherwise, everyone could become a Green Prophet, and the test of the Great Wizard's inheritance would be meaningless. The Megalosaurus was perfectly compatible with Valeglia's meditation technique. This was because the Valeglia Blood Wizard was the most basic meditation technique that was created by imitating the operation of the Megalosaurus magic power. However, the Megalosaurus was not compatible with the Green Prophet profession. Perhaps after a year or so, these runes without an owner would disappear on their own. It would not affect Little White at all. However, he just happened to replicate the 9-colored whirlpool. I wonder if I can learn the Green Prophet's meditation technique. Danny had to admit that she coveted the ability of the 3-eyed crow. Immortal soul, millions of thoughts, control thousands of crows. All right, Danny was not that ambitious. She would be satisfied as long as she could communicate with 5 dragons at the same time. Unable to resist the temptation, she started to try. Firstly, a person could only have one type of meditation technique. No one could change it. She would not neglect the fundamentals and destroy the Great Wizard's meditation technique. Secondly, the meditation technique could evolve. Just as Tam had said, apart from the Creator God, no one could be omniscient and omnipotent. Even the meditation technique created by Lalo was not perfect. This also meant that the Great Wizard's meditation technique, which was known as perfect, also had a lot of room for improvement. Lastly, she had a little trick to avoid the conflict between the runes of the meditation technique. She stored her 9-colored whirlpool in Blackie's place. "Blackie, let me borrow your place." Danny chuckled. She moved her and Little White's 9-colored whirlpool into Blackie's soul space. She then went to Little White's soul realm and moved the light-colored crow into her soul space. Then, she asked Little White to move her 9-colored whirlpool back to her home. With that, Little White quietly stayed at the side and condensed its meditation foundation. Danny helped it bear the danger of the conflict between the meditation technique. She was superior to Little White in terms of intelligence. Little White and Blackie did not know how to condense the witchcraft runes. She knew how to. It was similar to the day when she accepted the Great Wizard's inheritance. She used the light-colored crow as a template and analyzed the runes bit by bit. Then, she reorganized her own meditation technique foundation. Walala! A single dark red rune could be constructed with spiritual power. However, the QR code meditation rune was made up of hundreds of runes. The moment it was assembled, it collapsed. As expected, she failed. I don't have the Green Prophet's talent. Danny sighed. However, she was already mentally prepared. It was like selling a lottery ticket. There was the expectation of winning the grand prize. However, if the ticket was scrapped, no one would lose their soul. She did not believe in the old gods. She did not have the ancestral bloodline. In fact, the Long family had been in the Westeros for 300 years. They had already mixed the ancestral bloodline with them. She did not even have the talent of transfiguration, let alone the Green Prophet. What a pity! This is an incomplete Green Prophet's inheritance. Just as Danny was about to completely disperse the light-colored crow, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a verdant spring in the corner of the blue soul space. She could control the soul space as she wished. Danny waved her hand. The spring turned into a small lake and floated in front of her. She reached out her hand and scooped up the verdant lake water. A strange scene happened. Her palm was white and clean. However, the lake water was visibly dyed a light pink. It was as if her hand was stained with red dye. However, Danny did not show any signs of surprise. She knew that her soul was being contaminated by the ownerless soul substance. Previously, the soul substance did not automatically merge with Danny's soul and reveal its original verdant color. However, now that Danny took the initiative to extend her spiritual power into the soul substance, the ownerless soul substance did not resist at all. Perhaps because of the soul physique that came from the same source as her blood and fire, Danny's soul essence appeared red. Walala! The pink liquid in her palm fell into the lake. It was as if a drop of red ink had fallen into the lake. In a moment, the lake with a diameter of 20 meters was dyed a light pink. The water in the center of the lake protruded. Pop! The protruding liquid spread out and turned into a beautiful girl with silver hair and purple eyes. She had light pink skin. Another Danny. How magical! This soul substance clearly belongs to me. I even transformed it into a part of my soul. However, it can exist independently outside my main soul. This is like a second soul. The second primordial spirit in novels? Pink Danny looked left and right, up and down. She was amazed. The pure soul substance had been absorbed by Danny and became a part of her soul. Hence, she could project her spiritual body. However, under normal circumstances, when Danny absorbed the soul substance from the outside world to strengthen her own soul, it was like a child eating meat to grow taller. Her body would become stronger, but the newly grown muscles would not be any different from the previous ones. She would not grow a human head on her neck after eating a pig's head. The newly grown soul was also a part of the original power. There was no order. However, the Green Prophet's soul was so tough that it turned into soul substance. After being absorbed by Danny, it still retained some characteristics? Danny was not sure what characteristics this soul substance had, but it was true that it was outside of her main soul. Right now, it was like eating a crow's head. Her body had also grown fat, but what was born was a second Danny's head. The two-headed monster Danny? Ugh! Shivering, Danny hurriedly abandoned this terrifying thought. 2 souls in one body, 2 souls from the same source. Does this mean that I can have 2 meditation techniques as the foundation? Also, this little Danny's head originated from the Green Prophet's soul substance. Then, Danny was eager to try. Her eyes shone with extreme excitement. Chapter 3:18. Danny wasn't sure if it was because of the Mother of Dragons' special spiritual bestowment physique, or if the soul of the Green Prophet originally had the characteristic of being divided into thousands, just like how the Green Prophet's thoughts could be divided into thousands and thousands of crows. In short, there was an additional lake in her soul space. It belonged to the origin of the soul, but it had a certain degree of independence. In the original soul space of Serene Blue Star, she had failed to simulate the Green Prophet's meditation technique. Then, she had anxiously practiced the meditation technique for the second time in the lake domain. How should she put it? At first, she was ecstatic, then depressed and disappointed. Her best guess was verified. Danny easily assembled the light crow rune array above the lake. But she didn't understand the basic meditation runes of shapeshifters at all, and the foundation of the meditation technique was very unstable. Just like Lisbon and Larissa, they didn't master the 108 basic runes of Valeglia, and they didn't have a systematic inheritance the glass candle, which contained a full set of rune combination techniques, similar to the combination of manual and basic teaching materials which led to their failure. The meditation technique foundation in the soul space was full of mistakes and was on the verge of shattering. At this time, Danny was in a similar predicament. I need the inheritance of the Green Prophet, the inheritance of the basic meditation technique. I can't copy it with only an incomplete meditation foundation corpse. Wait. A light suddenly flashed in Danny's mind. Why not learn from Blackie and Little White? When she first learned the Grand Wizard's meditation technique, the two dragons' situation was 10,000 times worse than hers. But if they could cheat, why couldn't she? Blackie could use her 9-colored vortex to engrave his meditation technique foundation, and now she also had a template, the incomplete light crow. Whether the Green Prophet's body was dead or not, she was very sure that the soul of this light crow had been completely stripped. The template had no owner, and it was even slowly dissipating and annihilating. She could copy it without worry. As soon as it touched the light pink lake, it was like a wax figure falling into a steel furnace. The light-colored crow-shaped rune quickly melted in the lake. In a few blinks of an eye, the mountain-sized gray crow disappeared in the lake of the soul, and the lake water bubbled. It felt like a whole duck was being cooked in a big pot. Gradually, the surface of the lake calmed down, and the lake water turned from light pink to forest green. It was a tranquil, green lake. No more crows flew out, and the original gray crows also disappeared. Danny closed her eyes and meditated. A gentle breeze blew across the surface of the lake, and wisps of natural magic were absorbed into the lake. The meditation technique has been successfully replicated. It's working well. It can absorb magic energy from the outside world and convert it into wizard power. She opened her eyes, overjoyed. But looking at the lake-shaped meditation foundation, she was a little puzzled. Why wasn't it a crow? Actually, Danny had made a mistake. The three-eyed crow was the Green Prophet, but the Green Prophet wasn't necessarily the three-eyed crow. Simply put, the current Green Prophet had a special liking for his crow companions. Before he became the Green Prophet, he already had the bandit nickname of Three-Eyed Crow. After inheriting the legacy of the previous Green Prophet, he followed his own will and manifested the foundation of his meditation technique into the form of a crow. This form was more beneficial for increasing the abilities of his crow companions. This was similar to the relationship between the wizard Valeglia and the dragon. The 9-colored whirlpool in Danny's sea of consciousness was actually the form of a dragon's flame, and its cone-shaped spiral structure simulated the process of the Megalosaurus spitting out dragon's flame. Now it's time to do the final test. Danny rubbed her hands and looked at the sky nervously. The dragon spirit was connected to Blackie's soul space, and her little 9-colored whirlpool streaked across the sky and appeared in the blue soul space out of thin air. Buzz, 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 buzz. The soul space started to tremble intensely, and the wizard power started to circulate on its own. The 9-colored whirlpool produced a great repulsive force, and the green lake seemed to have suffered a Shinra Tensei, and it spun and flew out. Squeak! At the edge of the soul space, the green lake crashed into a formless space wall and shattered. Ah! In the soul space, Danny hugged her head and howled. The pain of her soul being torn apart almost made her collapse. In reality, Danny also groaned. Her nostrils seemed to have opened up some kind of channel, and 2 streams of blood flowed out of her nose in a horrible shape. Whitey hissed anxiously. Pop! The lake exploded into millions of water droplets, splashing in all directions. However, the great repulsive force of the nine-colored whirlpool still existed. The shattered lake water was squeezed into mist, and the mist was crushed into invisible steam under the pressure. The steam was annihilated little by little, and disappeared. Ha 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 ha. Danny gradually regained her breath, and laughed crazily in the soul space. Even I can't destroy this part of my soul. I've succeeded. This is the immortal soul? In Danny's wild laughter, a thin ring was born from nothingness in the soul space. With the nine-colored whirlpool as the center, it spun counterclockwise against the soul wall. This was the reborn soul lake, the second soul of the ring that laid the foundation of the Green Prophet's meditation, and Danny's second head. "Dahe, Whitey, come over and play fight the landlord." With a thought, the main soul entered the dragon spirit state with Dahe, and the second soul entered the dragon spirit state with Whitey without any hindrance. In the next moment, two megalosaurus, one white and one black, were lying across the blue soul space. "Hiss!" Dahe roared at Whitey in surprise. "Why are you here again?" "Hiss!" Whitey roared blankly. "I don't know anything." Other than being able to communicate with Whitey's dragon spirit, Danny also sensed Little Green and Little Gold in the slave bay for the first time. She could determine their location, but she couldn't sense the dragon spirit. She was sure that the second soul of the ring strengthened her connection with the dragons. "Great harvest, it's really a great harvest. Ha ha, now I'm really invincible." With Dahe on the left and Whitey on the right, Danny was extremely proud. "No, I can still be stronger." Danny looked excited. If I kill Bran, transform his soul into spiritual matter and absorb it, the second soul will be upgraded to a higher level. Maybe I'll have 3, 4, or even 5 dragon spirit. How terrible will the true dragon's roar be when I have 5 dragon spirits? In the state of 5 dragon spirits, if I superimpose the 5 dragon meditation vortexes on my body, I can burn the Night King to death with one look, right? When Danny ended the dragon spirit state and her consciousness returned to her body, the sky was silver gray, and a full moon was already hanging on the top of the tree. She took out a silk handkerchief from her backpack, dug a few piles of hard snow in the ditch against the sun, rubbed it in the silk handkerchief, and wiped the blood scabs on her mouth and nose clean. After a while, Danny stepped on the soft leaves and returned to Whitey's side. Before climbing on his back, she caught a glimpse of the big crow that was thrown on the ground before. After thinking about it, she went over and picked it up. It was hard and stiff. Maybe it's a magic material. I can take it back and study it. At least it's more magical than Tyrion's second brother. With that in mind, Danny lifted the crow's leg, rode the white dragon, and soared into the sky. Blackie also struggled to get up and followed behind, flying in the direction of the Great Wall. Blackie was a little tired. It should have rested in Ho Guan town for a night and go back tomorrow. But Danny thought of something. There was a big battle this morning, and so many people died. They must be burned tonight. She planned to get some spiritual matter to nourish Blackie's body. I just hope the bodies are not burned cleaned. In fact, the Great Wall was in a mess, and no one was dealing with the bodies outside the city. Danny did not attract much attention when she suddenly left in the afternoon on the dragon. But as the sky darkened, Barristan had already returned from outside the city. She still did not appear, and some people panicked. The old fox Ymont did not guess wrong. A small group of How to Deal with the Dragon Queen quietly formed between the Night Watchers and the Urlu cavalry, quietly split and quietly unified. Melisandre lied. The plan of the marriage of the Mother of Dragons and the Child of Prophecy was not a whim. Stannis knew about it, and so did the nobles under him. Even the plan of marrying Dany Rise to King Stannis was proposed by one of King Stannis's important ministers. Then, Stannis's knights split into 2 factions. Some supported the marriage of the dragon and the deer, while others firmly opposed it. It was very complicated. Stannis was the Duke of Dragonstone Island, so his original subordinates were the vassals of Dragonstone Island Targaryens vassals 16 years ago. For example, Valerian and Sitiga, the absolute confidants of the House of Dragonstone, were now the backbone of the Urlu army. Of course, the defeat at the Battle of Blackwater River was too terrible. Valerian and Sitiga were almost destroyed, so they did not follow Urlu to the wall. But the Duke of Dragonstone Island did not only have these two vassals, there were 7 or 8 other families that followed Urlu to the wall. To be honest, they wanted to immediately change sides and surrender to Queen Dani. It was not shameful to surrender to their old masters. Many families were still loyal and fought with Rhaegar to the end. If Count Valerian did not die, and Count Sitiga did not get captured by the King's Landing, any one of them who came to the wall would have led the nobles and knights of Dragonstone Island to the Queen as soon as they saw Dany. But the nobles of Dragonstone Island had been tortured too badly in the Battle of Blackwater River. They were too weak in the current Urlu army. They risked being sacrificed to the Red God if they had any thoughts of betrayal. A few nobles of Dragonstone Island had been burned to death because they spoke ill of the Light King behind his back. They were all afraid that the priestess could predict their betrayal. Before the news of the Dragon Queen came, Urlu had 2 political groups under his command. One was the King's Party who believed in the 7 gods, and the other was the Queen's Party who believed in the Light King. After knowing that they might encounter Dany, the 2 parties split again. The King's Party of Dragonstone Island advocated for the union of dragon and deer. The King's Party of Stormland hesitated. The Queen's Party of River Bend firmly opposed it. The Queen's Party outside River Bend supported the union. It's getting more and more complicated. Stannis originally only had Dragonstone Island as his fief. His younger brother Renly was the Duke of Storm's End, Lord of Stormland, and married High Court Tyrell, River Bend. After Urlu killed Sonlu, he inherited part of his younger brother's legacy. The nobles of Stormland and a small number of River Bend nobles. Among them, the River Bend nobles followed the lead of the Florin family of Brightwater. Urlu's wife was from the Florin family. The Dragonstone Island faction and the Red-Robed Woman supported the union of dragon and deer. The Stormland hesitated because of the War of the Usurper. Robert led the Stormland nobles to overthrow Targaryen. The Queen's Party of Stormland naturally didn't want Queen Celis to be disgraced. But after Dany expressed her support for the union of dragon and deer, the divided Urlu forces reunited. Just as old Ymont worried, some of them tacitly agreed to kill Dany. Then Dany disappeared. They were worried sick. Those with bad intentions were worried, and so were the neutral night watchers. There were still so many barbarians outside, dozens of giants building walls in Dark Castle, and the gold royals and food promised by the Dragon Queen. At least clean up the mess before leaving, right? Of course, the night watchers were more worried about the conflict between the dragon and deer, causing the Queen to leave in anger. No one knew that the Dragon Queen, after getting rid of the Whispers of Crows, was completely different from the Dragon Queen before this afternoon. Chapter 319. Calm down, everyone. Don't panic. In the front yard of Dark Castle, Maester Ymont gestured with his hands and tried to calm the arguing crowd. Ser Barristan is still here. He represents Queen Dany Rise and has full authority over matters related to the Westeros. Barristan was angry at the Queen for not informing him, but he did not object to her decision to leave. There were 2 reasons. First, he knew the Queen's abilities. She had left a magic coordinate on his wrist that allowed him to communicate with her. Second, like old Ymont, he was worried that someone would take advantage of the opportunity to harm him. How could he trust Urlu, who would kill his own brother for the Iron Throne? He was an upright man, but an upright man was not necessarily a fool. Yes, I am the Queen's Iron Guard, captain of the White Knights. I represent the Queen in dealing with the barbarians in the new camp, the White Knight said seriously. Stannis bit his cheek and glared at the White Knight for a while before he asked bitterly, "Sir, why didn't you go to Dragonstone to find me?" Barristan did not expect Urlu to bring this up. He was startled for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Your Majesty Stannis, you are all wrong. Ever since Joffrey stripped me of my white robes, I had no intention of joining any king. Really? You and Lord Renly are Joffrey's uncles. Joffrey is not Robert's son, Stannis interrupted him angrily. Everyone recognizes his identity, the White Knight said noncommittally. Even if he took away my white robe, my honor does not allow me to encourage my uncle to oppose my nephew. So, you and Lord Renly are not in my consideration. Thus, Robb was the only king left. I sympathized with him, but I would not support the king's division. At the time, I was going to find a small sept in the countryside and dedicate the rest of my life to the Seven God. Then how did you become her White Knight? Stannis ground his teeth. Varys found me. Varys? Stannis exclaimed. Yes, when I was praying in the basilica, his little bird came and told me about Her Majesty Daenerys. I couldn't refuse. This was a chance for me, a chance to redeem myself. However, I didn't intend to serve a crazy king anymore. When I saw her, I concealed my identity and observed her for nearly half a year. I found her benevolent, wise, kind, intelligent. Enough. The old knight had a blissful look on his face as he reminisced, but Stannis's face looked as if he had been fed feces. He interrupted the White Knight and said, Now that she has left, how do you contact her? How else can I contact you? White Knight glared at him and said matter-of-factly, Of course it's through messenger crows. I'm always at the Great Wall, right? If you have any orders, just send the messenger crows to the Great Wall. How do you contact her? Stannis asked. Barristan said, Let the messenger ravens send a message to Dragonstone Island. Dragonstone Island? You want to take my Dragonstone Island? The veins on Stannis' square chin bulged. Dragonstone Island is the land of the Targaryens. Ymont frowned. Stannis looked at the old man coldly and emphasized, It is now my territory. Didn't she swear that she would not clash with the forces stationed at the Great Wall before she dealt with the deviants? She can't say that the promise of not starting a war is only valid at the Great Wall, right? We come to the north and she comes to the south to invade our home. Who would dare to leave their own territory to support the Great Wall? Erlu's words were not unreasonable. For example, if Lannister went north to the Great Wall to fight the deviants, Dany could not possibly go and take Casterly Rock, right? There was only one point. Stannis had drifted on the sea for a few months, so his information was somewhat outdated. Dragonstone Island is no longer yours, Barristan said with a strange expression. Right after you left, Lannister took advantage of the fact that Dragonstone Island was defenseless and sent thousands of soldiers to surround the castle. About half a month ago, Sir Loras attacked Dragonstone Island. Stannis' face was gloomy. He turned to old Ymont and asked, You are the scholar of Dark Castle. Why didn't you tell me about this? Ymont frowned and slowly explained, I don't know either. In the past few months, the City of Learning has not sent any messenger crows to the Great Wall. How could the City of Learning care about such a small matter? Periston yawned tiredly and defended the City of Learning. It's too far away. Other than the change of seasons and the change of authority in King's Landing, the City of Learning will not send any messages to the Great Wall. She didn't leave. Melisandre walked out of the darkness with her hands hidden in her sleeve. As she spoke, everyone could see the pigeon egg-sized ruby on her throat glowing with a mysterious red light. Dany Rise went to the north. She should be back soon, she said softly. You saw her in the flames? Stannis pursed his thin lips into a thin line. He remembered that the red-robed woman was alone in the room in the afternoon, staring at the raging flames in the brazier. Under what circumstances did she see her? Was she looking for the child of prophecy? Or was she following his orders and trying to cast a shadow spell on her? Stannis began to clench his teeth, and his cheeks puffed up out of habit. Melisandre understood his thoughts just by looking at his expression. She could not help but sigh to herself. After meeting Targaryen riding a dragon, Even he began to doubt the authenticity of the child of prophecy. It was no wonder that she herself was shaken. Could the prophecy be wrong, and the real reincarnation of Yesor and Ahai was Dani Rise? However, she did not communicate with Lalo. When she was looking for the child of prophecy, she saw the Dragon Queen. Stannis' face was still in the flames, but it was a little dim and not as clear as it was on Dragonstone Island. There was also another person's figure that appeared from time to time. The red-robed woman glanced at Jon, who was standing among the night watchers. She coughed softly and said slowly, "I felt the aura of the dragon. She is fighting with someone, a very strong enemy. It's a fierce battle on the soul level." "What enemy?" Barristan asked nervously. "Yes, God's servant. Yes, God has been watching her for a long time. I even reminded her in the afternoon that she might have finally noticed the crow that landed between her eyebrows," the priestess said solemnly. Everyone was confused, but they could guess that the Dragon Queen's enemy was very strong. However, there were not many who were worried about her. Instead, some of the night watchers and Erlu's armored knights exchanged looks with joy and excitement. The White Knight's expression changed, and he asked anxiously, "Where?" "I'll go over now." The red-robed woman's expression was calm. She was not too concerned, nor did she gloat. She only said lightly, "It's useless even if you go. The two of them are fighting on the soul level, and the battle has already ended at dusk." Yimont's blue eyes flashed with concern, and he asked in a trembling voice, "Who won?" "You said that Her Majesty Dani Rise is on her way back. She should have won, right?" "I'm not sure. No matter who wins or loses, there is no fatal damage to either side. It won't affect her returning to the Great Wall to rest. She should be heavily injured, right?" a short knight with a mouth full of brown rotten teeth said with his eyes flashing. The red-robed woman looked at him lightly and did not answer, but the atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly became hot and heavy. It was as if a strange flame had risen in everyone's heart. The red-nosed old professor also noticed the change in everyone's mood. He could not help but frown and change the topic. "Who is Yes-God? Deviant ghosts?" "Deviant ghosts are just Yes-God servants." Hiss, a loud and clear dragon's roar came from the southern sky. Everyone, who had different thoughts, immediately stopped talking and looked up. After a few breaths, two huge black shadows flew under the silver full moon, and the sound of huge wings flapping could be heard clearly. A gust of wind blew in the courtyard, and the white dragon landed on the stone steps of the king's tower on the east in a way that did not match its body size and weight. Dragon Queen's energetic voice then came. "Are you guys admiring the moon in the courtyard?" The people who were looking at her with worry, nervousness, and curiosity felt awkward for a moment. Only then did Scholar Yimont come out and ask, "Your Majesty, are you all right? What can happen to me?" Dani asked curiously. "Madame Melisandre told us that you fought with a powerful enemy in the evening," the old scholar said with confusion. "Oh, I was fighting with it." Dani glanced at the red-robed woman who was looking at her curiously, raised the big crow in her hand, and laughed. "Such a big crow, have you seen it before? It chased me for a long time and even wanted to peck my dragon. It took me a lot of effort to kill it. I was so tired that I was sweating all over." The old scholar was stunned. "The crow chased you? It even pecked your dragon? What kind of crow is this? Is it the crow god?" Melisandre's eyes flashed, and she looked back and forth between the crow and Dani's smiling face. After a while, she said with a complicated tone, "I didn't expect you to hunt this crow with your own ability. I underestimated you." Everyone was confused. It was just a black crow. Although it was bigger than a normal crow, it was not a rare beast. It was just an arrow. Dani threw the dead crow on the ground and urged loudly, "If you have time to sit here and talk nonsense, why don't you burn the bodies of the dead?" The red pomegranate chief hesitated and said, "The barbarians are easy to deal with, but almost 300 knights died today. Friar Sarlita is helping them to decorate their bodies." He has been busy since noon. Then transport the knights to the cellar and store them there. First, burn the bodies of the freemen and the common soldiers from beyond the Great Wall. You night watchers should know how horrible it is to keep the bodies of the dead overnight. Even if we put them in the cellar, we still need to chain their ankles, John reminded. Don't worry, the Great Wall has magic power. It can block the power of the frost god, Melisandre said softly. A year ago, the bodies were resurrected under the Great Wall, John said with a frown. They must have been resurrected outside the Great Wall and pretended to be corpses to sneak into Dark Castle, the red-robed woman said with certainty. Yrgrit, who had been watching from the side, walked through the crowd and carefully glanced at the white dragon. She looked up at Dany and said, "Dragon Queen, we are going to send them off. Who are you?" "Giants and freedmen. If you leave Dark Castle, you have to wear shackles," Dany reminded. Outside the Great Wall, in the empty space between the old and new camps, the barbarians built a huge crematorium. It was almost as big as a football field. The lower level was stacked with pine trunks and branches that were half a meter high. The branches were filled with half-dried leaves and weed. The pile of firewood was piled high with corpses. It was a shocking sight, but when Dany asked for the number, she was shocked to find that there were surprisingly few. There were only 8 giants, less than 1,000 warriors, and hundreds of old, weak women and children. There were also many dead mammoths and warhorses, but they were not cremated. The night watchers had cut their flesh and preserved it in the ice cave under the Great Wall. Well, Dany was not a cold-hearted person. She did not want more barbarians to die just to get more soul essence. More importantly, she saw Stannis's horse trampling through the camp in the morning. Hundreds of thousands of barbarians rushed into the forest and trampled on the ground. There were definitely more than 2,000 dead. Even more than 8 giants died. The number is wrong. Chapter 320. Thousands of people surrounded the north side of the crematorium. There were savages, giants, and night watchers to maintain order. Dany rode on Little White's back and fought at the front. Beside her were Barristan and several senior members of the Night Watchers. Stannis led the red-robed woman and a group of knights to the east corner. There were more than 200 corpses of House Lu's soldiers. The number is wrong. Dany frowned and asked Red Pomegranate, Lord Steward, where are the rest of the corpses? The number of freemen should be around 3,000 to 5,000. It's off by half. And I saw it with my own eyes, at least 12 of them died. At noon, she had personally given Red Pomegranate the task of collecting the corpses and organizing the barbarians to burn the wood that night. She did not expect the task to be so bad. It's deep in the woods. We don't dare to go in. Bowen Maxey said. Why not? Are there deviant ghosts? If they don't burn the corpses, they will turn into corpses. John sighed helplessly and said, I'm not sure if there are deviant ghosts, but there are many barbarians hiding in the woods. 2 brothers in black who collected the corpses had their eyes gouged out and their tongues cut out. Their heads were hung on branches at the edge of the woods. Dany's face darkened and she cursed in a low voice, Those bastards don't know what's good for them. Do you know which bastard did it? The Weeper, Yrgrit, who was standing behind John, shouted, The Weeper likes to gouge people's eyes out. When everyone looked at her, Red Pomegranate winked at John proudly. John turned his head and touched his nose awkwardly. The Weeper is a vicious barbarian raider. I know the Weeper. Mance sent him to draw away the main forces of Dark Castle. The one who led the team to stop him was Lord Steward Maxey, right? Dany raised her eyebrows and looked at Red Pomegranate. You said you won the battle? You didn't even kill the enemy leader. What kind of victory is that? The Weeper brought 300 raiders. Red Pomegranate felt wronged. But you also had more than 200 rangers. Red Pomegranate did not speak. Dany asked again, Why didn't you send the barbarians to collect the corpses? They will run away. Alas! Dany smiled bitterly. So, what are you going to do with the corpses in the ghost forest? John said, perhaps the barbarians will burn the corpses of their own people. They all know that corpses can be resurrected. That's right, we're not as stupid as you. Ygritte nodded. While they were still discussing the corpses in the forest, Stannis and the others next door were already bidding farewell to their old friend. The night is long and danger lurks everywhere. We mortals live and die alone, at a loss, hesitating in the valley. Stannis and the red-robed woman stood side by side at the front. Hundreds of people lined up and knelt on one knee, chanting in unison, solemn and respectful. Boom! The red-robed woman waved her hand, and the entire bonfire seemed to have been splashed with gasoline. In an instant, 7 feet of flame soared up, and the high-temperature wave crossed dozens of meters, blowing the hair on Dany's forehead into a mess. Let's begin. Dany looked around and didn't find anyone who looked like a priest. She couldn't help but ask, are there no priests among the free people? We believe in the old gods, and they have no priests, said Mance's pretty sister-in-law. The old gods only have faces carved into tree trunks. They have noses, eyes, and mouth. Unfortunately, they can't speak or guide you in chanting. Sir Alistair mocked. Where is Friar Sileta? Why don't we let him make a cameo appearance? Dany came up with a bad idea. I am the last giant. I don't have any companions. Ygritte suddenly started singing, scaring Dany and the people around her. The last giant came from the mountains. We once ruled the world. The little people stole the forests, stole the mountains, stole the rivers. At first, Dany didn't think much of it. You're just a small female savage. How are you a giant? But gradually, the smile on her face disappeared. The sadness in Ygritte's song was so clear that no one could escape from it, and no one could laugh at it. Whale paused for a moment, then followed in a low voice. They built a wall in the valley, and caught all the fish in the stream. More and more savages joined in. Thousands of them formed a chorus, and their bleak voice was like a giant wave crushing a sandcastle. It easily drowned out the prayers of the Red God believers. They lit a fire in the stone hall. They forged a sharp spear. And I was alone in the mountains. I had no companions, only tears. Chased by dogs in the day. Torches in the night. Because giants in the sun, the little people couldn't eat or sleep. I am the last giant. Remember my song. One day I will leave, and my song will fade away. The silence will last for a long, long time. The song stopped. Only the howling of the wind and the crackling of the crematorium next door could be heard. In the dim light of the torches, the faces of the savages glistened with tears. After a long silence, Dany sighed. This isn't your song. It's not the song of the free people beyond the Great Wall. This is our song, the last giant. You and Jon are the same. You know nothing. Ygritte said excitedly. You're the one who doesn't know. All of you, you know nothing. Dany rolled her eyes and said angrily, this song, the last giant, belongs to the previous civilization, the children of the forest and the giant. And the people who destroyed them were you, the savages beyond the Great Wall, the Southerners, collectively known as the ancestors. I can hear the sadness and pain in your song, and it seems to match the sadness and despair in this song. But your misfortune is entirely your own fault. You don't want to improve yourself, and you're looking for death. All the savages stared at her angrily. If she wasn't riding on Little White's back, some of them might have rushed over to beat her up. What are you looking at? The Dragon Queen had a dragon's gallbladder, so she wasn't scared at all in the face of public condemnation. Her eyes were wide open, and she roared in an even louder voice than before, look at you. Wearing animal skins and holding wooden sticks, you eat raw meat and drink blood, and you don't work at all. What's the difference between you and savages? Oh, I forgot. You are the savages. But haven't you forgotten one thing? Your ancestors, the ancestors who came to this world from the land of Urso, defeated the children of the forest with superior technology and social system, and expelled the giant. 10,000 years have passed, and your civilization has regressed. Your social system has collapsed, and the technology of forging bronze has become the heirloom of a few tribes. Don't you feel ashamed? You still have the face to sing The Last Giant? The giants and the children of the forest were persecuted by the ancestors, but who went beyond the Great Wall to persecute you? Hasn't it always been the savages who attacked the Great Wall? Or is it persecuting you because you're not allowed to cross the Great Wall to rob the people in the north? The deviant ghosts are persecuting us. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. Yagaret was very bold. Thousands of savages were speechless and pale because of Dragon Queen's words, and she was the only one who dared to talk back. You've got guts. Danny nodded and said lightly, Then let me ask you, how much food have you prepared for this winter? Is it enough for 2 years? Of course it wasn't enough. Other than John, Yagaret didn't have any personal property. I'm a spearwoman, a raider, she argued. So, you don't cross the Great Wall and rob the savages beyond the Great Wall. The ones who oppress the savages are your own people. Danny sneered. This time, even the sharp-tongued red-haired girl was stunned. Old Yimont, like the night watchers nearby, smiled happily, and there was a sense of relief and pride in his smile. Your Majesty, it's time to light the fire, the old scholar reminded slowly. His little white jumped up, and Big Black glided over from the Great Wall like a ghost. The 2 dragons circled at a low altitude and suddenly spat out a bright red pillar of fire. The pillar of fire was about 15 meters long, and the sky nearby was lit up. Boom! The divine punishment swept across the crematorium like a sharp sword. The heat was oppressive, the flames were burning, and the waves of fire were rolling. In the sea of fire, the Megalosaurus flew freely. The savages, the night watchers, and even Stannis and his knights were stunned. This is the Megalosaurus. Under the flickering fire, Stannis's expression was uncertain. Suddenly, he seemed to have made a decision. His dark blue eyes were filled with determination. A true dragon must have its own dragon. That black dragon seems to be in a strange state. Melisandre's red eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. His Big Black roared excitedly, and the dragon flames in its mouth became more intense. In the sea of consciousness that outsiders could not see, a rainstorm of 5 colors fell like a waterfall. The 9-colored vortex that was originally rotating sluggishly was like a lubricated bearing, spinning at high speed and creating a huge tornado in the sea of consciousness that was like a pool of magma. What's wrong? The magic dragon is cruel by nature. Now that it can spit fire to burn people even if it's a corpse, they are still very excited, Earl Fair of Fallwood City said disapprovingly. We also need magic dragons. Sir Sanj gnashed his brown rotten teeth, and said in a low and powerful voice, Dragons have 3 heads, and His Majesty Stannis is also a true dragon. The pink-cheeked Sir Justin Marseille reminded, She's a little different. We all saw during the day that she was riding a black dragon. She came back from the south at night, and until now, she has been riding on the white dragon's back. Both dragons were obedient, and there was no sign of resistance. And we all know that dragons have 3 heads because a dragon knight can only ride 1 dragon, and the extra dragon must be found for another dragon knight. Sanj laughed and said in a low voice, I heard that every night when she is resting in the king's tower, the 2 dragons will be outside, and many night watchers will stand in the courtyard and openly peek at the Megalosaurus. Why don't your Majesty try to communicate with them tonight, since there is no danger, and if you can subdue one of them? Stannis' heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the red-robed lady with a serious face. What do you think? Melisandre thought for a moment and said, We can try, but the chances are not high. You know better than me that a dragon will only recognize 1 dragon knight. Maybe her dragon is different. I heard that Barristan rode his black dragon and landed in Dark Castle. Maybe that black dragon is a cheap product that doesn't have the integrity of a true dragon. Sir Songo grinned, revealing a mouth full of rotten teeth. The red-robed lady glanced at him and shook her head. I saw human wisdom and rationality in the black dragon's eyes. Barristan could ride a dragon because of the Dragon Queen's order. If this speculation is true, then it's even more terrifying. Sir Justin Marseille's pink face turned pale. Then, the blue eyes of this noble began to flicker with an unknown light. Sir Richard Hope, whose face was full of pockmarks, laughed softly and reminded softly, "Actually, we all know that there is a simpler and more effective way." Chapter 321. Dany did not know that in the short half an hour that she rode the dragon and breathed fire to set the crematorium on fire, the Deer Association had reached a tacit agreement and prepared a set of attacks to deal with her. But she did not need to know. Without the three-eyed crow interfering with her thoughts, she planned to leave the Great Wall tomorrow morning. As for tonight, do you know why I rode the dragon and breathed fire for half an hour? Blackie returned to the top of the Great Wall, while Dany rode on Whitey and landed on the empty ground between the crowd and the flames. Without waiting for the people who looked at her and the white dragon in awe to reply, Dany said loudly, "Without a doubt, I was showing off. Because I wanted to intimidate some people. They hide in dark corners and stare at me and my dragon with envy and jealousy. They whisper like rats and plot a vicious scheme that cannot see the light of day." The people's expressions changed. The Night Watchers, Barristan, and some quick-witted barbarians all looked at the Deer Association members who were walking toward them. Erlu's square face was so long that it looked like a donkey's face. The muscles on his square chin bulged, and he gritted his teeth. The red-robed woman was bewildered. She guessed that the Dragon Queen, who knew magic, had predicted their scheme, and wondered why she could not keep her composure. Did she want to flip the table? Some of the Deer Association's knights and knights had gloomy expressions. Some of them looked at the Dragon Queen with angry eyes. Some of them had resolute expressions, and their right hands unconsciously pressed on the hilt of the longsword hanging on the left side of their waists. Some of them looked at the dragon that breathed out sparks of fire, and their hearts trembled. Dany did not seem to have noticed, and she continued to curse loudly. "Those people violate human ethics, are heartless, have broken etiquette, and violate tradition. They have no sense of honor enough." Stannis could not bear it any more, and he shouted, "We are not even afraid of death. Why would we be intimidated by the Megalosaurus's fire?" Dany was stunned for a moment, and she asked innocently, "What are you talking about? When did I intimidate you?" She pointed at the dark ghost forest behind her, and said in an aggrieved tone, "I was intimidating the barbarians in the forest. When the crematorium was lit, many snakes, insects, rats, and ants were attracted to it. At this moment, a large group of shameless bastards were peeping from the tree branches. The reason why I rode the dragon and spit fire was to show them the might of the Megalosaurus. I wanted them to feel the fear of a true dragon so that they wouldn't dare to harm the heroes guarding the Great Wall. Well, did you know that 2 Night Watchers were beheaded this afternoon? Why did you guys take it as a given?" Erlu's soul seemed to have been hit and crushed by a heavy truck driving at high speed. His robust body trembled violently, and his elongated donkey face shrunk into a round and smooth face. His facial expression kept changing colors. The anxious and worried expressions of the Night Watchers and Barristan also froze, cracked, and then twisted. "Don't tell me you're really planning something that goes against justice?" Dany asked curiously. Stannis gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he turned around and strode towards the city gate. The soldiers of the Deer faction glared at the Queen on the dragon's back, and then turned around and left. Barristan walked to Whitey's side and whispered, "Your Majesty, you shouldn't provoke Stannis like that. If you push him too far, he might really do something unjust. Do you think that if I don't provoke him, he won't do anything to me?" Dany looked at the leaving Deer faction knights and sneered. "When I was burning the corpses, I felt an almost tangible malice coming from Stannis. With the second soul ring, the dragon spirit's sense of danger had improved. It almost had the ability of the House of Stark Direwolf, it could sense the enemy's malice. Well, the previous dragon spirit could only sense danger, Danny's life and death crisis. As for the direwolves, whether it was Rob's Grey Wind or John's Whitey, they could clearly smell out the identity of the traitor. Before the bloody wedding and John's assassination, Grey Wind and Whitey had already warned their master and barked and bit at the traitor. However, the two brothers had the same temperament. They thought that their wolves had gone mad and personally locked them up in cages. Then they both died. Even Arya's Nymeria could sense other people's malice. Actually, Rickon's furry dog could also, but before the second soul ring appeared, the Megalosaurus was inferior to the wolves. Blackie and the other two could not do this. They could not sense other people's malice towards Danny before it turned into real danger. She was not sure if it was the Green Prophet's meditation technique that strengthened the two dragons, or the meditation technique that gave Danny a beast-like sense, or maybe it was a combination of both. In short, when Stannis and the others were plotting against her, she felt malice from them. It was an irritating emotion that could be easily ignored and misjudged. Whitey passed the White Knight and walked over majestically with its wings on the ground. The crowd parted like a river meeting a reef. Danny stood steadily on the dragon's back. The savages and night watchers looked at her from all directions. Under the dim light of the torches, thousands of pairs of eyes shone like stars. Some were doubtful, some were respectful. "I need a daredevil squad, about 100 men," she shouted to the starry eyes. "What for? To fight with the Iron Knights of the Red Heart? Count me in. I've been annoyed by them for a long time." Ygritte's blue eyes shone with excitement. "Wah!" The night watchers' expressions changed. Their eyes were shrouded with deep and solemn emotions. "Nonsense!" Danny stopped smiling and shouted at the red-haired girl, "Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. I, Danny Rise, will never go back on my words. The moment I came to the Great Wall, I put aside my personal grudges. I only wanted to stop the otherworldly ghosts from coming south for the people of the Seven Kingdoms, for the whole world. Even if others look at me coldly and point their swords at me, I will not change my mind. I will remember my mission and move forward." Ygritte's round face was full of shock. With her flat nose and uneven white teeth in her big mouth, she looked very silly. "Sigh, this is the magnanimity and responsibility of a king. You barbarian spearwoman, surely you don't understand." Danny shook her head and looked up at the full moon in the sky. Her face was sad and lonely because she was not understood. "Your Majesty," Barristan, Ymont, and the others were emotional. They looked at Her Majesty with respect and sadness. "Long live Her Majesty Danny Rise." Sir Alliser, the backbone of the Dragon Gang, raised his hand and shouted, "Long live Her Majesty Danny Rise." 4 or 5 night watchers echoed. These were the old remnants of the dragon family who had gathered around Sir Alliser in the past few days. They were commonly known as the remnants of the previous dynasty. It was not easy. Danny rode a dragon from the old town to the Great Wall. She had almost traveled through the northern and southern continents of Westeros, but she had only found these old loyal officials at the Great Wall. "Don't be so high-profile. Don't affect the Ghost Resistance United Front." Danny pressed down with both hands. When the old men stopped panting, she said, "I need a suicide squad with chains, hemp rope, nets, and other tools to sneak into the depths of the haunted forest and find the barbarian corpses that no one cares about. There's no need to bring the corpses back or burn them. Our goal this time is to capture the otherworldly ghost. Use the chains to lock the corpse's feet and the other end of the chains to the tree trunk. The white ghosts have been circling the barbarian camp and love to revive the corpses. We'll revive them. We'll tie up the corpses at night and harvest a few hundred ghouls tomorrow morning. Of course, the ghouls won't be of much use. They'll rot into puddles after being transported to the south of the Great Wall. But we still have hunting nets, traps, and other tools. We'll set up traps around the corpses and wait for the white ghosts to revive them." At this point, Dany couldn't help but laugh. This was also her last mission at the Great Wall. If you came to the Great Wall and didn't see the otherworldly ghosts, you wouldn't be a hero. There was definitely danger, but with the Dragon Queen riding on the dragon's back, the truly dangerous work was left to the Suicide Squad. She decided that when the plan succeeded, she would harvest a batch of otherworldly ghosts tomorrow morning. Regardless of whether she caught the ghouls or not, she would leave the Westeros. Her responsibility was done. The Night Watchers and Barbarians were all stunned. Their jaws almost fell to the ground. Brilliant, brilliant! Sir Alliser was the first to recover and praised loudly. Very good, Sir Alliser's courage is commendable. He's the first to sign up for the Suicide Squad. Dany also praised loudly. Sir Alliser's thumbs up froze in midair, and his smile froze on his face like rotten milk. Boss, what did I do wrong? Why did you have to do this to me? Tell me, I'll definitely listen, and I'll definitely change. Dany did not look at the Dragon faction loyalists. Instead, she looked at the crowd and announced, I was the one who formed the Suicide Squad. Naturally, my White Knight and I are also part of the squad. Your Majesty's idea is good. Count me in. Jon immediately raised his hand. Ygritte glanced at Jon and shouted, I'll go too, I'll go too. I'll join. Count me in. With Dany leading the way, 400 to 500 volunteers rushed over. There were Night Watchers, Barbarians, Spearwomen, and Raiders. Chief, take people to the warehouse and prepare chains, hemp ropes, traps, dragon crystal weapons, and other tools. Dany ordered Red Pomegranate. She suddenly thought of the problem of the signal and asked, Do you have any fireworks here? Those expensive magic items made by fire warlocks? Red Pomegranate shook her head and smiled bitterly. We don't even have enough food to eat. How can we afford such luxuries? Then prepare 100 gongs. I wonder if the deviants will be scared away. Dany thought with a strange expression. With hundreds of people working together, they could still move quickly. In less than half an hour, 20 horses with chains, barrels, traps, and other supplies were led to the crematorium by Red Pomegranate and the other Night Watchers. At the same time, Sir Mallister and Barristan selected 50 rangers and 50 barbarians from the volunteers. The 100-man Suicide Squad was then divided into 20 small teams of 5. Each team had a leader and a horse assigned to them. Beside the crematorium, the Night Watchers set up a wooden table. 3 wooden stakes were nailed to the ground side by side, and a door was placed on top of it. The map of the haunted forest, drawn by the Night Watchers, was spread out on the table. Dany stood in front of the table and assigned tasks to the members of the Death Squad. We will enter the forest from here. She drew a line on the map. The giants fled into the forest from this position. Stannis chased them for 3 to 4 kilometers, so there must be some giant bodies nearby. The barbarian bodies can be ignored for the time being, but the giants' bodies must be destroyed immediately. Then follow this route. Well, when Stannis raided the barbarian camp in the morning, I saw most of the freemen running along this route. This was originally a forest path. Ygritte said. I know. Dany nodded. The deviants like to follow the migrating barbarians. The probability of the corpses appearing in this direction is the highest. What if we encounter the barbarians? Jon asked worriedly. So, we need an arrowhead. Dany smiled and tapped twice on her breastplate. Sir Barristan, Sir Alliser, Ygritte and I will be the vanguard. We will be in the position of the arrow. The other 19 teams will be distributed in a diamond shape and follow behind us. Of course, the teams in the rear may also encounter the barbarians. There are freemen in each team. Let them negotiate. And my 2 dragons are hovering in the sky. If there is an accident, they can help at any time. Chapter 3:22. The area beyond the Great Wall was bitterly cold. The temperature was low, and the days were short. It sounded like the Arctic Circle, a barren land of ice and snow. In fact, this was not the case. The area beyond the Great Wall was almost equivalent to Canada in the world of ice and fire. North of the Great Wall was similar to the Canadian forest in the northern section of the Rocky Mountains. Well, the people in this world called it the Ghost Forest. It started from 800 meters north of the Great Wall and spread north for more than 1,000 kilometers. Of course, due to the short sunshine, the forest became thinner the further north it was. It was far less dense than the trees near the Great Wall. It was too dense. Under the full moon, the area beyond the Great Wall seemed to be covered with a layer of silver-gray gauze. People and things around could be seen clearly without holding a torch. But as soon as they stepped into the forest, endless darkness came. Then, a cold air mixed with the smell of damp leaves and decay drowned people like waves. Looking down, even the moonlight was rarely seen on the ground. There were many evergreen trees in the forest, tall and straight soldier pines, tall and straight sentinel trees, and iron trees with dark green leaves that were almost black. The branches were connected to the branches densely. Not to mention that the moonlight couldn't penetrate, the Suicide Squad members walking in the forest even felt that even the air was frozen, heavy and suffocating. Hey, another giant's body was found. Like a dexterous little monkey, Yrgrit turned over slippery wet stones, crossed a dark trunk that fell in a gurgling stream, and came to the side of a hairy giant. A female giant, Saw, I know her. Yrgrit's voice was nasal, and she was so sad that she almost cried. 2 years ago, my horse slipped in the canyon, and I broke my leg. Saw carried me back. Danny floated to the red-haired woman like a ghost, carefully looked at the wound of the gray-haired giant, and said, the left waist was stabbed by a sword. The wound was not fatal, but the bleeding was not stopped in time, and it bled to death. John led the horse through the stream and whispered, Yrgrit, don't be so reckless. If it has become a ghoul, it will be too unfair to rush over and be slapped to death by it. I don't have a dragon, but I can't lose to her in courage. The red-haired woman pointed at Danny and said. Barristan's mouth twitched. You've found the wrong person to compare with. Her Majesty the Queen did not come at all. Yep, Danny was patrolling in the sky while riding on her dragon. On the ground, the Queen who fought bravely for first place was just a shadow, a mental projection. This should be the last giant's corpse. It's also the smallest, so it can be used as bait, Danny said. They had already gone 10 kilometers into the forest and found 7 giant corpses along the way. Most of them died because they lost too much blood and didn't have time to treat them. Dahe's sole injury had been healed. It had been following the Suicide Squad with Little White, hovering 300 meters above the forest. Whenever the giant's body was found, or Danny called, or other team members rang the gong, Dahe would come down to pick it up and fly away. Apart from the giants, they also encountered quite a number of barbarian camps. It was a very small campsite, with only a tribe of dozens or hundreds of people. After a battle in the morning, Mons was captured, and the more than 100,000 barbarians who had united were once again in a state of disunity. When encountering such a campsite, the Suicide Squad would send the barbarians to communicate and tell the barbarians about the Suicide Squad's plan to capture the deviant ghosts, so that they would understand that the Night Watchers were not here to hunt down the barbarians and would not harass their small campsite. Most of the time, there was no conflict, because the 2 dragons would fly over the camp first, roaring as they did so. Well, 20 Suicide Squads formed a diamond-shaped formation and sneaked in the forest, covering an area of less than 2 square kilometers. It was too easy for 2 dragons to patrol 2 square kilometers. It was also because a dragon flew over their heads almost every 3 minutes that the Suicide Squad maintained high morale in such a dark and dangerous forest. Hiss hiss, when Danny decided on the position to be the bait, Dahe immediately let out 2 rapid dragon roars. 2 roars means that the arrow team has stopped. We should also look for a place to set up the trap. The team that heard the roars immediately stopped and began to set up the trap. In fact, they had encountered a lot of barbarian corpses along the way, most of which were concentrated within 5 kilometers of the edge of the forest. The suicide squad alone had encountered nearly 1,000 corpses. It could be guessed that there were more corpses in the forest that had not been discovered. However, the iron chains carried by the suicide squad were limited, and it was impossible to tie every corpse. They could only try their best to move forward and keep the deviant ghosts 5 kilometers away from the edge. Well, the reason why Danny went 10 kilometers deep into the ghost forest was because she wanted to keep the deviant ghosts 8 to 10 kilometers away from the edge of the forest. In short, if Danny encountered a deviant ghost 10 kilometers away and killed, caught, or drove it away, then the corpses in the forest behind her would be safe. The suicide squad's diamond-shaped formation was like a shield, protecting the thousands of barbarian corpses behind them until dawn. Of course, this was the most perfect ending. The story might not necessarily happen according to Danny's script. Cut off its hands and left foot, Danny said to Baristan. Why? Saw is dead and still wants to be bait. She's already pitiful enough, and you still want to insult her body, Yrgrat shouted from the tree. Danny looked up. The branches blocked Yrgrat's small body, and it was easy to miss her. However, deviant ghosts did not rely on their eyes to find prey. They could sense the breath of the living. She sneered. If it comes back to life, with its full beard and tail, with the strength of a giant, the pitiful person will be you. The red-haired girl was stunned and said, "The branches are blocking my view, and I can't see the deviant ghost below. Since there's no way to hide, why not cut off the branches nearby and let the moonlight fall?" 10 meters away, John, who was squatting beside a tree stump and tied a rope, turned his head and advised, "Maybe if you climb high enough, the deviant ghost can't smell the breath of the living on you. The branches will always make you safer. Also, there's a bell that can remind you of the deviant ghost's arrival." Well, John pulled a circle of rope nearby with a small bell hanging on it. No matter how powerful the deviant ghost was, it couldn't fly, right? If they wanted to revive the corpse, they would have to bring the bell. However, no one knew the casting distance of the deviant ghost. If it could revive the corpse from a few hundred meters away, then their efforts tonight would be in vain. In order to prevent this from happening, Danny arranged 3 corpse guards for each team. This was what Yrgrat and Sir Alistair were doing at the moment. They found a tall and straight sentinel tree, climbed up to the top, and wrapped cloth soaked in oil around the trunk at the top. If the situation was critical, they would immediately ignite it because deviant ghosts were afraid of fire. Under normal circumstances, they could not ignite the treetops to avoid scaring them away. After all, the purpose of this operation was to capture deviant ghosts. Then, they would find a stable branch under the oilcloth and tie a hemp rope around their waists to stabilize their bodies so that they would not fall when they dozed off. Well, they also had to prepare a fur coat to protect them from the cold and a pot of strong wine to warm their bodies. The corpse guards would keep an eye on the grass and trees nearby. If they found deviant ghosts, they would immediately ring the gong to summon the Megalosaurus and the hunting team. The 3 corpse guards were separated by 30 meters 50 meters, forming a triangle around the corpses that were tied to their ankles. As for whether or not the gong would scare the deviant ghosts away, deviant ghosts that could be scared away by the sound of the gong would not be scared by humans. Of course, if the deviant ghosts were intelligent enough, they could judge that there was an ambush by the sound of the gong and might actually retreat. However, Danny and the others knew nothing about deviant ghosts. Even if the gong scared the deviant ghosts away, they could at least guess the deviant ghost's intelligence level. In addition to the 3 corpse guards, there was one more, Danny called it the Deathmaker. Since they could not judge the deviant ghost's intelligence level, they could not be sure if the deviant ghosts would be scared away by the gong. In this regard, Danny had her own plans. If the deviant ghosts were not intelligent enough and did not run away when they heard the gong, that would naturally be the ideal situation. If the deviant ghosts were intelligent enough and guessed that there was a trap and planned to escape, Then it would be time for the Deathmaker to appear. Intelligent people definitely had a temper. If a human slid down from a tree, stood on the flat ground, raised his iron sword, and shouted, "Bastard, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? See if I don't cut off your ice-cold little Gigi." Oh, Danny was very curious. How would the deviant ghosts, who were originally planning to retreat, react? And John was the Deathmaker. It was not that Danny wanted to take the opportunity to kill her nephew. Who asked him to have a steel sword from Valeglia? In the 5-man team, in addition to the corpse guards and the Deathmaker, there was also a mobile night team. Didn't each team have a horse? After removing the chains, oil pipes, traps, hunting nets, ropes, strong wine, sausages, and other items, the workhorse became a warhorse, and riding on a warhorse became a knight. There were many stones, roots, and puddles under the trees. Visibility was poor at night, and if one was not careful, the horse would fall down. Ordinary people did not have the ability to ride a horse in the ghost shadow forest. In the complicated forest terrain, it was difficult to not get lost in the day. However, the rangers of the night guards were not ordinary people. A small team of rangers, 3 men and 3 horses, could patrol the boundless ghost shadow forest for a few months. During this period, they could only rely on their survival skills, which were better than Bear Grylls, to find food and drink for themselves. They also had to deal with the wild beasts and savages in the forest. Riding a horse in the forest at night, not getting lost, not falling down, and avoiding the arrows of the savages were only basic skills. Without these skills, they would not survive their first patrol mission. Therefore, the rangers were the strongest and most honorable occupation of the night guards. When they first arrived at the Great Wall, John was depressed, annoyed, and complained for a long time because he was not assigned to the ranger team. That was until Sam told him the significance of the Commander-in-Chief's affairs officer, the next Commander-in-Chief of the Night Guards. Well, he digressed. The Rangers would ride their horses and gather in the center of the diamond formation. There were 20 riders, and they would again form 4 cavalry teams. Each team would have 5 riders, and the 4 teams would guard the 4 corners of the diamond formation. Danny would not let the Deathmaker die without any preparation. If there was a deviant ghost at a hunting spot, the corresponding cavalry team would immediately rush over to help. Well, before the ranger team arrived at the battlefield, Danny would not send the Megalosaurus to the forest to breathe fire. What if a deviant ghost hid in the side and threw a javelin at her dragon? Wouldn't she cry? Of course, Danny also prepared a trump card. If the situation was urgent, she could only throw White Knight down to save the situation. White Knight's fighting skills were excellent. With Valeglia's iron armor and iron sword, she could definitely fight a deviant ghost alone. Chapter 323. The diamond-shaped formation was placed horizontally in the ghost shadow forest. The hunting points at the north and south ends were more than 600 meters apart, and the east and west ends were about 2.5 kilometers apart. There were a total of 20 hunting teams in this long and narrow area. In the sky, Little White was circling back and forth at an altitude of 300 meters. Could make one round in less than 2 minutes. The hunting point that John was stationed at was at the northernmost end. About 300 meters behind it, there was a small hill beside a stream. It was the base of Barristan's cavalry team. At the top of the hill, a bonfire was burning. 5 men and 1 woman sat around it. There were 4 rangers, Barristan and Danny. This place was almost the center of the diamond-shaped formation. Therefore, Danny was also guarding there with Big Black. If there was any movement, she would be able to rush over to provide support as quickly as possible. Well, Danny was currently in the true form of the Queen. With 5 knights acting as meat shields beside her, she was not afraid at all even if the deviant ghosts sneaked over. 2 of the 4 rangers were acquaintances of Danny. They were the former Royal Forest Bandit Ulma and the commander of the Shadow Tower, Sir Mallister. The remaining 2 men in black were also around 40 years old. They were all experienced rangers with more than 10 years of patrolling experience in the Ghost Shadow Forest. In the professional terms of modern novels, the 4 of them were all elite soldiers. I was born to belong to the forest. When I was young, I was a bandit in the royal forest who robbed the rich to help the poor. When I was middle-aged, I was sent to the Great Wall and spent the rest of my life in this forest. I dare say that I can find him before the other ghosts smell me. Alma picked up the leather pouch and took a sip of wine. He bared his teeth and bragged to the queen. Sir Mallister frowned and said with a heavy expression, "Be careful. This operation was a little rushed. We should have arrived at noon. We did not scout the terrain, and the traps were not perfect. There's nothing we can do about it. The deviant ghosts move at night. After tonight, the corpses will be revived. There's no time for us to make arrangements," Sir Barristan said. Alma chewed on half of the sausage, and the grey beard at the side of his mouth shook with the sound of chewing. He asked in a muffled voice, "Your Majesty, where did you go in the afternoon? I heard from the red-robed woman that you were fighting with the servants of Yesgod?" The old ranger regretted it as soon as he asked. As expected, the atmosphere around them froze in an instant. His 4 companions looked at him strangely, then curiously peeked at Queen Dany. Wu Irma quickly gulped down a mouthful of wine and swallowed the meat in his mouth. He forced a smile and said, "I drank too much and became muddle-headed. How can I ask about your Majesty's secret?" Dany rolled her eyes at him. "It was supposed to be an honorable battle, but now that you've said it, it's become a shameful affair." The old ranger's face reddened, and he didn't know what to do. "I met the three-eyed crow." Dany didn't plan to hide it. The witch in Hujian County, the ghost of Noble Heart, knew about it, and so did Melisandre. If the red-robed woman knew, it meant that the higher-ups of the Deer Party knew as well. She did not believe that Erlu was not as curious as Wu Irma. Three-eyed crow? The light of the fire illuminated everyone's bewildered faces. "You've never heard of it? Isn't there a three-eyed crow in the legends of the Northern Territory?" Dany was also confused. "No, I'm from White Harbor, and I've never heard of the three-eyed crow." A gray-blonde night watcher named Dustin Snow shook his head. "Then, have you heard of the Green Prophet?" Dany asked again. "I've heard of it. There are 100 legends in the Northern Territory, and 90 of them are related to the Green Prophet," Dustin said in surprise. "The characters in the fairy tales are the same as the eccentrics, children of the forest, and deviant ghosts. Rational people wouldn't believe in their existence. I didn't believe in them for decades, but now—" A bitter smile appeared on Sir Mallister's determined face. "Could it be that the three-eyed crow is the Green Prophet? Did he find his Majesty?" Barristan asked in concern. "Yes, deviant ghosts are real, and so is the Green Prophet. The three-eyed crow is this generation's Green Prophet." Dany turned to the White Knight sternly and asked, "When we were having lunch in Young Halberd City, we saw a few crows in the tavern. Do you still remember? At that time, I had a slight feeling that I was being watched, but you didn't find anything even after you checked your surroundings. It was only when we left Young Halberd City and entered the Dorne Desert that the uncomfortable feeling of being watched disappeared." "Could it be that the three-eyed crow found us at that time?" Barristan's expression changed drastically. "He found me, but it has nothing to do with you." Alma was entranced by her words, and he couldn't help but ask, "The three-eyed crow has been watching you all this time?" "I know about shapeshifters, and I also know about Oriel, the first master of the goshawk, and the Six Forms man. The Green Prophet is a shapeshifter of a higher level. Could it be that he has a three-eyed crow as his companion, and he used the crow to follow you and monitor your every move?" "You know quite a lot." Dany looked at the old bandit in surprise. Alma grinned proudly before he said in disgust, "I've dealt with the barbarians for decades, and I've been watched and tracked countless times by the shapeshifter's animal companions. They were very difficult to deal with, and I almost died several times. Those shapeshifters are all monsters, and their souls can enter the bodies of wild beasts. It's like wearing a beast's skin. Danny stared at the raging flames and said slowly, "Shapeshifters aren't monsters, and monsters come from the shadow's heart and distorted human nature. It's just like how some people use swords to kill people, and there are also people who use swords to guard the borders and protect the peace of the Seven Kingdoms. There's no distinction between evil and righteousness in the sword itself, and the key lies in whether the sword wielder's heart is bright or not." Alma nodded thoughtfully. "Your Majesty, your state of mind is really open-minded. The Green Prophet treated you like that, yet you can still speak up for the shapeshifters. Reason is reason, and you shouldn't distort facts because of personal feelings." The Queen's words caused several night watchers to nod repeatedly. "However, you guessed one thing wrong, and the Green Prophet's methods are far superior to those of the shapeshifters." Danny sighed and stretched out her right hand. The bonfire's flames danced and took the shape of a cow, a horse, a snake, a dragon, and so on. They had noses and eyes, and their fur and scales could be faintly seen. They roared and galloped around, and they were all very lifelike. She then said calmly, "It's just like how fire wizards are proficient in controlling flames, and the Green Prophet is gifted in soul magic. When I was being monitored by the Green Prophet's crows and the shapeshifter's animal companions, I could detect that something was amiss. If you sent crows to monitor me, you would surely alert the enemy, and the gains wouldn't make up for the losses." Danny turned toward Barristan and explained, "The three-eyed crow left a wisp of his soul in my sea of consciousness, and the battle between him and me was a contest at the soul level. This is why I didn't inform you." The knot in White Knight's heart disappeared, and she became worried again. She asked, "Does the Green Prophet want to control you like he controls his animal companions?" Hateful. The expressions of Mallister and the other night watchers changed drastically, and they started cursing loudly. "Humans aren't animals, and I'm not an ordinary person. If the Green Prophet dares to enter my soul openly, he will surely be courting death. His methods are gentle and cunning, and he's like a treacherous official with a glib tongue, who uses words to bewitch a muddle-headed king." When Danny saw that the more they listened, the more confused they became, she told them about the evil god's whispers and the evil god's deeds in the underground palace of the Jade Sea Lightning Island. "Is it so terrifying to just whisper in your ear?" Alma was skeptical. "If it were me, I would just ignore the evil god's whispers and see what he can do to me. The evil god and the Green Prophet didn't whisper in your ear, and you can't resist the whispers that come from your soul. The whispers on the soul level are like the cold wind on the body. If you stand naked in ice and snow, how can you resist the attack of the cold wind?" "I wear clothes and put on a fur coat," the old ranger said. "That's the key. You're an ordinary person who doesn't know witchcraft or magic. When faced with a soul attack, your soul is as helpless as a plain-clothed soldier on the battlefield who doesn't have leather or mail armor. As for me, I know magic, and I have a dragon as my companion. My soul is fully armed. Even so, I'm still affected. Just like you now, wearing a thick fur coat, you're still attacked by the cold wind, and you have to stay warm by the fire." "I see." The 5 people by the fire were deep in thought, and they understood how terrifying the evil god's whispers were. "If the Green Prophet has his eyes on me, won't I be doomed?" Alma said worriedly. "Ha ha." The men in black laughed. "Alma, if the Green Prophet has his eyes on you, you can brag about it for the rest of your life. Your Majesty, are you still troubled by the Green Prophet's whispers?" Barristan asked worriedly as he tightened the goatskin cloak around him. Hee, you also saw that damned crow. Now, no evil god can affect me through the soul whispers because my soul is covered with a layer of Valeglia's steel armor." Danny smiled proudly. Something's not right. Alma was about to ask about the War of the Gods when his expression suddenly froze. He stood up and walked 7 or 8 steps away from the fire. The cold wind blew through the gaps between the tree trunks, taking away a large amount of heat from the old ranger. Alma shivered and spat out a large cloud of thick white mist. Damn it, why is it so cold? Dustin, Dennis, do you guys feel anything unusual? The temperature is abnormally low now. It's never been this cold. It's late, maybe. Sir Mallister also stood up from the fire and walked to the old ranger's side. He looked up at the cold silver moon hanging in the western sky and said uncertainly, "It's almost 3 in the morning now. Maybe winter is coming, or maybe deviant ghosts? They should be here by now, but—" He turned to Danny and said with a serious expression, "Your Majesty, are you sure the Megalosaurus won't miss the sound of the gong in the cold wind? It's late at night in the old forest. I can hear it even if I'm 300 meters away, let alone a dragon," Danny said. Alma took a few deep breaths and exhaled heavily. He said hesitantly, "The smell is not right. Something's very wrong. Your Majesty, you'd better check it out yourself." Danny had been in the form of a dragon spirit all this time. Ever since she entered the ghastly forest, she had been feeling a faint sense of danger. Although she did not clearly sense the intense waves of danger, she trusted the old ranger's intuition. After all, she knew that the Megalosaurus was not as good as a dog, Stark's direwolf, when it came to foreseeing danger. Danny climbed onto Blackie's back and rose into the sky in a moment. In order to avoid missing the sound of the gong, she lowered her altitude and whizzed past the treetops 100 meters away. Even the corpse guards on the branches below could hear the sound of the Megalosaurus flapping its wings above them. About 5 minutes later, Blackie landed on the hill, but Danny did not go down. She said on the dragon's back, "Everything's normal. There's no sound of the gong. But there's still a few hours before dawn. I won't chat with you anymore. It's better to have 2 dragons patrolling together than 1 dragon." After she finished speaking, she did not wait for their reply and rode the dragon into the sky again. Hiss, but this time, when they flew to the southernmost part of the patrol circle, Blackie suddenly growled in a low voice. Then, without Danny's orders, it continued to fly south at high speed. "Blackie, why are you?" Danny had just called out in surprise when she suddenly stopped and listened carefully. Woo woo woo, the bone-chilling wind blew, mixed with the low sound of the horn. It was almost impossible to tell whether it was the wind whistling or the long sound of the horn. Danny's expression changed. On the Great Wall a few kilometers away, the night watchers were blowing the horn 3 times. The first meant that the night watchers had returned, the second meant that the barbarians were attacking, and the third. For thousands of years, the night watchers had never blown the horn 3 times in a row. Because 3 times meant that deviant ghosts were attacking. Chapter 324. Stannis also knew about Danny's suicide squad heading north to the ghastly forest to capture deviant ghosts, but he did not intend to participate. Firstly, he did not want to work with the Dragon Queen. He could not bear to see her riding on a dragon and showing off her might. It was also because of the dark schemes in his heart that when he interacted with the people involved, he would be reminded of his own unworthiness. Normally, he was strict with himself and was proud of his noble morals and character. Erlu worked hard and successfully believed that he had nothing to do with Renly's death. Plotting to kill the Dragon Queen was contrary to his values. Secondly, even if he claimed to be the savior many times, fighting for the Iron Throne only had one goal: to unite the forces of the 7 kingdoms under the rightful king, which was himself, and fight against the evil deviant gods in the north. But in reality, Stannis had never seen deviant ghosts before, and did not understand the meaning of Child of Prophecy to end the long night. To put it bluntly, fighting deviant ghosts was just a political slogan for the Deer Party, raising a flag to ensure that they stood on the moral high ground. As for the threat of deviant ghosts, they had never even seen them before, so they could not agree with it from the bottom of their hearts. In the end, the Deer Party was very tired and did not have the energy to torment the Dragon Queen. The raid on the camp of the barbarians only took a morning and ended completely after lunch. It did not seem to take much energy. But the deer party was not a night watcher and had always been stationed at the Great Wall. They set off from Dragonstone Island and sailed on the sea for a few months, crossing thousands of miles of sea to Eastwatch. They did not have time to rest before they immediately rushed towards Dark Castle. This was beyond the Great Wall, where the temperature at night was more than 10 degrees below zero. The deer party were all Southerners. After traveling 250 kilometers in the snow, they finally arrived outside the camp of the barbarians. But to ensure the surprise of the raid, they had to enter the ghastly forest in the middle of the night, take a big detour, and hide the cavalry behind the camp of the barbarians. Just like that, they fought fiercely for a morning, and tragically 200 heavy cavalry were torn apart by a few hundred giants. After that, they had to detain the captives, clean up the battlefield, treat the wounded. At night, they even had to burn the corpses of the dead. After being taunted by the Dragon Queen, they were too tired, physically and mentally. They didn't even have the energy to scheme. So the Staghants were still asleep when cries and curses and fighting rose from the camp outside the city, and when the Night's Watch blew 3 trumpets to call for help from King Stannis, Erlu rose from his bed in a daze and refused the red pomegranate without hesitation. I don't care about the life and death of the barbarians, but I also understand that the barbarians can be resurrected after death. The more barbarians died, the more trouble they would face in the future. However, after yesterday's battle, the cavalry under my command exhausted all their strength. They won't be able to recover without 2 or 3 days. Furthermore, it is difficult to discern the enemy's situation at night. What if the other ghost army is lying in ambush? What should we do? Stannis gritted his teeth and said with an ugly expression. As one of the top 3 generals in the Westeros, Barristan's comment, Erlu understood the principle of know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. He and his knights had never fought with the other ghosts before, and he definitely didn't want to give up his first time in such a daze. If his 1,000 cavalry fell under the Great Wall in one fell swoop, like the Dothraki roaring warriors under Mother Dragon in the last season of Game of Thrones, how would he have the capital to become the child of prophecy? Bowen Maxey helplessly left the command tower and climbed up the wall. He urged the trumpeters to blow the trumpets as hard as they could. I only hope that Her Majesty Dany Rise can hear the trumpets and bring dragons to help, he said to one-armed Tanner helplessly. Finally, he seemed to have an epiphany. A true dragon is a king of dragons. Dany's new savage camp had taken in more than 12,000 fleeing savages. They weren't considered savages in the Great Wall for the time being, and their future was uncertain. They could either continue to be savages, follow the Dragon Queen to the other side of the narrow sea to beg for food, or work for the Night Watchers and rent themselves out. But since Dany had saved them from Erlu, she wouldn't leave them to rot under the Great Wall. She had always despised the savages for their chaotic management, lack of social system, lack of organization, and lawlessness. Barristan started taking in the savages in the morning and was busy until the sun set in the west. According to Dany's instructions, he organized the savages in the camp into temporary households according to their tribe, customs, and region. The camp was divided into 12 areas, which were divided into 12,000-man brigades, 120 100-man squadrons, and 120 10-man squadrons. Be it Kiliarchs, Centurions, or 10-man squadrons, they were all elected by the savages themselves. The Dragon Queen and Barristan didn't interfere. Other than the Kiliarchs, who had to report to Barristan and the Dragon Queen to recognize their faces, the other captains didn't even need to be informed of Dany's appointment or dismissal. Hence, when the ghouls attacked, the camp didn't collapse. Huff, huff, huff. As the first group of ghouls with blue eyes appeared at the edge of the forest, a strong wind rose from the ground and wrapped around the bodies of the people like poisonous snakes, taking away their warmth. Then, the silver-gray sky darkened, as if a layer of gauze covered the full moon in the sky. The north wind rose, bringing a milky white fog to the camp. "Be careful, those damned things are coming," Morona, who was guarding the crematorium, woke up from her sleep. She picked up the spear beside her and shouted to the savages around her. What? On the other side, First Father Eugen didn't react at first, but when he looked up into the forest, he immediately shuddered at the sight of the dense, icy blue eyes of the dead people. Clang, 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 he frantically hit the gong beside him, shouting as he ran toward the camp. Ghouls are attacking, the ghouls are attacking! Wake up, stop sleeping, there are hundreds and thousands of dead people. Burn wood, tents, oil barrels, quick! Soon, Whale rode a horse and started running around the camp. Children and elders, go to the base of the wall. Men and spearwomen, follow me to the crematorium. The savages were far more experienced in dealing with ghouls than the night watchers. They had been dealing with deviant ghosts for many years. At least their mental fortitude was good enough, and the team didn't collapse. When the first group of about 400 ghouls with icy blue eyes walked out of the forest, Morona, Eugen, Big Sea Elephant and Whale had already led more than 1,000 savages to form the first line of defense in front of the new camp with the crematorium as their stronghold. Fortunately, in order to reduce the workload, the crematorium was built in the old camp using local materials. With the forest at the back, it was convenient to cut wood and collect firewood, as well as to collect corpses from the old camp. The old camp was right opposite the new one, blocking the path of the deviant ghosts. Well, the ghouls weren't stupid either. They went around the crematorium that was still burning with residual heat and charcoal. What's going on? First Father Eugen held a torch in his left hand and a bronze machete in his right. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he looked at the increasing number of blue-eyed ghouls gathering to the east of the crematorium. Eugen was the leader of a tribe of barbarians. He had 18 wives and countless children. He wasn't even sure and didn't care how many of them belonged to him. That was why he was nicknamed Big Daddy. It was also because he had too many wives and children that he didn't escape into the forest. Instead, he joined the new camp and prepared to fight on the other side of the narrow sea. Something's not right. Why aren't they rushing over like before? What are they waiting for? He had already guessed what the ghouls were waiting for, but the truth was too terrifying. He desperately wanted to get a different answer from his companions. Whale immediately shattered First Father Eugen's fantasy. There are white ghouls. The white ghouls are controlling them. They're waiting for all the ghouls in the forest to come out and attack us together. Damn it. Didn't Dragon Queen go to capture the white ghouls? Why are the white ghouls coming here instead? Sea Elephant shouted. Sea Elephant was the leader of the sea folk tribe of the frozen coast. He was a big guy with a big beard who looked like Hagrid from Harry Potter. He was already impressed by Dragon Queen during the tripartite conference. If Mansred hadn't mentioned the third clause of the tripartite lease agreement, there was no need to sign the agreement immediately, and the savages were allowed to observe. He would have signed the agreement long ago. The night watchers are blowing their horns with all their might. They're probably trying to summon Dragon Queen, Whale muttered. Will the night watchers come out? That red god king, doesn't he have heavy cavalry? It's time for them to come out and disperse the army of the dead, said Morona, the spearwoman wearing a white weirwood mask. Morona was the leader of a small tribe and didn't have the right to participate in the tripartite conference. However, she was still a wizard. She was smart and knew how to respect others. She was one of the first people to sign the lease agreement with Dragon Queen. Don't think about it. The city gates are tightly shut. No one is coming out. The King of Red Heart doesn't care about the lives of his people. Whale shook his head. Be careful, they're coming. A savage shouted sharply. The ghouls didn't shout. In fact, the army of thousands didn't make a single sound other than the sound of running across the mud. They were frighteningly fast. They didn't stumble like the zombies, and were almost as fast as a normal person running. As the ghouls approached, gusts of cold wind blew the savages' hair away. The bone-chilling cold caused the flames on the torches to shrink. Kill! First Father roared and swung the torch in his hand at the ghouls. Bang! It hit the one-armed ghoul's face. The oil on the torch stuck to its face. In the blink of an eye, its entire head started burning. The fire even spread to its lower body. The ghouls were extremely easy to burn. It was as if their skin was cloth soaked in oil. First Father raised his right foot and kicked the ghoul's abdomen. Boom! While flying in the air, the burning corpse ghost exploded into two pieces, landing on the bodies of two other corpse ghosts that were running over. Boom, boom! 2 more torches. Ha, trash die! Big Sea Elephant laughed proudly. TCH. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A cold light attacked him. First Father was indeed experienced. He didn't use the torch in his left hand to block the enemy's weapon. Instead, he raised the bronze sword in his right hand and welcomed the attack. Crack! The cold white light drew an arc in the air without any delay. First Father's expression froze. A line of blood slid from his forehead to his chin. Plop! First Father, who had dominated beyond the Great Wall for decades, fell to the ground. His limbs twitched a few times, but he soon struggled to get up. The torch in his left hand flickered and was extinguished. There was no cry of pain. It was still the same face. From his forehead to the tip of his nose, his lips were split in two, and all the way to his chin, there was a line of blood that had solidified. He held the extinguished wooden stick in his left hand and the broken bronze knife in his right hand. He turned around and looked at Morona, who was not far away. Chapter 325. The ghouls came so suddenly that the barbarians did not have time to build a ring-shaped bonfire to stop them. The 5 Kiliarchs each led 200 spear-wielding women and raiders to form a defensive line at the southeast of the crematorium. Meanwhile, the ghouls avoided the embers of the crematorium and gathered in the east. Before today, the barbarians had never been attacked by an army of ghouls. Usually, there would be 100 or 200 ghouls mixed with 2 or 3 white ghouls. Usually, the barbarians would deal with them with more than 10 times that number. 2 or 3 barbarians holding torches would surround a ghoul and burn it. This was their tactic. Since ghouls were not zombies, they would not be infected by the virus if they were bitten or scratched. Their strength and physique and the weapons in their hands were the greatest threat to the defenders. If someone could block the ghoul's attack, his companions would be able to set him on fire without any worries. But now, the ghouls outnumbered the barbarians at the defensive line. In fact, they outnumbered the barbarians by several times. The moment the two armies clashed, the situation developed in the direction of the barbarian army's collapse. In the eyes of the night watchers on the city wall, the 1,000 barbarian warriors holding torches were like a small island in the dark sea. The flames of their torches connected to form a narrow island of flames. The endless wave of icy ghouls could be seen eating away at the fiery red land bit by bit. On one side, the battle cries were drowned out bit by bit as the number of torches decreased. On the other side, the barbarians were silent, cold, and merciless as they attacked the shore of flames. In the new camp, the barbarian women and children hiding behind the simple fence felt a chill in their hearts. The hope in their hearts was extinguished bit by bit like the number of barbarians' torches. The fear and despair in their hearts were spreading like the tide of ghouls. Fuck! The witch warrior cursed with an ugly expression. She raised the weirwood spear in her hand and pierced it with the speed of a shooting star. It went straight for the eye that was flickering with a faint blue light. Chi! Without any obstruction, it hit First Old Man's left eye. The spear pierced a foot deep into his eye socket, and a small section of the white weirwood spear emerged from the back of his head. Chi! As if it was not his own eye that was stabbed, First Old Man Eugen did not care. He stepped forward and slashed at Morona. At the same time, the sound of something tearing through the air came from Morona's right. A pale white light drew a crescent arc and landed on her right shoulder. Ding-dang! Fortunately, Morona wasn't fighting alone. Behind her, A bearded barbarian raised his axe and blocked the longsword that killed first Old Man Eugen. It was a very ordinary long sword. The blade was 2.5 feet long and 2 fingers wide. On both sides of the blade, there were more than a dozen notches as small as rice grains and as big as broad beans. However, the sword was well maintained. The body of the sword had been polished until it was snow-white, and it even had the smell of butter. Knight Harmon. After seeing the owner of the sword, the bearded man groaned and cursed, "You owe me 3 sheep, and you died. Now, he had killed first Old Man. You really deserve to die. Let the deviant ghosts take this guy away." Taking a step back to avoid first Old Man's broken sword, Morona quickly stepped forward and pulled out her spear. She scolded, "He's already been taken away by the deviant ghosts. If you don't want to join them, immediately cut off this dog's head." Knight Harmon, like Morona, was the leader of a small tribe. He had once killed a black-clothed man who used to be a knight and obtained his iron sword and Black Panther fur coat. Because he often imitated the roaming cavalry, hanging a long sword at his waist and wearing a black cape, he was given the nickname Knight. In the battle with Harmon, first Old Man Eugen had only made one mistake, being poor. Because he was poor, his equipment wasn't as good as others. Using a bronze scimitar against a steel longsword, and the one wielding the sword was a corpse ghost that had its strength increased, he didn't die in vain. Thump, thump, thump. 4 large creatures dragged tree trunks out of the darkness. They avoided the remaining half of the defenders and walked towards the barbarians' camp. "Damn it, the giants are heading towards the camp." Whale cursed as he threw away the extinguished torch in his hand and held his sword with both hands. Seeing that the barbarians were panting and that the torches were almost all extinguished, she couldn't help but cry out in despair, "Let's retreat back to the camp. There are corpse ghosts heading towards the camp. We've lost the defense line." No. Morona used her spear to push first Old Man Eugen into the cremation pile as she screamed in a distorted voice, "The rest of you, retreat into the forest. There's no hope. There are white ghosts in the corpse ghost horde. If we die, there'll be one more of those bastards. We've been fighting for so long and they're still increasing. Let's run. Let's save as many as we can." Big Beard Solon, who had saved Morona's life, roared, "No, my son is also in the new camp." Morona looked at first Old Man who was struggling in the fire and smiled bitterly, "We can't stop them. The camp's fences are simple and the area is large. If the corpse ghosts break through from one direction, we'll be finished." "What about the night watchers?" Solon asked unwillingly. "They've never seen the corpse ghosts before. They're probably hiding on the Great Wall and peeing their pants." The few of them spoke as they approached each other, forming an offensive and defensive formation. For example, Bearded Man raised his axe to block the corpse ghost's attacks while Morona kicked or stabbed with her spear, sending the corpse ghosts into the cremation pile. The line of defense that had stopped the ghouls from charging into the camp had completely collapsed. The remaining savages, like their leader, threw away their extinguished torches and stood by the cremation pile. Some even threw a shield into the fire and stepped on it themselves. "The night watchers are blowing the horn. I can even smell the urine in the horn. It's the smell of fear," said Wood Earkeller, who was leaning on Whale's back. "We can't run. The Dragon Queen will come back as soon as she hears the horn," Whale said solemnly. Morona shook her head in despair. "I'm afraid she won't hear it. Also, so what if she hears the horn? She'll take the risk to save." Hiss! A loud dragon's roar suddenly exploded in the sky. The savages looked up in surprise and saw a bright red dragon flame like a sword of divine punishment. It started from the edge of the cremation platform and went all the way to the east gate of the new camp. In just 2 breaths, the Megalosaurus rose again and disappeared into the dark sky. Only dozens of burning corpse ghosts were left on the ground that was swept by the dragon flame. Morona was stunned. 2 streams of tears suddenly flowed down her face. She raised her spear and shouted excitedly, "Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live Her Majesty Danny Lees! Long live Her Majesty Danny Lees!" The cheers spread like wildfire in the forest. In just a moment, from the savages' camp below the Great Wall to the night watchers, who were watching in fear at the top of the Great Wall, everyone was shouting, "Long live the Queen!" Hiss! Blackie roared in the sky in response to everyone's cheers. Then, the black dragon drew an arc in the night sky and landed on the Great Wall. Under the confused gazes of the night watchers, Danny shouted on the dragon's back, "This is a battle that belongs to all humans. You, me, and the savages below the Great Wall. Now, all night watchers, open the gate, bring your shields and swords, and fight the deviant ghosts." Hiss! Without waiting for the night watchers to respond, Blackie landed on the savages' camp like a Mengzatsi. "Ah, the Megalosaurus is here. The Dragon Queen is here." The savages in the camp ran away in panic, leaving an empty space for the Megalosaurus. "Dragon Queen, why are you here instead of bringing the dragon to burn the deviant ghosts?" A man with a dry face approached carefully and asked anxiously. Danny ignored him and shouted, "Where is the Chiliarch?" "I am the Chiliarch, Hunter Harley." The man with a dry face said, "Chiliarch, bring your men and follow me to battle." Danny jumped off the dragon's back, pulled down her helmet, and pulled out the sword at her waist. The savages were stunned. You are not riding the dragon, spitting fire?" Harley stammered, his face full of confusion. Danny touched the blade of the sword with her left hand. With a whoosh, 3 feet of bright red flames rose from the sword. She raised the flaming sword high and shouted, "The Dragon Queen is here. Chiliarch, Centurion, bring your shields and come to me immediately." Hiss! Blackie let out a low roar and immediately raised its neck. Wisps of willow-like flames appeared out of thin air and intertwined in its mouth to form a bright red fireball the size of a washbasin. The savages were at a loss, but they hurriedly ran to the Dragon Queen. They only muttered in their hearts, "Is the Queen crazy? We are still in the middle of the camp. Why did you let the dragon spit fire? Instead of burning the deviant ghosts, you spit fire at the camp?" Then, the black dragon lowered its head again. With a burp, the fireball rolled out of its mouth and hit the top of the Dragon Queen's head. "Be careful, the demonic dragon is killing its master." Harley's dry face scrunched up. But in the next moment, the small eyes on his face that were twisted into a crooked slit suddenly opened. His eyeballs protruded as if they were about to explode from shock. When the fireball was about to hit the top of the Dragon Queen's head, it suddenly turned in the air and landed on her left side. It was caught by her left hand. It was as easy as holding a rubber ball in the palm of an ordinary person's hand. Danny had a big fireball in her left hand and a flaming sword in her right. There was also a black dragon with a second fireball in its mouth behind her. It was really majestic and eye-catching. She looked around at the savages around her and shouted, "Are you all stunned? The deviant ghosts have already broken through the camp gate. Didn't you hear the call of the free people?" Oh. Harley's bulging eyeballs shrank back. He ran over with a dozen women holding shields and spears. "What should we do? We don't have enough people." Danny frowned. "The main force went out with Big Old Man and War. The rest are fighting the deviant ghosts at the fence of the camp." Harley quickly explained. Danny nodded and ordered loudly, "Everyone else, raise your shields and block the black dragon's left and right sides. Harley, you are now my attendant. Protect my safety." After saying that, she strode towards the northeast corner where the fighting was the most intense. Blackie had a fireball in its mouth. Its body was on the ground, its wings and hind legs were on the ground. It crawled forward like a lizard. Its movements were a little strange and wretched, but its speed was not slow at all. It followed closely behind the Dragon Queen's running footstep. More importantly, it lowered its body so that its abdomen was on the ground. Most of its torso was under the protection of the women holding shields and spears. Mother Dragon no longer had to worry about an ice spear suddenly flying over and killing her dragon. Get out of the way, get out of the way! Harley seemed to have really become Dany's knight attendant. He raised his oak shield in front of her and shouted, "The Dragon Queen is here. Kiliarchs, centurions, bring your shield men and protect the Megalosaurus." As he shouted, more and more savages rushed over. They held bronze shields, round oak shields, and curved wooden shields wrapped in animal skin. They surrounded Blackie tightly. At the edge of the camp, the light of the fire and the cold air intertwined. Shouts and cries were mixed together. The fence was built with freshly cut tree trunks. It had been lit long ago and was releasing choking smoke. In addition to the thick cold fog brought by the deviant ghosts, Dany couldn't see the battlefield clearly. She could only see the savages retreating in defeat with the hazy light of the fire. People kept falling down, and there were also corpses that were set ablaze like torches. Boom! The giant ghoul hugged the tree trunk that was as thick as a thigh and 10 meters long and swept across the area. The barbarians wailed as they were cleared out. Among them, there were 2 twisted corpses that fell in front of Dany with a plop. Dany frowned and stepped over one of the corpses. She shouted to the front, "Everyone, back off. Let me clear this place." Chapter 326. Dany was full of pride. She held the fireball in her left hand and shouted, "Get out of the way. Leave that giant behind. Let me do it. Dragon Queen is here. Megalosaurus is here." Harley, the temporary attendant, immediately roared at the top of his voice. Dany took a step forward and extended the fireball. "Look at me, eh?" She couldn't walk anymore. Someone was tugging at her foot. Shit. When she looked down, Dany's face turned green. She saw that the savage whose spine had been broken into several sections was holding her left calf and gnawing at the heel of her iron boot with his teeth. Whoosh! A fire snake the length of a chopstick flew out of the spinning fireball and shot straight at the face of the new ghoul. Boom! Like a quilt that had been splashed with oil, the ghoul was ignited almost instantly. Looking at the ghoul struggling in the fire, Dany smiled coldly and continued to move forward with the fireball. Ghouls had infinite strength and energy. They would not get tired, and they even retained part of their memories and martial arts skills from when they were alive. They were far more intelligent than zombies. Moreover, their bodies had no fatal points. Beheading, exploding the head, or piercing the heart was useless. Even if a ghoul was dismembered with a sword, its broken hands and short legs could still crawl, its mouth could still bite, and its headless body could continue to attack. What was even more frightening was that the ghoul also had a frost aura. Wherever it went, there would be bone-chilling wind and freezing fog that blocked one's vision. However, such crazy ghouls were not invincible. They also had a weakness: they could be easily ignited. Their skin was like flammable, oily cloth. As long as one part of their body was ignited, soon, their entire body would be covered in flames. Hearing the sound of the horn, Dany hurried to the battlefield. She let Dahe dive close to the ground and spit fire once. That was an adventure, and also a test to test the destructive effect of dragon flames on ghouls. After all, it was the first time she and Dahe had seen a ghoul. At that time, Dahe swooped down at an extremely fast speed, almost reaching 350 kilometers per hour. In other words, it only took him 2 seconds to fly 200 meters close to the ground. This was not to avoid the ice spears of the deviant ghost. The first wave of draconic flame attack came too suddenly. Even if there were deviant ghosts hiding in the group of ghouls, they did not have time to adjust their movements and launch a sneak attack on the Megalosaurus that swept across the sky. Dany's main purpose was to test the effects of the dragon flame. For example, if you quickly put your finger into a bonfire and then retract it, your finger will heat up, but you won't feel any burning pain. Because the time was short, the heat transmitted by the flame to the finger was not enough to damage the skin cells, so it would not stimulate the pain nerve. If you slowly put your finger on the flame and then slowly retracted it, there was an 80% chance that your skin would split open and your flesh would be charred black. If the temperature of the flame was high enough, such as a metal welding torch, even if you stretched your finger as fast as you could, you would probably scream in pain. At the end of the day, igniting a substance was actually a process of heat transfer, which then caused a chemical reaction. It was the same for fire-deviant ghosts. It was either a normal flame that was heated for a long time or a special flame that was hot enough to ignite them instantly. Danny rode Dahe and quickly passed over the heads of the deviant ghosts. She was burning her finger. This was because the dragon flame was not much stronger than ordinary flames. It was not as exaggerated as the difference between a stove fire and a cutting gun. Ordinary flames could burn deviant ghosts for a few seconds, but what about the dragon flame? The dragon flame swept over the corpses at a speed of more than 90 meters per second. This process of stretching and retracting fingers was not slow, but the burning effect was surprisingly good. All the corpses that were swept by the dragon flame were ignited. In this way, Danny knew that the dragon flame could subdue the corpses, so she could try to challenge the white ghost. Otherwise, she would have stayed in the camp and become a flamethrower, not daring to go out at all. She couldn't be blamed for doing this. In the last season of Game of Thrones, the scene of the Night King fighting in the dragon flame and taking a bath with a smile was too exciting. Danny had always been worried that her Megalosaurus would not work. Now, after discovering that the Megalosaurus could perfectly subdue the corpses, she climbed down from the dragon's back. With the flame sword in her right hand and the fireball in her left hand, she walked step by step toward the opening of the camp. Thump, thump, thump. The ground rumbled slightly. The giant seemed to have noticed her. Dragging the tree trunk, it ran toward the skinny tin man with heavy step. Ah! The surrounding savages who had scattered around screamed in unison. Ah, be careful! Old Yimont at the top of the Great Wall also shouted. Well, the old scholar had been watching Savages vs. Otherworld Zombies with his star observation mirror. In the northeast corner of the Savages' camp, the fence had collapsed, and the broken wood was emitting thick smoke. One or two small flames burst out with difficulty in the thick cold fog, and the world was dim red. Danny walked on the battlefield of blood and fire, ice and smoke. She smiled faintly as she looked at the giant corpses charging toward her, ignoring the exclamations around her. The giant was dead and could no longer roar, but he dragged the giant wood more vigorously and quickly than when he was alive. 20 meters, 18 meters, 15 meters. Suddenly, Danny also ran at high speed. She did not see the giant running toward her. Holding the fireball, she came to 10 meters in front of the giant and blew at the fireball leisurely. Whoosh! A fire snake as thick as a thumb and as long as an arm shot out from the fireball and stuck to the giant corpse's face before it could react. Boom! The wooden stake in the giant's hand fell off and hit the ground heavily. It hugged its burning face and howled silently. Boom! In a few breaths, the giant fell to the ground. The fire spread quickly on its body. A pool of fire appeared on the battlefield at the opening of the camp, and the sky was much brighter. The Savages and Yimont and the others who were watching from the top of the Great Wall were surprised and delighted. The giant corpse's fall did not scare the other corpses. They were not afraid of death. Groups of corpses with flashing blue eyes rushed toward Danny, who was holding the fireball high. Looking at the corpses of the Waves gang charging at him, Harley's face turned pale. His left arm that was holding the round oak shield kept trembling. He turned around and shouted to the savages who were watching from afar, Kiliarchs, Centurions, Decurions, Freedom Fighters, come and protect. Tsich. Harley's pupils contracted. A bright red ray of light flashed past his ear like lightning. A few strands of hair on his temples emitted thin green smoke. There was the smell of burnt hair in his nose. TCH, 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 TCH. The queen raised her left hand, and a fireball that was the size of a washbasin spun around. Red threads shot out in all directions continuously, as if a storm of pear blossom needles had been sprinkled out. Every line of dragon flame accurately hit a corpse that was charging at her, igniting flames on their faces, chests, and shoulders. Then, boom, 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 boom. The corpses were ignited into torches. On the great wall, the night watchers were dumbfounded. They could not believe what was happening in front of them. With the queen as the center, the earth seemed to have bloomed into a fiery red lotus. What kind of witchcraft is this? It's too scary, Bowen and Maxie muttered with a dry throat. Scholar Yimont also widened his eyes. He was stunned for a while before he took a deep breath and said, "It's the fire control spell of a fire mage." However, Her Majesty did not turn the flames into rare beasts. Instead, she extracted the flames from the dragon flame and shot them out like arrows. The fireball is getting smaller. Ah, it's extinguished! Galen exclaimed. In less than 10 seconds, the fireball in Danny's left hand had shrunk from a washbasin to a ping-pong ball. She flicked her finger and threw it out. Then, she waved her hand at Big Black behind her. The dragon flame fireball that was condensed in her mouth slowly floated over. Big Black had become an oil tank. After mastering the incomplete Green Prophet meditation, Danny had 2 souls in one body. She could multitask. While she was in the form of a dragon spirit, she could knead the dragon flame in Big Black's mouth into a fireball. At the same time, she separated the flames from the dragon flame fireball in her hand into an arrow shape and shot it at the ghouls. This kind of dragon flame arrow did not have much effect on humans because human skin was not flammable. When the clothes were ignited, it could also be patted to put out the fire. At most, it would cause local burns. It was not fatal. It was also useless against iron-armored knights. When they pulled down their armor, the small dragon flame arrow could only leave a black spot on their armor. However, it was simply too effective against the flammable ghouls. With just one fireball, she had cleared out 300 to 400 ghouls at the gap in the camp, leaving 300 to 400 burning ghouls. Then, Danny raised the fireball again and took the initiative to approach the ghouls. Well, just as the torrential dragon flame needles were shooting wildly, 30 to 40 savages heeded Harley's call and carefully approached with their shields. At this time, they also understood the Dragon Queen's battle plan. Very consciously, 8 of them stood side by side to form a human wall to protect the Queen in the center. The remaining people, with shields tied to their left arms and swords and wooden spears in their right hands, formed a loose formation outside the shield wall and helped the Queen push away the burning corpses blocking the way. In any case, the Dragon Queen's attack range was more than 10 meters. They were all within the protection of the Dragon Queen's rocket rain. In this way, Danny held the fireball and went back and forth among the ghouls. The dead were ignited and fell in large numbers. She was not running around randomly. At this time, Little White had already returned from the ghost forest. However, he did not land. Instead, he hovered in a safe area 500 meters above Danny's head and transmitted the situation on the battlefield to her in real time. Well, Danny had entered the second level of the dragon spirit state. 1 person and 2 dragons shared vision and senses. Through Little White's vision, she could clearly see her position on the entire battlefield. She could determine where the ghouls were the most and where she needed help. At the same time, she could avoid being trapped in a group of ghouls and being unable to escape. To put it simply, in this fantasy world of cold weapons, Danny not only had a submachine gun with unlimited bullets, but she also cheated by using the full map. Of course, the full map was far less effective against ghouls than against humans. What accompanied ghouls was often cold wind and ice fog, and the visibility in the sky was extremely poor. Who else? After using more than 10 dragon flame fireballs and burning nearly 2,000 dead people, Danny looked at the battlefield that was starting to become sparse. She could not help but become arrogant. Victory, victory! Dragon Queen is mighty, Dragon Queen is powerful, Dragon Queen is ferocious. The savages beside her were the first to shout loudly, followed by the hundreds of dragon warriors behind them. In just a moment, the entire savages' camp was also echoing with the slogan, Dragon Queen is ferocious. They did not force it, nor did they have any intention of belittling Dragon Queen. In fact, after witnessing Dragon Queen easily destroy hordes of ghouls, the savages were really in awe of her. Even such evil and terrifying ghouls were casually killed. More importantly, she did not use a sword, nor a dragon, nor was she scheming. In public, everyone saw how Dragon Queen burned thousands of ghouls to death with her powerful fire sorcery. Was it too much to say that her magic was powerful and ferocious? After all, in the eyes of the savages, Dragon Queen who used sorcery to burn ghouls was already the most terrifying existence in the world. Yes, she surpassed ghouls. Chapter 327. Even the night watchers on the Great Wall couldn't help but cheer for the Dragon Queen when they saw such a shocking scene, not to mention the barbarians who were inexperienced and cowardly. Long live Her Majesty Dani Rise! Queen Dani Rise is brave and unparalleled. The night watchers seemed to be worried that the barbarians would take away the queen's rights, so they cheered especially hard until, crunch, crunch, Stannis's eyes were burning as he gritted his teeth, as if he was chewing on a detestable dragon which. The night watchers who were cheering excitedly shuddered, shrunk their necks and kept quiet. Red Pomegranate carefully glanced at Stannis who was clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, and asked Scholar Ymont softly, "Can the Rangers fight now?" "This you decide." Facing Erlu who was emitting a gloomy aura, even old Ymont, who had lived for more than 100 years, was a little scared. Dany who was below seemed to have gotten carried away, and started to look for trouble. She stopped the barbarians who were cheering around her and ordered, "There are not enough ghouls for me to kill, now help me invite the white ghouls to fight." How? Harley's little face was full of confusion. "Shout inferior and cowardly white ghouls, Grandpa is here, do you dare to come out and fight me one-on-one?" Dany said softly. This. Harley's little face turned white and green. "I don't dare." The barbarian Chiliarch stammered. "The white ghouls can understand human language. It's because they can understand human language that I asked you to shout, otherwise it would be a waste of time." Dany said impatiently. "But I can't beat the white ghouls. I don't even have a metal sword or armor, how can I fight them one-on-one? Help me shout if the white ghouls really appear, you don't have to fight." Harley swallowed his saliva and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone listen up. Dragon Queen wants to fight with the deviant ghouls, we will help her. Lowly cowardly white ghoul, I'm here. Do you dare to come out and fight me one-on-one?" Dozens of barbarians shouted together, their voices shaking the wilderness. The barbarians hiding in the camp and the night watchers on the Great Wall all heard them and were stunned. "Savages, true warriors," Toad muttered. "The barbarians are so brave we can't lose to them. Rangers can move out now." Marcy seemed to be talking to Scholar Ymont, but he was secretly observing Stannis from the corner of his eye. Seeing that Stannis only had a dark expression and didn't raise any objections, Marcy let out a sigh of relief and began to inform Commander Carter Pike below. The commander of the East Watch, Carter Parker, was the one who would lead the Rangers out of the city. He was the one who hid the news of Erlu's arrival from Dark Castle and led Erlu to attack the barbarians' camp. Marcy suspected that Stannis had sided with the Deer faction, which was why he was worried that Stannis would speak out against him. Outside the Great Wall, the savages were still courting death. Seeing that the number of ghouls was decreasing and the white ghouls still hadn't come out, they became bolder and began to spew out all kinds of obscenities. At this time, Dany was silent. She was multitasking. She casually picked out a fire arrow from the dragon flame fireball to burn a deviant ghost that was pouncing at her. At the same time, she was observing the spiritual rain in her soul dimension. Yes, she was absorbing the spiritual rain that was released after the ghouls were burned. As soon as she entered the battlefield, she saw the spiritual rain that was dissipating in nature in her dragon spirit form the ghouls that were burned by the barbarian warriors. She only hesitated for a moment before she secretly gritted her teeth. There would definitely be a large number of ghouls in the future, and the dead also have spiritual rain in their bodies. It would be a waste to give it up. Why not try to absorb it first? With this thought, she began to use her spiritual bestowment skill, and a part of her mind sank into her soul dimension to observe the spiritual rain. As expected, the spiritual essence that fell this time was different. It was pure black, and it emitted a cold, deathly stillness. Can this thing be absorbed? In her soul dimension, Dani was hesitant. Perhaps she could form a third soul? With this temptation, she no longer hesitated. She reached out her hand and caught the pitter-patter of black rain. When the black spirit substance was tainted by her spiritual power and branded with her soul imprint, a suction force was immediately generated from the second soul at the edge of the soul space. The newly born spiritual power and the black rain falling from the sky were all sucked into the ring. Then, she felt that her second soul had strengthened a little. It was very, very weak, but there was indeed an increase. How can this be? Dani was more shocked than happy. Last night, when she was presiding over the barbarian's cremation ceremony, she had tried to let her second soul absorb the colorful spiritual rain, but the effect was very poor. Her spiritual power almost did not grow. She did not think much of it. Absorbing spiritual rain could indeed strengthen the soul, but after reaching a limit, the growth would almost stop. Yes, there was growth, but the effect was much worse. It was like how a person could grow taller by eating rice, but after reaching adulthood, no matter how much rice they ate, they could only fill their hunger. They could not grow indefinitely. Dani's soul was almost in a saturated state. In contrast, Megalosaurus did not have any bottlenecks at all. They could keep absorbing spiritual rain and grow. She guessed that this was because Megalosaurus' growth limit was much higher than that of humans. Therefore, 99% of the spiritual rain that they had absorbed over the years belonged to the dragons. But now, her second soul, which was based on the Green Prophet meditation technique, was very close to the black spiritual rain. It was almost growing at a visible rate. Of course, the growth of her second soul was a good thing. Dani should be happy, but the meaning behind this phenomenon was shocking. The Green Prophet had some kind of deep connection with the ghouls. Of course, Dani had watched Game of Thrones and knew that ghouls were originally magical creatures created by the children of the forest. She was not worried that Bran would become the new Night King. More importantly, her second soul also specialized in the incomplete Green Prophet meditation technique. She was worried about herself. The Dragon Queen did not want to bring the Ice Dragon and ascend to the frozen throne. Therefore, even though she was on the battlefield, she would spare a part of her energy to enter her consciousness from time to time to observe the condition of her second soul. It was in a very good condition. It was so good that she was scared. "Ghoul, come out and let me stab your butt. Ghoul, you cowardly bastard, take off your pants and let me see if you have a dick," a spear-wielding woman shouted. "Ha, even if there is, it's just a popsicle. Can you bite it to pieces?" The raiders at the side laughed. The savages were so unrestrained that Dani started to worry. She frowned and reminded them, "Be careful, raise your shields, howl, 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 howl." Before she finished speaking, a sharp whistling sound came from the darkness. 4 crystal-clear ice swords flew out of the thick fog almost at the same time as the sound. Under the illumination of the torches and dragon flame fireballs, Dani only saw 4 cold flashes of light. TSS, 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 ding! The savages' laughter stopped abruptly. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees. White fog appeared out of thin air, covering the savages and Dragon Queen in the area. Danny felt a chill down her spine. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat. If she lifted her helmet, she would definitely see a pale, twisted face and frightened purple eyes. In front of her, there was an ice sword that was 2 fingers wide and as thin as paper. The blade was too long, more than 2 meters. It looked like a spear. The tip of the sword pierced through the bodies of 3 savages in front of her. Finally, without slowing down, it reached her heart, the spine of the clear sky sword. Close to her body, there were 3 more ice swords that pierced through more than 10 savages on her left and right. In an instant, half of the savages were wiped out. The savages who were still alive were scared out of their wits. If Danny had not been in the dragon spirit state, the sudden sense of crisis made her subconsciously hold the clear sky sword in front of her chest. At this moment, she would have ended up like the Chiliarch Harley. Well, Harley was not completely dead. The ice sword pierced through the round oak shield, pierced through the right side of his chest, and came out from his back. Blood wrapped around the edge of the ice sword, forming a layer of hot steam. But just as the hot heart's blood dripped onto the transparent blade of the ice sword, it solidified into dark red spots in the cold air. So cold. Dog, son of a bitch, I called for a long time, but no one came. But when they came, 4 came. A thin layer of frost slowly condensed on Savage Shaugon's face. But he still forced himself to turn his head. When he saw that the ice sword was blocked by the smoky black spine of the sword, he breathed out a mouthful of white air heavily. He forced a smile and said to Danny, "Dragon Queen, I wonder, is 4 enough for you to kill?" "Not enough." Danny's voice was low, but her tone was firm and powerful. "It's far from enough. I swear I'll kill all of those bastards." "Then, that's good." The smile remained on Savage Harley's face forever. "Dragon Queen, they're coming. More than 4, more than 4. The savages who were still alive shouted crazily. Even without their reminder, Danny had already seen it. The cold wind mixed with ice shards whistled. The torches flickered, and the dragon flame fireball twisted irregularly, as if it could not maintain its form. With the help of the flickering firelight, 6 tall monsters could be seen walking on the wind. Like floating, like sliding, 4 deviant ghosts walked over step by step without making a sound. There were only 2 deviant ghosts riding on horseback. The war horses under them made soft chee-chee sounds as they stepped on the muddy ground. Well, dead horses. But dead horses also had a pair of eyes that emitted a faint blue light. Corpse ghost horse? Finally, I see you. Danny sighed. They were 9 meters tall, close to 2 meters tall, and had a huge body like Dwayne Johnson. She was not blind. The 6 deviant ghosts were printed out of molds. Other than the ice crystal engravings on their foreheads, they looked almost exactly the same. Their faces were haggard, and their expressions were firm. Their cheeks were wrinkled like dehydrated apples. They had cold blue eyes like blue stars, and their skin was as pale as expired milk. Their pale white hair was light as if it was weightless. It floated with the cold air around them like seaweed. It also looked like they had a burning mysterious ice fire on their heads. The deviant ghosts were also wearing invisible armor. The armor would change color as they moved. For a moment it was as dark as the sunset, dotted with yellow and red light like the dragon flame and the torches. For a moment it was as dark as a shadow, blending into the cold fog. With every step they took, the pattern on the armor would change constantly like the sparkling moonlight on the water surface. From time to time, Danny had the illusion that she had lost track of them. It was not an illusion. When they blended into the environment, they immediately disappeared from her sight. However, the light was wavering, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. The environment was not stable. When there was a fluctuation, they would reveal themselves from their invisibility. When they blended into the environment again, they would disappear again. Just like that, as the fire changed, the figures of the deviant ghosts were faintly discernible. The dead horse was covered in a layer of white frost, like frozen sweat. Its black and dead intestines were falling from its split abdomen. On its back, a rider as pale as mysterious ice was sitting. The 6 deviant ghosts stood still 10 meters in front of Dany, faintly surrounding her in an arc. Just as the barbarians were bewildered, one of the deviant ghosts spoke. That's right, he used an extremely solemn tone and a very strange emphasis to say a few words to the Dragon Queen. The sound was like the shattering of a frozen lake. It was as cold and impactful as a liquid nitrogen bomb exploding right next to one's ears. Apart from the Dragon Queen, who was in her dragon spirit form and wasn't affected at all the other barbarians around her covered their ears in pain. "Who knows what this bastard is saying?" the Dragon Queen shouted. Chapter 328. Deviant Ghosts Can Talk. Dany was so shocked that her heart almost stopped beating. They can talk, communicate, and have language. What does this mean? Deviant ghosts have the foundation to develop their own civilization. Then, the long night is not a just war of humans to destroy monsters, but a conflict between 2 civilizations? However, when the deviant ghosts walked over, she had already regrouped and placed 3 layers of shield-wielding barbarians in front of her. Dragon Queen's courage was directly proportional to the thickness of the meat shields, and there were hundreds and thousands of barbarian warriors behind her, all waiting to die for Her Majesty. With courage came a temper. "Do any of you know what this bastard is saying?" Dragon Queen turned her head and asked the barbarians behind her. Deviant ghosts could understand human language, and the word bastard made their deep blue eyes flash with anger. This made Dany feel surprised. How could he have so many emotions? After a while, Morona, who was wearing a weirwood mask, came to her side and whispered. They seemed to be speaking the ancient language. "What is the ancient language?" Dany asked in confusion. "The language of the ancestors." "Then why did you say seem? And there are so many free people around us who can't understand it." Dany looked at her strangely. "Sigh, the common language we speak now is actually the unveil language. The ancient language of the ancestors has been lost. Only the giants and a few free people in the extreme north still use it," Morona said. "Then do you understand it?" "A little, but I'm not proficient," Morona said hesitantly. "You should call Mance over. He can even sing in the ancient language." Dany rolled her eyes at the witch warrior and said in annoyance, "Don't you know what the situation is now?" "All right." Morona stood at the front with her spear and communicated with the deviant ghosts loudly. Every word the deviant ghost uttered was like a liquid nitrogen bomb. When it fell into the ears, it felt like the whole person was instantly frozen into ice crystals and then smashed into pieces with a hammer. The witch warrior's endurance was stronger than ordinary barbarians. From her stuttering voice, he could tell that she was enduring some kind of pain and fear, but the communication was still completed normally. Yes, the pronunciation of the ancient language was rough, sonorous, and rigid. If one listened carefully, it did sound somewhat similar to the words used by deviant ghosts. "It wants to duel you," White Mask Morona said. "What?" Dany was a little dumbfounded. Morona glanced at Harley, who was skewered like a stick of candied hawthorn, and quickly explained, "The other ghosts heard Hunter Harley's challenge and knew that you were the one who made them shout. Now they have agreed to your request to have a fair battle with you." "Are you kidding me? You saw it too." Dany couldn't help but point at her chest and shout, "Just now, that ice sword was only half an inch away from my heart. If not for my quick reaction, I would have become an ice lich." "You call that a duel?" "It was obviously a sneak attack. You're a huge threat to the deviant ghosts. Of course they want to kill you. Now that the assassination failed, perhaps they're planning to kill you openly in a duel. Even if they fail, they can still test the limits of your power." Morona was very calm. She judged the deviant ghost's abnormality from the previous conversation. "It's been more than 10 years, and the deviant ghosts have never challenged the free people. They only surrounded and hunted us like wild beasts. Some people cursed loudly, but they didn't respond. Their attitude was as cold and arrogant as the ice sword in their hands. Now they've condescended and patiently repeated their challenge 3 times. Dani glanced at the city gate from the corner of her eyes. There were already hundreds of rangers holding torches gathered there. They also saw the sudden appearance of the white ghost and hesitated. "I'll duel with the deviant ghosts." Dani lowered her voice. "Go find 2 Kiliarchs. While I'm dueling, lead 200 free warriors and sneak behind the deviant ghosts. Today we're going to kill all 6 of these bastards." Morona looked at the Dragon Queen in surprise. She didn't expect her to be so flexible. "Go inform Whale and Solon," she whispered to a spearwoman behind her. The spearwoman was right next to them. She heard their crafty scheme very clearly. She understood everything. After Blackie held it in for 10 seconds, a bright red fireball the size of a dustpan appeared. Dani held the fireball in her left hand and unsheathed Valeglia's steel sword in her right hand. She stepped out from behind the shield wall and shouted at the deviant ghosts, "Who dares to fight with me?" As the fireball rose, it was as if a small sun had risen from the vast earth. The scorching and bright light radiated in all directions, and the thick ice fog in the vicinity dissipated at a visible rate. Even the howling cold wind gradually stopped, and light and heat once again enveloped the space. "Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the Dragon Queen!" From the light and heat, the barbarians regained the ability to speak and move. From the Dragon Queen pointing her sword at the group of deviant ghosts and loudly inviting them to fight, they regained their courage and hot-blooded fighting spirit. She's really going to duel with the deviant ghosts? On the Great Wall, Bowen Maxey was shocked. Hearing the barbarians' shouts and seeing the Dragon Queen and the deviant ghosts drawing their swords, the Night Watchers guessed what was going on. 7 gods above, the Night Queen is going to duel with the deviant Ghost King. This is a story that only exists in ancient legends. Galen couldn't control his emotions. His voice trembled as he shouted, "I can't believe we're witnessing history." The Dark Castle's chef, Three-Finger Habu, murmured, "She's a warrior. She's a girl." Friar Sileta excitedly pointed at the Dragon Queen and announced to the people around him, "Dani Rise is the incarnation of the 7 gods in the mortal world. She's the child of prophecy who will save mankind from the deviant ghost." Melisandre turned her head. Her indifferent red eyes exerted an invisible pressure on the drunkard friar. "Ugh!" The old friar shivered and turned his head away. He muttered in a low voice, "If the deviant ghosts are real, then the Church of the 7 gods can't fall behind. We should have our own savior." Crunch, crunch, crunch. Stannis ground his teeth, and the shadow of a demon king seemed to rise behind him. The gloomy aura made the Night Watchers and the cavalry of the Stag Party shudder. Like the Knights of the Deer Gang, Giant Killer Gordifalin was not happy. At this moment, the person who should be fighting against the deviant Ghost King should be Stannis, the messenger of light. However, he couldn't bear to see the Dragon Queen's divinity in front of the masses. He forced a smile and said in a calm tone, "What deviant Ghost King? It's just an ordinary deviant ghost minion. Why are you making such a fuss? Killing it won't end the long night. It's not a legend. Just like how everyone knows Yesor Ahai, but who remembers the soldier who killed the normal deviant ghost?" Clutton Sange nodded and said, "That dragon which is holding a big fireball. Even a blind person can see that she's cheating with magic. It's not a duel between knights. Humph, at least she's the first human to challenge the deviant ghost. She's 10,000 times braver than you people who are chatting on the Great Wall." Professor Peristan glared. To be honest, the old professor was in great pain. It was even more painful than being stabbed in the heart. The pain of his body being torn apart was nothing compared to the despair and confusion brought by the shattering of his worldview. At this moment, he should be in a daze, looking at the deviant ghosts below and suffering from the pain of having his beliefs shaken. But for some reason, when he heard the people from the deer party bad-mouthing the Dragon Queen, he suddenly woke up and couldn't help but want to refute. When he was in the Old Town, he would rather have Stannis on the Iron Throne. Look, what are the deviant ghosts doing? Scholar Yimont, who was behind the star observation mirror, exclaimed and interrupted the quarrel. One deviant ghost stepped forward to fight, while the other 5 observed quietly. The deviant ghost that stepped forward let out a roar that sounded like broken ice. He clenched his fists and a cold wind swirled around his body. Snowflakes and fingernail-sized ice crystals appeared out of thin air. Gradually, a small tornado of ice and snow enveloped his body. In a trance, a faint blue halo appeared between the deviant ghost's clenched fists. It was the same color as his star-like blue eyes. In Dany's vision, she could also see a large number of mysterious runes that were growing, tangling, and forming into a shape like vines. The ice flakes and snowflakes in the storm fell into the runes and quickly condensed into a 2-meter-long crystal sword. The sword was thinner than paper and emitted a faint blue light. When placed flat, its blade was almost invisible. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the deviant ghost used ice magic to create an ice sword. Dany and the savages below the Great Wall were in disbelief. The night watchers on the Great Wall were also stunned. The deviant ghost imitated Dany's actions and pointed his sword at the opponent, making a short but powerful sound of provocation. Kill. Without any hesitation, Dany spun a blazing fireball in her left hand. Bright red fire arrows poured down on the deviant ghost's head like a heavy rain. Swoosh! The tall figure of the white ghost disappeared in an instant. There was no sound of running. As if he had teleported, he moved 2 meters to the left and dodged dozens of fire arrows. However, his final move was not teleportation. Although his speed was amazingly fast, he still could not avoid being captured by the dynamic vision of the Megalosaurus. The blazing fireball was like a Gatling gun, spurting out a red torrent in the air. At the beginning, the white ghost dodged left and right, back and forth, with his speed of more than 30 meters per second and his keen senses. His movements were erratic, and he even moved in front of Dany in a coquettish way. However, gradually, as he tried to approach the opposite side, Dany began to get familiar with his steps. The fire arrows that flew out no longer shot forward fiercely. They were either as fast as shuttles or slowly floating in the air like willow catkins. The combination of speed and slowness seemed to bloom around Dany's body like a beautiful red flower. Sizzle! Tiny fire snakes hit the white ghost one after another, leaving holes on his chest armor, arms, and cheek. Light blue blood gushed out with white mist. Yes, it was a hole. The deviant ghost's body and armor seemed to be made of ice. A fire arrow burned a hole the size of a bean. However, as the flashing blue blood flowed and filled the hole, the wound healed. What was more terrifying was that the deviant ghost's swordsmanship was swift and fierce. Many of the fire arrows that could not be dodged were shattered by his sword, or blocked with a palm-sized blade. The blade shone with a faint blue light, and there was not even a scratch on it. Hiss! The savages and night watchers gasped. Previously, a flame could easily ignite the ghoul, but this deviant ghost suffered at least 20 attacks and was unharmed? Bowen Maxey said with a pale face. How can it be unharmed? Melisandre's red eyes shone with a strange light. The deviant ghost consumed a lot of magic power. Chapter 329. Clang! The deviant ghost roared, and a circle of white ice and snow swirled around him again. He was in the center of the storm, and he completely gave up on the dragon flame arrows. He ran in a zigzag pattern and dashed directly toward Dany. Chi! The dragon flame arrows rained down on the ice and snowstorm. Some were extinguished directly, and some were deflected and slid past the white ghost. There were also a large number of fire arrows that turned into dragon flame in the storm, leaving mottled black holes on the white ghost's armor. Suddenly, Dany's expression froze. In the dragon's spirit state, a great terror fell from the sky like a millstone, smashing fiercely into her heart. Swoosh! The deviant ghost that was 3 steps away from her suddenly disappeared. The next moment, an icy blue shadow appeared behind Danny, and in the next moment, an icy long sword might pierce her heart from the back. Unfortunately, Danny had 6 eyes. Other than her own pair of eyes that were looking forward, Little White scanned the entire battlefield from the sky, and Dahe was behind her, seeing the entire battlefield clearly. Boom! Almost at the moment when the white ghost in front of her disappeared, the blazing fireball that was shooting fire arrows suddenly expanded and exploded into a ring of fire. With Danny as the center, it spread in all directions. Bang! The white ghost that jumped behind Danny with a strange step was like a rag doll that ran into a train. It shattered into a few large pieces of ice in the air, mixed with blue blood and milky white flesh, and fell 7 or 8 meters away. Some of the juice even splashed on the faces of Morona and the other savages who were watching, making a chee-chee-chee sound. A layer of frost quickly spread on their skin, and the savages screamed in pain. The deviant ghost was not destroyed by the impact of the ring of fire. In fact, with the sturdiness of the deviant ghost's body, it would not shatter into ice even if it was hit by a train, because the surface of its body seemed to be made of ice, but it was actually made of flesh, just like how a human would not be torn apart in the air after being hit by a car for more than 10 meters. The real fatal damage to the deviant ghost was the dragon flame. When the ring of fire hit its body at close range, it was like being hit by the dragon flame of a megalosaurus. The dragon flame destroyed the stability of the deviant ghost's body structure. The broken corpses that fell to the ground were like ice cream in summer. They were soft and quickly melted into a pool of light blue liquid that emitted cold air. At the same time, in Danny's space of consciousness, there was a burst of milky spiritual rain with icy mist. Just when she was inexplicably surprised, the milky spiritual rain blended into the ringband meditation foundation without any sluggishness. The incomplete Green Prophet's meditation runes spread out like a spider web. The runes appeared out of thin air and began to deduce on their own. Danny was dumbfounded. Deviant Ghost's icy spiritual rain could actually complete the Green Prophet's meditation technique. Silence filled the entire place. The barbarians stared blankly at the Dragon Queen, who was standing proudly on the spot with shocked expressions. Dahe let out a cry, stretched out its neck, and spat out a long dragon flame from its mouth. At this time, Danny came back to her senses and temporarily put aside the changes in the soul space. In the dragon spirit state, she released a large amount of magic power. Together with her mental power, she controlled the dragon flame to form a fireball. When she received the new dragon flame fireball, she was in high spirit. The long sword in her hand pointed at the 5 deviant ghosts in the icy mist one by one. Her voice shook the surroundings. Who else? Whoosh! The barbarians were awakened and shouted excitedly, "Dragon Queen with torrential magic flames! Dragon Queen who awes the world, deviant ghost killer Dragon Queen! Danny, long live Queen Liz! Victory, victory!" The night watchers on the Great Wall cheered excitedly. Ga. Stannis's upper and lower teeth clenched together again. What kind of deviant ghost is this? It looks so majestic, but it shattered after being hit by the ring of fire? Gordy Fallon muttered in disappointment. Why don't you go down and try? Bowen Maxey could not help but feel a little angry. The deviant ghost is so fast that you can't even see its shadow clearly. It didn't die after being hit by dozens of fire arrows. Isn't it strong enough? Who else? Danny shouted again. Finally, other ghost took a step forward and called out to Danny with a voice that sounded like the shattering of a frozen lake. Milky white skin, an invisible armor that changed color according to the environment, blue eyes that shone like stars, and pale white hair that floated on top of his head like flames. If it were not for the wrinkles on his cheeks under his eyes, Danny would have thought that he was the brother of the previous deviant ghost. Jie Clang? That deviant ghost turned around and shouted at his remaining 4 companions. The deviant ghost on horseback showed obvious hesitation. Then, the deviant ghost who accepted the challenge pointed at Blackie, who was surrounded by shieldmen, then pointed at his own chest and said a few words with a voice as cold as ice. "Be careful, he wants them to help him." Morona's expression changed as she reminded Danny loudly. "What? They want to attack me together?" Danny was shocked. She could not care less about acting cool anymore. She quickly turned around and ran back to hide in the shield formation. "No, not attacking," the deviant ghost suddenly spoke in human language. Westeros common language. His tone was difficult, as if his vocal cords could not support such pronunciation. Duel, fair duel." The deviant ghost's neck muscles tensed up as he spoke slowly and loudly. At this time, 2 deviant ghosts on horseback also climbed down and surrounded the challengers with the other 2. Under the shocked gaze of Danny and the others, the 4 deviant ghosts each extended a palm and placed it on their companions' chests and backs. In an instant, a circle of ice and snow rose from the ground. It was misty, and the snow danced in the air, enveloping the 5 deviant ghosts. Faint blue runes could be seen spreading on the ice crystal armor of the challengers like a spider web. Up, it spread across their chests, shoulders, necks, and heads. Down, the runes spread across their abdomens, thighs, calves, and ankles. Kacha. Visible to the naked eye, an ice helmet as thin as a cicada's wing gradually condensed on the head of the challengers. Their invisible armor also absorbed the ice and snow in the storm, covering them with a layer of sparkling ice armor. It seemed to be made of the same material as the ice sword that blocked the dragon flames. With the combined strength of the 4 deviant ghosts, they created a magical ice armor for the challengers. This ice armor lost its invisibility feature, and the deviant ghost's body was no longer faintly discernible. It stood proudly in front of Danny. The fireball of dragon flames reflected waves of red light on the deviant ghost's body, as if there was a mirror in front of it. The surrounding savages were almost dazzled. Duel! The Gundam version of the deviant ghost pointed its sword at the Dragon Queen. This deviant ghost was covered with a layer of sparkling and translucent ice from head to toe. Not only was its body size larger, its ice crystal armor was also very geometrically beautiful, a little like a well-defined Iron Man suit. To be fair, it was more beautiful than Tony's Mark battlesuit. It was shiny, and had a faint blue glow. When external light shone on it, it could even reflect a colorful halo. It was as if it was wearing a rainbow-colored robe. The deviant ghost is too cunning. It actually cheated and created an armor. Morona swallowed her saliva and looked at Danny. What do we do now? Whale and Solon have already brought people back to the crematorium. The night watchers have also secretly circled around and blocked the northeast side. It seems like it's time to launch an attack. Danny hesitated. The deviant ghost using a Gundam sounded terrifying. However, this was only a deviant ghost, and it was still many levels away from the Night King. If the dragon flames could not kill this deviant ghost, it would naturally lose its effect on the Night King. Without a doubt, the deviant ghost thought of the Megalosaurus as an imaginary enemy and planned to duel with her to test the strength and limits of the dragon flames. However, at the same time, Danny also wanted to know the deviant ghost's background and even find their weakness. I'll go and try. If I can't even deal with a small deviant ghost, how can I end the long night? Danny's gaze was firm and heroic. Hearing this, the dozens of shield-wielding savages felt their blood boil. They immediately shouted excitedly, "All hail the Dragon Queen! Long live the Dragon Queen!" Danny waved her hand and lowered her voice. Word by word, she said solemnly, "Always prepare for the worst. If things go wrong, you must immediately rush over to save me. Savages, evildoer, this king will take care of you." Danny held a fireball in her left hand and a fire sword in her right. She held her head high and chest out majestically. "Kakik," the deviant ghost said in a mocking tone. Then, it turned into a rainbow and rushed towards Danny. With the addition of the ice armor, its movements were slower, but it was still nimble. "You're asking for death," Danny roared. She focused and the fireball in her hand shot out a dense rain of dragon flames. TSK, 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 TSK. In just 1 or 2 seconds, more than 100 fire arrows hit the colorful ice armor. The other party didn't even raise her sword to block. The result was shocking. Other than being charred, there wasn't even a hole in the ice armor. Not even a drop of ice water melted. 7 levels of hell. The deviant ghost's ice armor is made of the same material as the ice sword. It's completely immune to dragon flames. Scholar Yimont exclaimed in shock. Nothing can be immune to dragon flames. The color of the armor has dimmed. Melissandra's red eyes were as deep as the abyss. Even though she didn't have binoculars, she could see more clearly than anyone else. Boom! A ring of fire exploded beside the Dragon Queen, just like before. Just like the deviant ghost before, the Gundam deviant ghost also used a strange footwork. It rushed in front of Danny and suddenly turned to her left as if it was gliding. But when the ring of fire exploded, the result was very different. The Gundam deviant ghost didn't slash. Instead, it held its sword with both hands and slashed the dragon flames in front of it apart like butter. Of course, the dragon flames were invisible and couldn't be completely avoided. Boom! The bright red dragon flames exploded on the deviant ghost's body. The deviant ghost retreated. TSK, TSK. 2 shallow trenches were left on the ground by its feet. For the first time, the deviant ghost made a sound and left behind footprints when it moved. Crack, crack. The crystal armor was charred. Starting from the shoulder armor, milky white lines cracked like a spider web. Boom! Like a tall full-length mirror being kicked to pieces by a boorish man, the dark ice armor on the Gundam deviant ghost suddenly exploded. Crystalline ice shards flew in all directions. The deviant ghost that lost its ice armor didn't stop moving at all. As soon as it stabilized itself, it immediately pounced on Danny like a whirlwind. It pounced on her directly. There was no zigzagging, no dodging, no hesitation, no mercy. For the first time, the deviant ghost rushed to the Dragon Queen's side and slashed with its sword. Danny raised her sword to block it. The blades clashed. Clang! The ice sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing clashed with the clear sky. However, it didn't produce the crisp sound of metal clashing. Instead, it was a sound that was at the edge of a human's hearing. It was high-pitched and sharp, like the cry of a dying beast. The barbarians nearby shook their heads sadly, as if trying to get rid of the poisonous snake-like noise in their ears. However, this was just the beginning. The Dragon Queen and the deviant ghost fought with speed. They didn't stop. The shadows of their swords flashed and the strange clang 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 sounds could be heard continuously. The two swordsmen went back and forth, switching between attack and defense extremely fast. Their figures were like 2 afterimages, dazzling the barbarians. Coupled with the strange sounds of their weapons clashing, the barbarians felt dizzy and couldn't stand properly. They felt like vomiting. Blind Duosi's body went limp. He held onto his shield and vomited. Duosi was also a Chiliarch, and was in charge of a small tribe. Blind was just a nickname because his eyes weren't that good. He wasn't really blind. Damn it, I can't even withstand the sounds of their battle? His eyes were filled with shock as he cursed in frustration. Chapter 330. The sword flashed and the figure moved. Roar! Suddenly, Danny let out an angry roar at the deviant ghost when the two swords clashed. It was a soul attack from a level 2 dragon spirit. Buzz, the deviant ghost, shook his body as if he was drunk. But in this moment of distraction, Danny's sword had already pierced into his neck. Pissed blue blood flowed down the blade, like ice water falling on red-hot steel, and evaporated into a cloud of mist. "Sword, your sword!" The deviant ghost lowered his head with difficulty, and his blue eyes looked at the black Valeglia steel sword in confusion. His body tilted, and he fell to the ground, dead. Starting from the wound on his neck, his flesh and bones quickly melted, leaving behind milky white glass-like bones, shining with a pale white light. Slowly, even the bones began to melt. Dwayne Johnson's strong body disappeared, and only a pool of cold liquid was left on the ground. This. Danny held the sword in front of her chest, and observed it carefully. Other than some frost, there was not even a trace of blood, and there was not even a scratch. Valeglia steel was indeed the bane of deviant ghosts. Long live the Dragon Queen! Dragon Queen is brave. Dragon Queen is skilled in both magic and martial arts. Seeing the deviant ghost suddenly killed, and seeing his body melt and disappear, the savages were shocked. After a moment of shock, they cheered wildly to express their excitement. Her Majesty won. Her Majesty defeated the deviant ghost. Yimon's heart dropped, and he shouted to the night watchers beside him with tears streaming down his face. The others did not care about his loss of composure, and they were even more excited than the old scholar. They all raised their hands and shouted, "Long live the Queen Danny-Lilith! Her Majesty Danny-Lilith is the champion of thousands!" Even the deviant ghost was no match for her in swordsmanship. If it was me, Gordy Fallon had seen the fight between a deviant ghost and a human with his own eyes, and just as he tried to put himself in the situation, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his body was trembling in fear. Just as I expected, Perestan did not know martial arts, so he did not feel much. She defeated a few strong knights in the Honey River tournament. The crown of love and beauty is not an exaggeration, and defeating the deviant ghost is nothing. One-armed Tanner stared at him, as if he was looking at an idiot. You really understood? Robert was no match for the deviant ghost when he was young, and you said it was nothing. That's impossible, right? The red-nosed old professor said in disbelief. You must not have seen their sword moves, right? It's too far. Old Eamon turned back and smiled bitterly. I didn't see it clearly even with the star observation mirror. It's okay, you barbarians, you must have seen the savages, right? Why are they covering their ears and avoiding the duel? Why? Old Tanner was confused. You can ask the savages later. One-armed Tanner shrugged. Normal people can't even get close to the battlefield, which means there are dangers we don't know about, and Robert definitely can't resist that kind of magic damage. Look, what are the 4 deviant ghosts doing? Bowen Marcy suddenly exclaimed. Old Yimont also exclaimed, How is this possible? The deviant ghosts are actually bowing to Her Majesty Danny Rise. What? The night watchers were shocked. Not to mention the night watchers, even Danny under the Great Wall was a little surprised. After defeating the second deviant ghost, Danny did not have time to show off. She immediately rolled the dragon flame in Blackie's mouth into a fireball and held it in her hand, then looked at the 4 deviant ghosts in front of her vigilantly. They were passing through the thick frozen fog, and were collectively approaching her. Before Danny could ask, they stopped 8 meters away from her. 2 deviant ghosts on horseback dismounted, and the 4 deviant ghosts side by side knelt to her on one knee, and said a few words in a solemn tone. They are praising your bravery, Morona said in disbelief. The deviant ghosts admit defeat. They admit that the humans have won this duel. Oh, I see. Danny's worry disappeared, and a proud expression immediately crept onto her face. Hey, ask them what the winner will get. Dragon Queen, what can the deviant ghosts get? Morona persuaded in a low voice. The deviant ghosts ignored them. They knelt on one knee, bowed their heads, and stood up on their own. 2 of them climbed onto their horses, and the other 2 walked. They turned around and entered the thick fog in the north, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. Bastards, where do you think you're going? Danny was furious. It was fine if they did not get the spoils, but they did not even leave a single captive. They were too arrogant. Kill. she shouted, and threw a big fireball into the frozen fog. Boom, flames spread, and heat waves rolled. The deviant ghosts appeared on the ground again. Danny looked around and said to Doris, who had a bronze shield in his left hand and an iron axe in his right hand, "Blind, be my servant and follow me to kill the enemies." Yes, blind Doris was a Chiliarch, and had the best shield and weapon. He became her second servant tonight. Dang 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 dang, beep 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 beep, kill kill, kill the deviant ghost. In the next moment, the sound of gongs and horns could be heard from all directions. The barbarians and rangers who were lying in ambush in the north and east started to light up their torches, and rush towards the deviant ghosts with the wildfire led by Dragon Queen. The whole battlefield was filled with torches, and the sounds of warriors shouting could be heard everywhere. The deviant ghosts, who were surrounded by the crowd, seemed to have no way to escape. Howl, howl, howl. Suddenly, but it was within Danny's expectations. From the north came the sharp whistling sound of dozens of ice swords flying towards them. Tsk, tsk, tsk. In an instant, dozens of barbarians were skewered into frozen candied haws. The northern front line was emptied. The battle cries on the battlefield also stopped for a moment. The barbarians and night watchers were all stunned by the change. However, Danny had already guessed that the deviant ghosts would have reinforcements, and they also had the resolve to exchange their lives for theirs. A leader must be benevolent, and cherish every one of his people. However, when necessary, he should not be afraid of sacrificing his subordinate. To put it bluntly, even if an ice sword could kill 3 warriors, 10 of them would only kill 30 people. However, as long as one deviant ghost was left behind, at least 1,000 people would be saved in the future. It was worth it. Kill, don't be afraid, I am with you, the true dragon is with you. Dragon Queen raised a big fireball, and led the charge under the protection of a group of shield soldiers. Charge with me. Kill the bastard deviant ghost. Her shouts shook the sky. Hiss, Blackie roared, dispelling the last bit of fear in the barbarians and night watchers. Kill. A group of barbarians passed by Dragon Queen and charged straight at the deviant ghost. The deviant ghosts seemed to be a little confused. They did not expect the humans to be so desperate that they were not even afraid of ghosts. When the barbarians rushed over with torches, the ice swords in the hands of the 2 infantry deviant ghosts had not formed yet. Yes, each deviant ghost only had 1 ice sword. Throwing the ice swords felt good for a moment, but after throwing them away, they had to consume the power of ice to condense them again. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tisk. A few torches were thrown at the infantry deviant ghosts, and the sound of charcoal falling into water could be heard. The deviant ghost riding on the horse beside them roared, and raised its wide and long ice sword, waving it in the shape of a huge crescent. The barbarians wailed, and broken limbs flew everywhere. Blood spurted out and ice fog filled the air. Boom! Danny's eyes were cold. The dragon flame fireball turned into a thick pillar of fire, and directly hit the back of the cavalry deviant ghost. Kacha, kacha boom! While flying in the air, the deviant ghost exploded into dozens of pieces. The juice that splashed out left a layer of frost on the ground and the barbarian's skin. Kill! She was multitasking. While she was turning the dragon flame from Blackie's mouth into a fireball, she was also waving her sword at the infantry deviant ghost that was killing the barbarians. At this moment, he had already condensed an ice sword. Dang! The deviant ghost turned around, and the ridge of the ice sword happened to block Danny's stab. Kill! She activated her soul attack, and the dragon's soul roared. The deviant ghost's body swayed, and the ice sword passed through the clear sky. It hit the deviant ghost's chest armor, and it was stuck. Damn it, the deviant ghost's armor was actually so sturdy that it could even block Valeglia's steel. Danny cursed in her heart. The deviant ghost came back to its senses, and opened its mouth to let out a piercing screech. The ice sword in its hand slashed at Danny's shoulder. Blind Duos, who was acting as an attendant, immediately raised his shield to block it. Dang! The sword and shield collided, and a sharp and resounding sound was heard. A layer of frost condensed on the thick bronze shield, and then it split into two along with Blind's body. In Blind's chest that had been cut open, hot blood and slippery internal organs were emitting white steam as they slid to the ground. The second attendant of the Dragon Queen was dead. Walla Chi. Without having the time to find a new attendant, Dani lowered her body and went under the deviant ghost's right arm. The tip of her sword deviated, and a shallow groove was drawn on the deviant ghost's invisible armor. The blade of the sword stuck close to the groove and slashed upwards. It was like an axe chopping firewood. It had the power to slow down, but it was unable to stop it. Chi! Blue blood spurted out, and the pale right arm that was holding the ice sword fell off. The deviant ghost let out a miserable cry that did not sound like a human's howl, and staggered backward. At this moment, the fireball in Blackie's mouth flew over. She used her left hand to catch the fireball. Not dead. Seeing that the deviant ghost's severed arm was only bleeding and not melting, Dani was delighted. She shouted, "Tie him up, use ropes and chains to pin him down. Catch him." As she shouted, she even kicked the deviant ghost's lower abdomen. When the deviant ghost staggered and fell to the ground, 4 to 5 barbarians immediately pounced over. "Ouch, it's freezing me to death." The spearwoman who was holding down the deviant ghost's left leg cried out and spat out a stream of white mist. "Use a shield." I had already guessed that this cold-blooded bastard would be very cold. On the other side, the barbarian who was holding down the deviant ghost's head with a wooden shield laughed out loud. Dani walked a few steps to the spearwoman's side and waved her sword continuously, cutting off the deviant ghost's 2 calves and the other elbow from its joints. Blue blood splattered everywhere, and the barbarian once again cried out in pain from the cold. "Leave a 10-man team behind and look after him." Then, Dani called out to the barbarians beside her. She chose a large barbarian who was holding a huge oak shield to be her third attendant. Together, they ran towards the deviant ghost cavalry that was slaughtering the deviant ghost cavalry. After getting close, Dani had the illusion that she was watching the arcade game Romance of the Three Kingdoms. At the start of the game, she picked up the heavenly sword from the horse and quickly swung the arrow keys. Pressing A, she slashed at the soldiers who were surrounding her. The light of the sword flashed, and the barbarians howled as they were cut into two. The wooden shields and bronze swords were all unable to block it. When they met the ice sword, they were immediately cut into two or frosted, and suddenly exploded into dozens of metal shards. The barbarians were also very brave. They advanced dauntlessly, wave after wave. Some of them squatted down to cut off the horses' legs, some of them held torches and greeted the deviant ghost. Then, they were all cut into two by the deviant ghost. In fact, there were a few times when the deviant ghost's war horse was ignited. Deviant ghosts were not easily flammable, but the resurrected deviant ghosts were very flammable. But every time the war horse was on fire, the deviant ghost would emit a cold air from its body and extinguish the flames. Fire snake. Dani ran quickly. When she was 5 meters away from the deviant ghost cavalry, she shouted in a low voice. A bright red fire snake that was as thick as a wrist and 7 to 8 meters long shot out from the fireball in her hand. It slithered through the gaps between the barbarians' heads, causing their hair to be burnt. Finally, it arrived in front of the deviant ghost and wrapped around its waist like an immortal rope. Chapter 331. Fire Snake. Dani bellowed. A bright red fire snake that was 7 to 8 meters long flew out of the fireball in her hand. The fire snake zigzagged through the gaps above the barbarians' heads and wrapped around the waist of the deviant ghost, who was on a killing spree. It was like the immortal tying rope catching demons. However, the deviant ghost was not an ordinary demon. In the dark frozen fog, the fire snake was too bright, too hot, and too eye-catching. It was impossible for him not to notice it. The deviant ghost stepped on the stirrups and flew towards the fire snake. In the air, the 2.5-meter-long ice sword in his hand stirred up a cold ice whirlwind. The deviant ghost's figure just happened to fly past the broken part of the deviant ghost's body. Seeing this, Danny let out a proud smile. In the next moment, the two halves of the fire rope turned into two new fire snakes and suddenly rolled backwards, one on the left and one on the right, coiling around the arms of the deviant ghost like chains. Ow! The deviant ghost let out a sharp cry. Its body that was flying in the air tumbled and fell. Danny's sword was like the wind. The smoky black blade stirred up two sword flowers at the deviant ghost's legs at a speed that ordinary people could not see clearly. Chi-chi! The two calves that were connected to the feet fell off the deviant ghost's body. Blue blood splattered on Danny's helmet and shoulder armor. However, it was different from leaving a large piece of frost on the barbarians' bodies. It was like clear water falling into a red-hot iron pot. The blue blood sizzled and evaporated into a cloud of white steam, disappearing into the night air. There was no burnt or fishy smell. Instead, there was a faint fragrance of mint and jasmine. Crack, crack! At this time, the immortal tying rope wrapped around the deviant ghost's arms also burned through the pale skin, milky white flesh, and crystal bones. The deviant ghost was like a broken porcelain doll. There were uneven gaps and grayish-white cracks on the remaining parts of its arms. The deviant ghost's starry blue eyes also dimmed. It was like a phone that had consumed 85% of its battery and entered battery-saving mode. Tie him up. Leaving this sentence, Danny quickly rushed towards the fourth deviant ghost. Deviant ghosts were intelligent. When they saw that the situation was not good, they did not intend to fight to the death. When Danny was tormenting the other three deviant ghosts, the remaining infantry deviant ghost retreated into the frozen fog, hid its body, and quickly fled to the north. Of course, at this moment there were people everywhere. While he was escaping, he was constantly being chased and obstructed by the barbarians. His figure could not completely disappear from everyone's eyes. Rushing to the north, Danny found that the situation was a little bad. She didn't know how many deviant ghosts were hiding in the forest, and more than 1,000 corpse ghosts had run out. Right in front of Danny, a direwolf ghoul the size of a small pony pounced on a barbarian. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and the barbarian's head was sucked into its mouth like a pair of pliers. Red and white bits of flesh and hair spilled out like tofu pudding. On the other side, there was a huge bear with rotten fur and bones visible in its brown, rotting flesh. It swung its paw, bringing with it a gust of wind. Bang! A savage was crushed into a pool of red, juicy flesh. White bear, direwolf, mammoth, normal wild wolf, shadow lynx, cheetah. Danny even saw a black and white striped sea snake that was 20 meters long. Their eyeballs were all glowing with a faint blue light. They were all corpse ghosts. Hundreds and thousands of giants, barbarians and ferocious beast corpse ghosts were slaughtering the barbarians and rangers. Broken limbs flew everywhere, blood dyed the ground, and cries of agony could be heard everywhere. The brave warriors who died in battle quickly opened their blue eyes, got up, and slashed their former comrades with their swords. Danny did not say a word. With a gloomy face, she split open fire arrows and shot them at the approaching corpse ghosts. Whoosh whoosh! A fire arrow landed on the bear's face, and immediately ignited a huge fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! 1, 2, 3. 7 to 8 consecutive fire arrows were all dodged by the direwolf ghoul nimbly. In the end, the beast even came close, and pounced at Danny like lightning. The two shield-bearers immediately raised their shields to cover their faces, and stood in front of the Dragon Queen. Bam! Tch! Danny thrust her sword through the gap between the shields, and tapped the rotting wolf corpse's chest. Whoosh! The blue light in the wolf's eye sockets extinguished, and its strong and sturdy body fell limply. Rotten flesh and broken bones scattered everywhere, and the stench of a corpse spread out. Other than the direwolf ghoul that was too nimble, the other ferocious beast corpse ghosts would be ignited by the third fire arrow even if they could dodge 1 or 2 fire arrows. As her fire arrows rained down, the dragon flame fireballs were exhausted one after another. The entire battlefield seemed to have turned into a fiery hell. Corpses that were 3 to 5 feet long in flames were everywhere, and the air was filled with black smoke and the stench of burnt flesh. Thick smoke billowed, flames blazed, and corpses were everywhere. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air, and it was like hell on earth. Dany stood at the edge of the fiery hell, looking at the dense ghost shadow forest in the north, her expression uncertain. "Should we charge in?" The commander of the East Sea Watch, Carter Pike, rode on his horse, eager to give it a try. "I'm familiar with this forest." The Rangers had also suffered heavy losses. There were more than 100 of them that had left the city gate, but now there were only about 60 left. In just half an hour of chaotic battle, they had lost 30 to 40% of their men. However, the survival rate of the Rangers had always been low. Counting from the time the new recruits joined the army, the average number of survivors was less than half of the total number. Therefore, Carter Pike and his group of Rangers were still able to maintain their fighting spirit. "There's no way to chase them." Morona looked at the 100 or so exhausted savage warriors around her, and said in a low voice, "The terrain in the forest is complicated, and the deviant ghosts can turn invisible. They might be ambushed." "That deviant ghost ran away," Dany said unwillingly. "Out of the 6 deviant ghosts, 2 died in the battle, 1 was burned to death by her, and 2 were captured by her after she cut off its limbs. The remaining infantry deviant ghost took advantage of the chaos to hide in the group of ghouls and escaped." The deviant ghost that had thrown the ice swords had been hiding in the forest, controlling the ghouls from a distance, and did not come out. So what if it ran away? This is an unprecedented victory. We killed thousands of ghouls and even captured 2 white ghouls. Before this, we have never killed a white ghoul. However, the freedmen also suffered heavy losses. The deviant ghosts that were burned to death were all our companions a day ago. The high elephant wiped away the pieces of flesh between his whiskers. He looked excited and sad. "Woo, woo, woo." Suddenly, 3 melodious and loud horns sounded from the Great Wall. The 3 horns represented the invasion of deviant ghosts. "What's going on? Where are the deviant ghosts?" Carter Pike turned around in surprise. Dany was stunned for a moment. She asked the savage shield soldiers who were guarding Dahe to move aside. She climbed onto the dragon's back and said to the savages and rangers around her, "Take care of the captives, especially the 2 white ghouls." Other than deviant ghosts, Dany also asked the savages to capture 20 ghouls and a ghoul wolf. The ghouls that did not have weapons could only attack with their teeth and nails. However, they were not infected by the virus, so their real lethality was not terrifying. Of course, the premise was that they did not have an absolute advantage in numbers. When the ghouls were almost cleared out by the Dragon Queen, dozens of savages raised their shields and pounced forward. They easily pinned the ghouls down and put them in chains. "Hula! Hula!" Dahe kicked hard with its hind legs and flapped its wide fleshy wings to leap into the sky. It flew in circles and increased its altitude before landing lightly on the Great Wall. Dany exchanged glances with Erlu, who had a gloomy expression and was clenching his teeth. She smiled. "Isn't it exciting? Isn't it nice? Actually, the feeling of killing deviant ghosts with your own hands is even better. You should give it a try." Crack, crack, crack. Stannis glared at Dany and ground his teeth. "Your Majesty, something happened to the Suicide Squad." Old Ymont hurried over and interrupted the awkward confrontation between the 2 kings. "Suicide Squad?" Dany quickly turned her head and looked towards the north. It was completely dark. She could not see anything. The next moment, she entered dragon spirit mode. Dahe stretched its neck and looked towards the north. Sparks of fire rose in the forest. Adjusting its dragon eyes, the lens gradually zoomed in. More than a dozen raging flames were burning 8 kilometers away from the haunted forest. The treetops were set ablaze. Thick smoke billowed as the flames soared into the sky. I saw a red light in the distance through the star observation mirror. It seems to be at the place where the Suicide Squad set up their hunting spot. Actually, there were flames an hour ago. But you were dueling with deviant ghosts at that time, so we did not dare to disturb you, old Yimont said. What a vicious deviant ghost. Not only did it ambush the savages' camp, it also wants to eat the Suicide Squad. Danny cursed. She rode Dahe and jumped down from the Great Wall. She drew an arc in the air and quickly flew towards the north with Little White. Well, although Little White did not directly participate in tonight's battle, it had been playing the role of the global eagle. In the foggy night, Danny ran around the battlefield. Wherever the ghouls gathered, she would go to provide support. But she was never surrounded. It was all thanks to Little White's help to open up the map. There were more deviant ghosts than expected. While Danny sat by the fire and chatted with Baristan, Ulma, and the others, the deviant ghosts had quietly crossed the Suicide Squad's diamond-shaped defense line. Along the way, they revived the savages' corpses in the forest and headed south to attack the new savages' camp. At that time, the 2 dragons were within the range of the Suicide Squad's hunting spot. Danny knew nothing about the deviant ghost's movements. Fortunately, Dahe's ears were sharp. It heard the sound of the horn 7 or 8 miles away. But when Danny rode her dragon to support the savages at the Great Wall, another wave of deviant ghosts attacked the Suicide Squad. With the help of the concealment armor that blended perfectly with the environment, the deviant ghosts silently approached the 5-man Ranger squad and killed them. Of course, Danny did not make a low-level mistake. When she rode Dahe to the Great Wall, Little White was still hovering above the Suicide Squad's hunting spot. At that time, Danny was still unsure of what had happened at the Great Wall. She did not immediately recall Little White. When she discovered that the deviant ghosts were attacking the camp and she decided to support the Great Wall, she asked Little White to send a signal to the Suicide Squad, a dragon's roar. Just like how the Night Watchers used the sound of the horn to transmit information before the Suicide Squad set off, Danny had also created a message code for the dragon's roar. One dragon's roar meant that a hunting spot had encountered a deviant ghost and everyone had to be careful. 2 dragons' roars meant that 2 or more hunting spots had encountered a deviant ghost and the queen was unable to support the rest of the hunting spots. If the deviant ghost wanted to leave the hunting spot, it would jump down and do something crazy to attract the deviant ghost's attention. 3 dragons' roars meant that the battle line had collapsed. The Dragon Queen and the 4 Ranger squads could no longer take care of them. Suicide Squad members, good luck. 4 dragons' roars meant that something unexpected had happened. The hunting plan had been abandoned, and everyone had entered emergency combat, life-saving mode. Danny did not expect deviant ghosts to attack the Great Wall. The unexpected situation was not specified. But preparedness meant success, and unpreparedness meant failure. Danny finally prepared for the worst. After all, the name of this squad explained everything. The Suicide Squad. Then, Little White roared 4 times. The other 3 Ranger squads immediately abandoned their posts and rushed to Barristan's location. Barristan's location was at the center of the diamond-shaped formation and was the closest to the Great Wall. Chapter 332. Tonight, the barbarians suffered heavy losses. Tonight, the other ghosts suffered heavy losses. Tonight, there were several great heroes who killed the other ghosts. Besides Danny, Baristan, Jon Snow, and Ulma each killed a white ghost. Well, white ghosts, not ghouls. The corpses in the diamond-shaped formation were collected by the Suicide Squad and piled under the trees. The other ghosts could not harvest the corpses with chains. Therefore, the other ghosts who sneaked into the hunting area could only fight hand-to-hand. Of course, the other ghosts were not afraid of fighting. When the 5 other ghosts approached the small hill where the White Knights were stationed, they were faced with 19 vigilant rangers and a White Knight armed to the teeth. The key was that since Dani dared to lead the team to capture the other ghosts, she would definitely equip them with the other ghosts' weapons. It was impossible for everyone to have a steel sword, but there were many dragon crystal daggers and arrows in the Night Watcher's warehouse. Sam came back with a female barbarian and a bastard son. He also brought back a big bag of dragon crystal weapons. In the afternoon, after Sam told everyone that the dragon crystal daggers had a special effect on other ghosts, Bo and Maxie immediately cleaned up the Night Watcher's warehouse and found a big box of dragon crystal weapons in a dusty corner. There was no doubt that Dark Castle had many dragon crystal weapons. First of all, dragon crystal sounded awesome, but it was actually obsidian that could be mined from volcanoes. Although rare, it was not rare. The key was that it could not be mass-produced. Secondly, the Night Watchers had a history of nearly 10,000 years. They had experienced 2 long nights and had rich experience in dealing with other ghosts. At least, the Night Watchers were like this thousands of years ago. A long time ago, the Night Watchers had consciously stored many dragon crystal weapons. Finally, before the Undulls came, the children of the forest would send a batch of dragon crystal weapons to the Night Watchers every year. This process lasted for at least 2,000 years. As for whether the dragon crystals from thousands of years ago could be kept until now, the 19 cities on the Great Wall, including Dark Castle, Eastwatch, and Shadow Tower, had all existed when the Great Wall was first built. In other words, Dark Castle had a history of at least 8,000 years. Its underground warehouse had also existed for 8,000 years. There were even many materials from 8,000 years ago. Well, if you look carefully, you might find an 8,000-year-old ham. The warehouse was under the Great Wall, and it was colder than an ice cellar. If they went to the Dark Castle, they would find countless relics that were 8,000 years old, including the Commander's Tower where Erlu lived and the King's Tower where Dani lived. These towers had been built long ago, but they were renamed in the last 200 years. The fireplace that the Dragon Queen had been using for the past few days was also an antique with 8,000 years of history. Alright, I digress. The dragon crystal weapons that the Night Watchers had prepared were definitely not enough to deal with the long night ahead, but it was enough to fight a battle of attrition. The Suicide Squad was equipped with dragon crystal scimitars, short swords, and at least 1 dagger. At the same time, they were also equipped with crossbows and bows. The arrows were all dragon crystal arrowheads. When the 5 deviant ghosts quietly approached the ranger squad, they were faced with a group of fierce men wielding dragon crystal weapons. The bows and crossbows were fired at the same time. In just one wave, 4 of the 5 deviant ghosts were hit by the arrows. The arrows fell on the armor and made clanking sounds. However, as long as the arrows hit the arms, necks, cheeks, and other parts of the body that were exposed outside the armor, they would immediately bleed profusely. They would be injured just like normal people who were hit by arrows. Well, the deviant ghosts could not be hurt by iron, bronze, or wood weapons. However, if the dragon crystal and Valeglia's steel did not hit the vital parts, they could not kill the deviant ghost. The deviant ghost whose neck was shot by Ulma struggled for a moment before turning into a pool of cold liquid. In close combat, Baristan used his sword to stab the deviant ghost whose cheek was scratched to death. The remaining 3 saw that the situation was not good and retreated. Or rather, they strategically moved. When they realized that their sneak attack had failed, the deviant ghosts directly summoned the corpse ghost. Other than the barbarians who died in the hands of the Deer Association during the day, the deviant ghosts had been searching for corpses beyond the Great Wall. Barbarians, giants, mammoths, seals, wolves, large sea snakes, and so on. As long as the corpses were not burned, even skeletons were their targets. Then, the Suicide Squad met with a tragedy. Where did the Dragon Queen go? Yrgrat shot an arrow and killed a corpse ghost that was pouncing on the fire. She asked loudly for the umpteenth time. Something must have happened at the Great Wall. John's forehead was covered in sweat. He swung his sword and killed the corpse ghost that was pouncing on him. He said without turning his head, "Hold on for a little longer. Even if Her Majesty Dany Rise is held back, the deviant ghosts will retreat when the sun comes out." When the gong sounded for the first time, the squad of rangers who had killed 2 white ghosts and had their confidence boosted immediately rode their horses to provide support. Then, they saved John, Elisa, and Yrgrit, who were being chased by the ice spiders. Well, John, who was at the northernmost end, was the first to be attacked. The ones who attacked them were not corpse ghosts, but 2 deviant ghosts riding ice spiders. Again, if hiding in the trees was useful, the long night would not be called the apocalyptic disaster. Even Yasor Ahai was once chased by the ice spiders. There were such stories in the northern land, Asia, the barren land, and the western continent of Ursus. Before forging the light emissary, Yasor Ahai challenged the deviant ghosts many times and ended in failure. His long sword shattered like thousands of pieces of ice crystals. In the end, he could only flee with the broken sword. The deviant ghosts rode ice spiders the size of hounds and chased the last hero. The 2 deviant ghosts rode on the huge ice spiders, followed by a large group of small spiders the size of hounds. They directly pounced on the iron tree under John. The ice spiders did not have the speed of the apes, but they could quickly climb the tree trunk and chase after John. The 2 deviant ghosts each rode a big spider, followed by 20 small spiders. In the process of approaching John, they stepped on traps, pits, and hunting net. They lost 6 spiders killed by John and the others with arrows. The ice spiders were living magic creatures. After death, they could be resurrected by the deviant ghosts. But the dragon crystal arrows could really kill them. The first to be targeted was John. He was the fiercest and killed 2 ice spiders by himself. If it was not for Yrgrit, John would have died in this wave. If he died, he would become a corpse ghost and could not be resurrected. The Dragon Queen would not have to worry about her nephew rebelling. The female savage changed from a corpse guard to a dead person. She climbed down from the tree trunk and cursed at the deviant ghosts, crazily attracting aggro. The ice spiders that were approaching John changed their direction and pounced on the red-haired woman. Fortunately, the ranger team was close enough. It was a straight-line distance of 300 meters, so they rushed over in 5 minutes. After that, John and Yrgrit combined their sword and arrow to kill an ice spider knight. After another deviant ghost escaped on the ice spider, Barristan made a prompt decision. There was an error in the intelligence. Hiding in the treetops was no longer safe. He immediately lit up the treetops, gave up on the hunting spots, and gathered all the suicide squad together. Because there was no signal set to gather the suicide squad, the ranger could only lead John and the other 2 to the next hunting spot. 2 hours later, the treetops of the 20 hunting spots were lit up, and all the suicide squad members gathered together. They used the oil cans that they carried with them to burn the tree trunks, forming a loose defensive line on the small hill. Well, at this time, there were only 34 people left in the suicide squad. The 66 warriors were either killed by the ice spiders at the hunting spots or killed by the corpse ghosts after joining the ranger team. Around the small mound, there were hundreds and thousands of corpse ghosts. Some of them had just died, including the suicide squad members who were killed. Some had rotten skin and swollen muscles, some had died for a few years, most of their flesh had fallen off, and some were just a skeleton. It was a combination of zombies and undead calamity. The cold fog was mixed in with the strong wind, blowing towards the hill. The hope in the hearts of the suicide squad was like the flames in the bonfire in front of them, extinguishing bit by bit. The White Knight gave up on defense. He held his sword with both hands and slashed left and right. Like a high-horsepower cutting machine, he brought about a rain of blood among the corpse ghosts. The corpse ghosts constantly hit him with their claws, bronze knives, and wooden spears, but other than a series of banging sounds, The old knight's body shook a few times without any damage. There were even deviant ghosts who threw ice swords to attack him, hitting him in the middle of the back, sending the tall old knight flying 3 to 4 meters into the corpse ghost. At that time, John and the others thought that fearless Barristan had finally ended his legendary life in the hands of the deviant ghosts, who knew that the old man would roar like a tiger, rolling on the ground and waving his long sword. The rotten thighs of the corpse ghosts were like wheat in the field, and a large area was cut off. When there was room to struggle, the old knight quickly got up and continued to fight. Other than a layer of light blue frost on his back, there was almost no damage. He was the only one who took on almost a quarter of the defensive pressure for the Suicide Squad. He was extremely brave and fierce. "Hold on, Her Majesty Danny Rise will be here soon." The White Knight retreated into the crowd and encouraged everyone loudly. Swoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow jumped out of the corpse ghosts. It jumped more than 2 meters high and landed directly on the White Knight's head. It was a boy of 7 or 8 years old. His eyes shone with a faint blue light, and his 2 skinny little hands were holding his helmet and pulling it with all his might. "Ygritte!" John shouted. Whoosh! The red-haired girl immediately drew her bow and shot the ghost child who had attacked the old knight, turning it into a few pieces of broken corpse. This is already the 5th one. The deviant ghosts are too smart. The red-haired girl shouted in shock and anger. "You Tin Woodman, be careful. There aren't many dragon crystal arrows left." "Enough." Barristan suddenly stopped and looked up with a smile. "Her Majesty is here." "She's here?" Everyone was pleasantly surprised. They looked up and saw a small red dot rising above their heads. "What's that?" Just as they were wondering, the red dot expanded rapidly. It was the size of a bowl, the size of a basin. The strange phenomenon in the sky became more and more obvious. The crimson light drove the dark fog nearby. It was as if the sun had risen, and red light covered the ground. In just a few seconds, the sky near the hills changed from the darkness before dawn to the rising sun. The scenery within a few hundred meters was enveloped in red light. Even the maggots frozen to death on the corpse ghost's teeth could be seen clearly. "7 gods above, what is this?" Sir Elisa murmured. "The gods have answered our prayers and sent down divine punishment to punish the deviant ghosts." Alma glared. "The sun has come out early." The red-haired girl shouted. That's Her Majesty," the White Knight mumbled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The sun fell from the sky, and the crimson sun smashed straight down on everyone's heads. A hot gust of wind blew through the sky, and the frozen fog brought by the deviant ghosts was blown away. It's coming down. Run!" Someone shouted. "Don't run. Quick, climb down!" The White Knight shouted. Suddenly, the falling great sun suddenly expanded, pulling the round dough into a donut. This time, the old knight didn't need to shout. Everyone knew what the Dragon Queen meant. She was hiding in the donut. Boom, boom, boom! Starting from 500 meters in the air, the donut grew bigger and bigger. By the time it landed on the ground, it had formed a ring of fire with a diameter of 30 meters, inside, and 50 meters, outside. There was no explosion, only a ring of burning 3-foot-tall dragon flames. Chapter 333. Gulp. Looking at the ghouls burning in the dragon flames, John swallowed hard. This is fire control, gods. He had become a shadow-binding knight and could learn shadow, blood, and fire magic. John had read the Tam's notes that the Dragon Queen had given him, but he did not learn any blood witchcraft. He did not dare to learn. That ghost story book really scared him. The person involved, Demigod Tam, even replaced all the weird spirits, deviant ghosts, and demons in Old Nan's story, and became John's most terrifying nightmare. After becoming a shadow-binding knight, he gradually familiarized himself with his wolf spirit talent and found Bai Ling. He also activated the Veleglia Steel Inheritance Plate, Lisbon's, and learned the same fire control magic as Danny. So, he understood where this bread circle that protected them came from. The deviant ghosts have retreated. Look, the dead people outside have all retreated into the forest. Yrgrit got up from the ground and pointed at the ghouls outside the fire circle and shouted excitedly, "The deviant ghosts have retreated. We have survived. We have won. Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the true dragon!" The others saw this and cheered excitedly. Dany did not land. She only left the white dragon here to monitor the suicide squad and rode the black dragon back to the Great Wall. It was still dark. She did not dare to land the dragon in the ghost forest. There were only 30 suicide squads left, and none of them had shields. If there were deviant ghosts hiding in the forest and shooting flying swords at Big Black, she would be an idiot. Back at the Dark Castle, Big Black found a place to land on the Great Wall and monitor the savage camp below. She leaned against the warm wings and dozed off, entering the dragon dream. She let Big Black work while she checked the meditation foundation of the belt in the dragon dream. After absorbing the souls of the 3 deviant ghosts, the belt's area had expanded by 1/5. Other than her multitasking skills becoming stronger, she did not feel any obvious benefit. However, the strange connection between the deviant ghosts and the Green Prophet made her surprised. Why did the deviant ghost souls have the same origin as the Green Prophet and could even complete the meditation runes? It seemed that she had to find a chance to talk to Melisandre again. The deviant ghosts seemed to have retreated. Dany slept on Dahé's back for more than 3 hours. When the sun rose, there were no more deviant ghosts outside the city. After instructing Bowen and Marcy to keep an eye on the captured deviant ghosts, Dany, who had just woken up, rode her dragon to the haunted forest once again. Early in the morning, the golden sunlight shone on their faces. The 34 members of the Suicide Squad snuggled together and slept soundly. Well, when they saw the white dragon hovering above their heads, they knew that their safety was under the protection of the Megalosaurus. Everyone was at ease and didn't even arrange for someone to be on night duty. Hiss Blackie roared and landed on the scorched and cracked soil of the mound. The savages and the night watchers rubbed their eyes and stood up. "Your Majesty, you're here," White Knight greeted. "Let's get ready to go back," Dany said loudly. "What happened at the Great Wall last night?" Jon asked. A dozen deviant ghosts led thousands of ghouls to attack the camp of the barbarians outside the Great Wall. "What?" the savages exclaimed. They quickly gathered around and asked, "What's the situation? How many died?" "It's a bit bad," Dany said with a sour expression. Before she came, Whale had already reported the losses of the camp to her. 5 of the 12 Kiliarchs had died in battle. Nearly 1,000 raiders and spearwomen had died. These were the true elites of the barbarians. Other than the warriors, 400 to 500 ordinary people had died. Before Dany arrived, the camp had already fallen. They had all died then. About 1,500 people. More than 30 night watchers died as well, she said. "Only 30? Ygritte raised her voice and shouted, "Are the crows hiding inside the Great Wall? How many rangers do we have? The elites have all joined the Suicide Squad. Dark Castle has already done its best to send out 100 riders," Jon said with a frown. "Where's Stannis?" White Knight asked with a frown. "He's watching from the top of the Great Wall." Dany was relieved to see the dissatisfaction and anger on everyone's faces. "All right, let's pack up and leave. This damned forest is not a place for the living to stay," she said as she clapped her hands. "What about the ghouls? Are we not going to capture them? We can at least go to the hunting grounds and escort the chained ghouls back," Sir Mallister suggested. "I captured 2 deviant ghosts and dozens of ghouls last night." "The Suicide Squad's mission was completed by accident," Dany said. "There are also ice spiders. I caught 2 ice spiders over there," a night watcher said with a frightened expression. "The 7 hells. I didn't expect the stories to be true. Deviant ghosts are really riding ice spiders in the forest to capture the living. Sigh, even the white ghosts have come out. Ice spiders are nothing. Alma smacked his lips and said worriedly, "Among the ghouls that surrounded us last night, many of them were skeletons that had been dead for decades. Think about it, how many Westeros have died in the past few decades?" "Ice spiders." Dany frowned. She had never seen that thing before, but she thought that it was a legendary creature unique to this world, just like the shadow lynx and the direwolf. The deviant ghosts are not stupid. If there really were ice spiders caught in the beast-catching net, they would have been rescued by now. Jon shook his head. He guessed right. 2 dragons soared in the sky. Dany and a group of Suicide Squad members went south and left the ghost forest. There were 14 horses left. Other than the seriously injured, Her Majesty the Queen was also given a horse. Not long after the group of 35 people went south, they came across a hunting ground. Not to mention the ice spiders in the net, even the ghouls that were chained up were gone. The treetops were burned, and the trunk at the top was charred black with faint green smoke lingering around. The beast-catching net hanging on the branches was torn into pieces. The net was woven with iron wire, and even an iron sword could not cut it. The chain was still wrapped around the tree stump, but the black iron handcuffs that bound the ghouls at the other end were broken into a dozen pieces, and the fragments were covered with light blue frost. "Hiss, so cold." Sir Elisa squatted by the tree trunk, picked up a piece and shivered, then threw it away. Dany walked over and picked up a piece. Feeling the abnormal chill, she sighed. The deviant ghost's ice sword can cut through bronze and ordinary iron swords. Dragon crystals are too brittle, and Valeglia steel is too rare. In the future, when facing the deviant ghost army, it's best to take advantage of the terrain and use dragon crystal arrows to shoot down from above. Yes, I killed 1 deviant ghost with 1 arrow. 1 dragon crystal arrow for 1 deviant ghost, it's too worth it. Alma said proudly. I also killed 1. Ygritte smiled, revealing a mouthful of uneven white teeth. With Jon, he blocked the deviant ghost's ice sword, and I used a bow to sneak attack. Your Majesty, don't you think that the deviant ghost last night was a little strange? Jon asked with a frown. Dany thought for a moment, then said, Deviant ghosts have intelligence and can speak. They're very smart. Even if they're as smart as humans, our hunting plan was perfect. It shouldn't have failed completely, Jon said. Dany's expression was serious. What are you trying to say? Our plan was leaked, and there's a traitor in the Suicide Squad? Jon, are you suspecting us freedmen? Ygritte's flat nose was crooked from anger. No. Jon hurriedly shook his head. There's definitely no problem with the Suicide Squad, but we passed by many barbarian camps last night. What evidence do you have? The freedmen all know that I'm willing to accept them. Even if they go to the other side of the narrow sea with an uncertain future, it's still better than relying on deviant ghosts. I don't know what they think, but... Jon spat out a name with an ugly expression. Cast. Hearing that, even the indignant Ygritte started to feel conflicted. Cast sacrificed the baby boy to the frost god, and the deviant ghost protected his family from being harassed. Your Majesty, the relationship between the barbarians and deviant ghosts is much deeper than you think, and it has a longer history, Jon said. Dany glanced at the silent barbarians and asked, You all know about Cast sacrificing himself to the evil god? Cast is different from us, and he never interacts with us, a barbarian warrior with messy red hair said. When did he start sacrificing deviant ghost? Why didn't you kill that scum? Dany asked. Dragon Queen, sacrificing to the frost god has always been a tradition of some freedman tribes, because the frost god is also an old god, Ygritte argued. Damn it! Dany cursed. She understood that Jon's guess was not baseless. Aren't you afraid that deviant ghosts will cause a long night? Barristan said in disbelief. We've worshipped it for thousands of years, and nothing happened, a barbarian mumbled. In the dark forest there was snow everywhere. The air was cold and damp, with a moldy smell of rotten branches and leaves. The ground covered with brown sentinel leaves and withered grass was as soft as a blanket. The sunlight passed through thousands of layers of branches and leaves, finally casting spots of light on the shoulders of the pedestrians. Avoiding a large rock and stepping on ankle-deep puddles, the Suicide Squad moved forward with difficulty. They had only walked 4 kilometers in an hour, and it was not a straight line either. They took many turns in search of a wide and flat beast path. The gloomy atmosphere made everyone lose the mood to chat. Wu Bailing, who had been scouting ahead, suddenly stopped at the top of a hill and growled softly. "What's wrong?" John was startled. He hurriedly whipped his horse forward and climbed up the gentle slope. Looking down, he cried out in alarm, "Careful, there's a dead man ahead." "Deviant ghosts?" Yrgrat had a bough hanging in front of her chest. The leaves rustled on her sheepskin clothes as she ran to John's side. "Don't worry," the red-haired girl turned around and shouted to the Suicide Squad, "it's an internal conflict between the free tribes, not deviant ghosts. There was once a giant tree to the east of the hill. It was unknown if the tree trunk was struck by lightning and burned to the ground, leaving only a thick tree stump. At this time, there was a circle of pits dug around the tree stump. A dozen dead barbarians lay in the pit. The thick tree stump in the middle was half-charred. The corpses were naked, and the charcoal fire was extinguished. It could be guessed that a group of barbarians were hiding here, burning the tree stump for warmth, but they were tragically killed this morning. They were wounded by swords, but they did not turn into zombies. Their clothes were also stripped. Yrgrat said angrily, "Someone stole their clothes and food? Heh, so these are the barbarians." Elisa's sarcasm attracted a dozen pairs of burning eyes. John squatted down in front of a pale female barbarian. He gently squeezed her swollen breasts with his right hand, and 2 white balls of milk flowed out. Before Yrgrat could question him, he quickly said, "This is a spearwoman who just gave birth, but there are no baby corpses here. Let your direwolf search for the murderer's scent," Danny said with a frown. John whispered into Bailing's ear. The direwolf with white hair and red eyes began to howl towards the east and south. "Are we going?" John looked up and asked. "Let's go and take a look. We have to figure out what the free people are planning. 100,000 people escape. If we leave them alone..." Danny shook her head and did not continue. The others immediately understood her concern. Adults turned into zombies, and babies turned into deviant ghosts. His little white obeyed her call and descended from the sky, landing beside the pit. Dragon flames raged and quickly burned the corpses into torches. Chapter 334. The haunted forest was cold and damp. Ice grew out of the iron trees' trunks and hung down from the bare gray branches. The direwolf, Witty, charged through the bushes, causing snowflakes to fly everywhere. John and Yrgrat were not slow and followed closely behind. They climbed up a small hill, then rushed down a slope and came to the forest in front of them. The direwolf howled softly. John and Snowly shouted to the team behind them, "Something's wrong?" Downhill, away from the sun, the trees were sparse and short. Red blood splashed on the trampled snow, but there were no corpses nearby. The old ranger, Ulma, squatted in the snow where half a person's body was. He pinched a dark red blood clot with his fingers and said in surprise, "The blood has just coagulated, and there's a lot of blood. This person might have died and then got up. Deviant ghost, be careful. I suspect that there's a deviant ghost chasing after this group of people." A wail came from deep in the forest. It was shrill and loud, but it stopped abruptly. Witty crouched and assumed an attacking posture, howling in the direction of the sound. "There's a deviant ghost in front." John was surprised. "It's already daytime and the sun is out. Shouldn't the deviant ghost be hiding?" Danny frowned and looked around the dark forest. Deviant ghosts are afraid of sunlight. Moving in the day might make them uncomfortable, but this damned place is deep in the forest, and it's hard to see sunlight. "Then, should we continue chasing?" John asked. "Yes." John, Yrgrat, Ulma, Sir Barristan, Sir Elisa, The 5 of you will be the vanguard. Immediately enter the forest and stop the deviant ghost. It's best if you can leave a few savages alive. I want to know if the deviant ghost is taking revenge for its believers," Danny said. The others agreed readily. Only Elisa, the hardcore member of the Dragon Gang, hesitated. He looked at the Dragon Queen with resentment in his eyes. "Why do I have to be on every dangerous mission? It was not easy to survive the deviant ghost attack last night. I'm scared of those ice monsters. Why do you want me to deal with them?" Danny, however, pretended not to see it. She only cared about giving orders and arranging for the Suicide Squad to set up the battle formation. Of course, he had to mention Elisa. After all, everyone knew that he belonged to the Dragon faction. Only by placing the Dragon faction's hardcore members in the most dangerous missions would the Dragon Queen be able to convince the masses. Only then would her orders be credible. Only then would she be able to keep her nephew, John, as the vanguard. Anyway, once you put on the black clothes, you will be a night watcher forever. Ser Alistair would never be able to leave the wall for the rest of his life. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to shine for the Queen, when the Queen left the wall in 2 days, he would no longer be able to serve her. Roar, 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 clang, clang, clang. After a short while, the howling of wolves and the sound of gongs could be heard from the forest ahead. Wisps of white mist began to spread outwards. SSS Dahe, which was hovering over the sky, screamed. Danny pulled out her long sword and rushed over. More than 20 of her minions followed her, screaming. The forest was dark. The shadows of the tree trunks were indistinct. The ground was covered with moist leaves and a small amount of snow. A faint cold mist spread. Elisa and Ulma were surrounded by 5 ghouls. The ghouls were wrapped in blood-stained white goatskin cloak. Their eyes emitted a faint blue light, as if they had just died not long ago. Not far away there were 3 dead people on the ground. 2 barbarians were huddled under a tree stump, covering their faces and howling in pain. John and Ser Barristan were rushing into the waist-high bushes. The red-haired girl followed behind them with her bow and arrow. Danny rushed over, swinging her sword and cutting a ghoul in half. With another stab, she pierced another ghoul's heart. The members of the Suicide Squad also swarmed forward, using their dragon crystal daggers and short swords to stab the 3 ghouls full of holes. "It's really a deviant ghost. That monster was even carrying a baby." Ulma gasped. Was there nothing special about Cast's bloodline? Could all the barbarian babies be turned into deviant ghosts? That was impossible. If that was the case, wouldn't the number of deviant ghosts explode? Even 100 dragons wouldn't be able to defeat tens of thousands of deviant ghosts. Danny was puzzled. The more she wanted to find the baby, the more she asked, "Is there only one deviant ghost? There should be only one." When we came over, he was standing by the side with the baby in his arms, watching the 5 ghouls kill the 5 barbarians. It didn't seem to be prepared for our arrival. "That damned thing was very surprised," Elisa said. "The rest of you stay here. Rangers, follow me." Danny immediately mounted her horse and led the 13 cavalrymen into the bushes. It was rare to see a large patch of southern sky bamboo in a dark, dark green forest. Almost all of its reddish-brown leaves had fallen off. Strings of bright red fruits wrapped in ice crystals hung from the small, dense branches. Soon, the group of 14 cavalrymen passed through the low bushes and re-entered the dark forest. They caught up with the red-haired girl and Barristan in front. Well, the 2 of them had actually fallen behind. The shadows of John and Bai Ling could be vaguely seen further ahead. The deviant ghost runs too fast. It's not affected by the terrain. I can't even see its ghost shadow. Barristan leaned on his sword and panted. Danny waved her hand towards the sky, and Blackie crushed a bunch of tree branches and landed in the middle of the southern sky bamboo. "Tie a rope to Big Black's leg. I'll send you ahead to intercept the deviant ghost." Danny took a roll of hemp rope from the saddle and threw it on the ground. Danny and White Knight had discussed this tactic a long time ago. because there were many times and places where Danny didn't dare to let the Megalosaurus take off and land casually. In the Battle of Kayuan, Danny had used this method to save the little assassin Danny C at the top of the Great Pyramid. "I'll go too. I have a bow and arrow," Ygritte shouted. "Okay, each of you tie a leg." She tied it to one of Big Black's hind legs with a slipknot and tied it in a few seconds. Big Black flapped its wings and flew into the sky again, then drew an arc across the ground at a low speed. Barristan and Ygritte immediately grabbed the hemp rope hanging below the hind legs of the Megalosaurus. Unable to immediately pull up, Big Black flapped its wings and accelerated. The two pulled the rope and ran on the ground. Their bodies gradually left the ground and flew into the sky. The whole process was troublesome, but in fact, in the state of the dragon spirit, Big Black easily completed this task in 20 seconds. After that, Big Black flew to a quasi-safe height of 300 meters and listened to the howling of the wolves in the forest. Well, John had also lost track of it. At this time, his physical body leaned against the trunk and panted. His soul entered the state of the wolf spirit and followed closely behind the deviant ghost with Bai Ling's body. Danny also climbed on Little White's back and put John in the state of the wolf spirit in front of her. She left the cavalry and flew away. Under the canopy, the dense forest was dark and decaying. Above the canopy, the sky was blue and the sun was shining. The endless evergreen forest was like a green carpet, covering the northern land. The warm southeast wind blew into the mask, and Danny closed her eyes comfortably. Two Megalosaurus, one white and one black, hovered over the forest, firmly locking on to the howling of the wolves below. Danny began to calculate the running path of the deviant ghost. Gradually, Danny had some ideas in her mind. Little White flew over Big Black and the direwolf, and quickly condensed a huge fireball of dragon flame in his mouth. Little White's speed was not fast, because the deviant ghost's speed in the forest was very slow, so he could stabilize his body and breathe fire. There was a 9-color meditation vortex in his mind, and Little White had evolved into a demon dragon. His magic power had greatly increased, and he could breathe out dragon flame for 30 seconds in one breath. 30 seconds of dragon flame condensed into a huge and heavy fireball, which was not much smaller than the fireball that Big Black breathed out in the old town of School. Even in broad daylight, the savages and night watchers who looked up at the sky in the distance had the illusion that a second sun had risen in the sky. Boom! The sun fell 100 meters in front of the deviant ghost, and the air waves rolled, flames rose into the sky, and the trees within a radius of 20 meters were set ablaze. Danny slapped John a few times to wake him up from the state of the wolf spirit and asked, "How is it? Did you kill the deviant ghost?" John opened his eyes in a daze. It dodged. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes turned white and he lost consciousness. "That's so frustrating. You can't even do two things at once?" Danny despised him. In fact, she misunderstood, or perhaps she had set her standards too high, and all the shapeshifters followed the standard requirements of the Green Prophet. The Green Prophet could control thousands of crows at once, split his consciousness into thousands of parts, and do thousands of things at once. But the difference between a shapeshifter and a Green Prophet was like the difference between a fire wizard and the Great Wizard of Valeglia. There was a qualitative difference between the two, and they could not be mentioned in the same breath. For example, the hexagon Valamir, he had 7 animal companions, but he could only occupy one animal companion at a time. His soul could not be divided into 7 parts and enter the soul space of his 7 companions at the same time. Just like John at this time, when he spoke with his body, his soul had to be separated from his animal companions. Rumble, 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 explosion is art. Crack. Danny seemed to have turned into Daedara, leaving flame bombs in the forest. Clusters of fire rose in the quiet and peaceful ghost forest, and the flames and grayish-black smoke were like the fingers of the gods, piercing into the sky from the dark green earth. The night watchers on the Great Wall and the savages in the Ghost Forest looked at the falling red sun and the red and black smoke rising into the sky, and were stunned. This is too scary, too crazy. At the top of the Great Wall, Todd widened his toad-like eyes. Did the blazing fury really only burn 5,000 people to death? With this power, even 50,000 people would not be enough to kill. A bald, short, and fat man murmured. His name was Clydas, and he was the personnel officer of the Night Watchers, and Yimont's assistant. He could read and knew some of the history of the Seven Kingdoms. What is His Majesty doing? Is he chasing after the deviant ghosts? But isn't this a little too big? Old Yimont leaned in front of the star observation mirror, and muttered to himself in confusion. The old scholar stayed up until dawn last night, and only rested for 4 hours before climbing the Great Wall again. Ever since he saw the dragon and Danny, the old man seemed to have been rejuvenated and gained a second life, and his gloomy and bleak future became bright. As long as he saw the dragon, even if they were far away, even if they were just hovering in the sky, he could still watch with great interest. Is there a need to do this for a deviant ghost? In the forest, Sir Mallister and Sir Elisa lamented. Within an hour, Little White shot out the 47th dragon flame bullet, and the forest within a 5-kilometer radius was almost completely bombed. Finally, the change in quantity led to a change in quality. The Ghost Forest, which was said to have never had a forest fire before, had a large-scale fire for the first time in history. Thick smoke billowed and fire clouds rose into the sky. On a rocky hill where there were few trees, the deviant ghost hugged a gray bag and looked at the rising flames in all directions. It raised its head and let out a desperate roar. Hiss Blackie drew an arc and quickly swept across the ground 50 meters away from the deviant ghost. White Knight and the red-haired girl rolled and landed on the bottom of the hill. At this time, the deviant ghost had already raised its ice sword and started running. It sped up and threw a fatal blow at Blackie. How unfortunately, Little White was on top of the deviant ghost's head and saw its movements clearly. Under the second-level dragon spirit state, Blackie shared Little White's vision and nimbly leaned to the side, dodging the flying ice sword and letting out a proud dragon roar. "Demon, put down the child!" White Knight shouted. Chapter 335. Throwing the ice sword felt good for a moment. But without the sword, how could the deviant ghost be a match for the fully armed White Knight? Moreover, the red-haired girl and the direwolf were helping her. The old knight raised his sword to slash and stab, the red-haired girl shot an arrow, and the direwolf controlled by John bit the deviant ghost's leg in just 2 rounds. The deviant ghost at the end of its road had its limbs broken and fell to the ground. The white dragon flapped its wings and landed on the hill. Before Danny climbed down from the dragon's back, the White Knight came over with the baby in her arms and said, "There's something wrong with this child." Danny curiously took the fur package and looked down at it. She was shocked. The baby's white skin was dyed with a layer of grayish-blue, and its sparse hair was in the shape of pale ice whiskers. There was also a pair of blinking eyes, like stars, emitting a faint blue light, with a calmness and coldness that did not belong to a child. Did the transformation really succeed? It shouldn't be. Wasn't only the Night King able to transform into a corpse ghost? Danny had more and more doubts in her heart. John came over to take a look and groaned, 7 levels of hell, deviant ghost baby? Kill it, it's a monster. Yergaret pulled out the dragon crystal dagger and was about to stab it. Danny took a step back and dodged the attack. She still lowered her head and stared at the deviant ghost baby's eyes. Almost without any obstruction, she saw countless ice blue and milky white runes in the depths of its eyes. They were combining and building a flower of ice flame, a strange reverse spiral vortex. It was somewhat similar to her dragon-shaped meditation foundation, except that it was ice blue and pale white, and it was a reverse spiral. "John, look after your wife," she said. "She's not," John quickly denied, but when he met the angry red-haired girl's eyes, he swallowed the rest of his words. "We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly." Danny carried the deviant ghost baby and rode on Little White's back, immediately getting up and leaving. She saw the deviant ghost's basic meditation form from the little deviant ghost, and this little thing's consciousness seemed to be connected to an inexplicable existence. Night King? Danny wasn't sure. However, she knew that the deviant ghosts might have found out that she knew the secret of the deviant ghost's meditation technique. It's a bit of a mouthful. The ringed meditation foundation from the Green Prophet perfectly complemented the spirituality from the deviant ghost. This made Danny suspect that the Green Prophet and the deviant ghosts had the same source of magic. The old gods did not have priests or churches, but in ancient times, shapeshifters were considered to be God's chosen. They were equivalent to God's priests among the ancestors, and the Green Prophet was even a high priest in name only. Both the savages and the red-robed Melisandre had said that deviant ghosts were the servants of the frost god. But the frost god was also an old god. The old god was not a specific god, but a general name for the ancient god of nature. The Anami worshipped by Timon and the storm god worshipped by the three sisters were both old gods. In theory, the king of light Lalo was also considered an old god. Danny guessed that the Green Prophet to the old gods was like the deviant ghosts to the frost god. Just like the Green Prophet could control thousands of crows, observe the world through the crows, and communicate with thousands of people thousands of miles away at the same time. The corpses were the deviant ghosts' crows, and the deviant ghosts were the Night King crows. The Night King could also communicate with the outside world through the deviant ghost. For example, at this moment, perhaps the Night King was observing Danny through the little monster's eyes, or even indirectly looking at her. If the Night King found out that she had analyzed the deviant ghost's meditation technique, then perhaps hundreds of deviant ghosts were on their way. Not to mention hundreds of deviant ghosts, as long as there were 10 deviant ghosts lurking in the forest, Danny would have to run away immediately. The white dragon took off with Danny and the deviant ghost captives, while Blackie landed and used the ropes on its claws to lift John, Barristan, and the red-haired woman out of the sea of fire. The hill was not burning yet, but there were fires all around, so they could not stay there for long. Danny returned to the Great Wall directly, and handed Ghost Doll and the deviant ghosts to Chiliarch Whale. Then, she rode the white dragon back to the ghost forest. Compared to the forest fires in the Amazon and Australia, the fire caused by the dragon flames in the ghost forest was not even worth mentioning. The fire only burned in the areas affected by the dragon flames, and thick smoke billowed, but it was difficult to spread out. It was mainly because winter had arrived and the trees, land, and air outside the Great Wall were too cold and damp, and many places were covered with thick snow. Also, because the forest fire burned fiercely, but did not spread out in a large area, many savages hiding in the forest came to watch the show. When the deviant ghosts were being chased, although they kept turning, they were generally fleeing north. After more than an hour, they were more than 10 kilometers away from the position of the suicide squad. When Danny rode the white dragon and found John and the other two on an empty mountain ridge, they were talking with a group of savages. It was not 1 or 2 savages, but 600 to 700 tribes of savages with families. Barristan waved to the sky, indicating that there was no danger, and Little White landed. "So it's you guys." The white dragon landed, and Danny looked at the group of savages who were looking at her with complicated expressions, and could not help but laugh. As expected of the tough people, in just one afternoon and one night, you guys have run 20 to 30 kilometers in this snowy forest, from the Great Wall to the depths of the Ghost Forest. 400 to 500 savages, all of them short and barefoot, tough people. Old and young, men and women, adults and children, their upper bodies and legs were wrapped tightly in beast fur, and only a pair of big black feet were exposed in the snow, and their skin was as hard as boiled leather. Yes, the hobbits of the world of ice and fire, the knockoff version, the savage version, and the bitter version of the Hobbit. Dragon Queen. The leader of the tribe looked conflicted, and his mouth opened and closed, but no complete sentence came out. I remember you, Sir Doss of the mountain tribe. Danny sat on the dragon's back, looking down at the middle-aged savage with a weathered face. Where's the mountain tribe leader? The tough people had two big tribes, and they lived in the Frostfang, which was known as the spine of the Great Wall, so they were named Mountain Tribe and Mountain Ridge, two very simple names. The two tribe leaders of Mountain Tribe and Mountain Ridge had both participated in the last tripartite meeting, and Danny also had a deep impression of the tough people that only existed in folklore. The Mountain Tribe leader gripped the weirwood spear on the ground and said nervously, "They may have gone with the Weeper to the Milk River in the west. They planned to attack the Shadow Tower?" Danny asked with a frown. Yes. At this time, the Great Wall had 3 checkpoints, the Dark Castle in the middle, the Eastwatch in the east, and the Shadow Tower in the west. The fortresses on the east and west were close to the sea, and the Eastwatch's Great Wall extended directly into the sea for 100 or 200 meters, while the Shadow Tower ended at the mouth of the Milk River. The Milk River flowed from the north under the Shadow Tower, and into the sea in the west the Frozen Bay. Therefore, if one wanted to cross the sea and cross the Great Wall, the Shadow Tower was the first choice. There was no need to enter the sea, and a few rafts could cross the calm Milk River. In fact, this was also an extravagant hope for the barbarians, because the Night Watchers controlled the sea, and the Shadow Tower had a regular fleet. Most of the barbarians could not even forge bronze, and with such low productivity, it was impossible to build a river-crossing fleet. It was safer to climb the Great Wall than to fight against the fleet and the sentry tower with rafts. Of course, now that the barbarians had nowhere to go, if they were not afraid of sacrifice, they could build 2,000 or 3,000 rafts and risk losing half or more, and still rush to the south bank. "Dad, it's a dragon." A little tough person quietly approached the mountain tribe and looked at Little White with curiosity and fear. It was a little girl who was less than a meter tall. She was wrapped in goat fur and her face was red. Her black eyes were blinking, and her little feet were bare as she stepped on the ice and snow. "Your daughter?" Danny searched her body for a long time, but it seemed that she did not have anything on her. She had no choice but to take the dagger from the sharkskin sheath and threw it over. "Take it and play with it." "Oh, thank you." Doss hurriedly took the dagger and handed it to his daughter, who was hiding behind him and poking out her furry little head. Danny had taken a Valeglia steel dagger from Slave Bay, but it was later lost by Lisbon. Then, she spent a few gold royals to buy a new one at the Long Bridge of Volantis. In the end, she met Bronn outside King's Landing, and gave the gem-inlaid dagger to his cheap son, Tyrion Cobbler. After coming to the Great Wall, she found the blacksmith tanner to make another one, and in less than 2 days, she gave it to the little barbarian again. "You don't seem to be going west," Danny asked. "Sigh, you have a dragon, and forcing a river crossing is simply courting death. I plan to take my people to the difficult village in the east." The mountain tribe leader sighed. The difficult village was located on a peninsula 200 kilometers to the north of the East Sea, near the deep water port. "Why go there?" "The difficult village is close to the sea, and you can catch fish, seals, and walruses to fill your stomach," the mountain tribe leader said. "This is also a way to survive, but the deviant ghosts are getting more and more rampant. How long can you last?" "This," the Hardfoot people hesitated for a moment and probed, "is the 3-way lease agreement still in effect?" "Haha," Danny laughed. "Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. As long as I'm alive, my promise will always be in effect." "Then why didn't you help us yesterday?" A round-faced middle-aged woman walked over with a spear, looking at Danny and Whitey with hostility, and said loudly to the mountain tribe leader, "Are you stupid? How can you believe the words of the Southerner king?" "Mother!" The little girl with the village face took a few steps back, looking at the round-faced woman in horror. She could not hold the dagger in her hand, and it fell to the ground. "You have no right to speak here, go away!" The hard-foot people glared at the woman angrily, and scolded her in a low voice. Danny looked at the woman in confusion, and asked, "Who are you?" "Sorry, Dragon Queen, this is my wife, Larry," the DOS leader said awkwardly. "About what happened yesterday morning, let me explain." Looking at the eyes of the short, hard-foot people under the cloak, Danny could not get angry. She could only sigh and slowly said, "Just like you free folk, there are many tribes, and each tribe fights with each other. The Southerners also have many kings, but the 7 kingdoms have more than 7 kings. Stannis and I are only 2 of them. Before Manslade became the king of the Beyond the Wall, you also fought with the Nightwalkers for many years, and the blood feud was as deep as the sea. Stannis and I are in a similar situation. The Southerners still do not have a king of the Beyond that everyone recognizes, and the kingdoms are still hostile and fighting with each other. In the end, the 3-way lease is only a contract between the free folk and the Targaryens. If the 3-way lease has been signed, it means that the free folk are no longer enemies, and I have a reason to protect you. But without a contract, without a sacred oath, the free folk are still barbarians invading the wall, and any king in the south can suppress you. If that's the case, then we can't go to the wall," the hill chieftain's wife said loudly. "The kings of the 7 kingdoms are fighting with each other, and if we rashly join one of them, we will only be viewed as enemies by the other kings. Just like yesterday, Redheart did not want us to become the Targaryens' power, so they did not care about the fact that negotiations were in progress and attacked the free folks' camp. Before the king of the Beyond is born, we should not negotiate with any king." As soon as she said this, not to mention Danny and the others, even the hard-foot people looked at the round-faced woman in surprise. The hard-foot leader said in shock, "Larry, why are you suddenly so? Where did you hear these words from?" "Even I don't have such political wisdom." John stepped forward and looked at the round-faced woman in confusion. "I think I've seen you somewhere before, but I've never seen Hardfoot Larry. Who are you?" You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.